Storm Publishing presents Clued Into Love, written by Ellie Alexander and read by Anne McDonough. 1. Marissa. Finding a parking space at Trader Joe's during the holiday season was basically the equivalent of landing a seat on a spaceship to get launched into actual space. Come on, you can do this. Marissa waited patiently in her own car, nodding encouragement to the woman unsuccessfully attempting to back over a snow berm. It was questionable whether the spot she was vacating was a bona fide space, but at this point, Marissa would have parked at the summit of Mount Bachelor and trekked through a blizzard just to get inside. Tonight had to go well. Her entire future was riding on the success of the Graff family Christmas party, and she had no time to waste. A car skidded behind her. Marissa clutched the steering wheel and braced for impact. But instead, the car screeched past, narrowly missing her bumper. As it passed, Marissa saw the driver, clearly overcome with the bustle of the holiday shopping season and the ridiculously narrow parking spaces, wincing in distress and waving an apology. "You're good! Happy holidays!" Marissa shouted over Bing Crosby crooning on the radio. She wished she could fully embrace the holiday spirit, minuscule parking spaces and all. This was supposed to be the happiest time of the year, but her business was weighing heavily on her mind. If she didn't turn things around, she would be out in the cold, literally. She shifted down and steered her car as the shopper in front of her finally vacated the space. One thing had to go right today. She needed a victory, even if it was just a parking space at the most popular grocery store in Central Oregon. A frigid wind blew the snow sideways as she grabbed her reusable bags from the back seat. She tugged the zipper on her puffy buffalo plaid parka all the way up and trekked toward the front of the store. Pre-cut noble firs, blue spruce Christmas trees, and garlands of evergreen and fragrant wreaths adorned with dried berries and clementines flanked each side of the entrance. A youth choir serenaded shoppers with their rendition of Jingle Bells, while a volunteer in a Santa hat shook his bell in time with the music, encouraging people to drop their spare change in his shiny donation kettle. Marissa dug through her pockets, added what little she had to the pot, and made a beeline for the shopping carts. It was just her luck that the only available cart dripped with soggy, wet snow. Classic. She chuckled as she wiped the handle with the sleeve of her parka as best she could, and set off on her familiar route through the crowded aisles. Within 30 minutes, she was inching toward the cash register with a cart overflowing with manchego, brie, and cranberry goat cheeses, salami, prosciutto, crackers, baguettes, veggies, berries, pesto, chocolates, ginger snap cookies, and bouquets of Christmas lilies, holly, rosemary, and crimson roses. She held her breath as the cashier rang up her total. Please let me have enough to cover this. She dragged her teeth over her bottom lip and avoided eye contact with the cashier. Tonight's party was going to drain her bank account for sure. Thankfully, her client had paid half up front, so if she had added correctly while loading her cart and didn't run out of gas on her way to the Graff mansion, she should be back in the black when they settled up later tonight. The thought sent a twitch rumbling through her stomach. Her self-imposed deadline for vacating her parents' house was looming. The steady beep of her bill growing larger with each item the cashier scanned taunted her. Please come in under budget. Please come in under budget. She offered a silent prayer to the universe. This was Yes Cheese's last shot. When she'd made the bold move to leave her stable, yet miserable, corporate job to follow her dream of owning a food arranging business, her parents had been incredibly supportive. She had shown them her business plan and pricing guidelines for custom cheese boards, charcuterie, grazing tables, and specialty dessert and brunch boards. They'd readily agreed to let her move home while she got the business off the ground and established a clientele. She had assumed it would take her 6 months to save enough to support herself, so she set a firm date of the end of the year to either make it on her own or drag herself back to her soulless corporate job. Her parents had been nothing but generous. They would let her stay indefinitely, but she refused to take advantage of their hospitality. And frankly, she couldn't stomach her bank account constantly hovering near zero. "That'll be $578.31, the cashier said, shaking Marissa back into the moment. Marissa swiped her debit card and gulped hard. Come on, let there be enough cash to cover this. The last time she had checked her balance, she had $585 in her account. But that was before she had splurged on a holiday peppermint bark mocha and a double chocolate biscotti. "You want a copy of your receipt?" the cashier asked. Marissa exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. The payment had gone through. She took the receipt and whistled with a new spring in her step as she returned to her car. The graph party was on. That's a win for me. Tonight's luxurious bash was the most significant account she'd landed to date. If she could impress the Graphs and their guests, then maybe, just maybe, Yes Cheese had a shot. December was the busiest month of the year for holiday parties. Tonight could be a turning point, an opportunity to take Yes Cheese to the next level. But doubt quickly crept in again as she loaded supplies into the back of her car, her cheeks feeling the sting of the cold mountain air. Could she do this? Was it worth it? Or was she just fooling herself, dragging out the inevitable? You can worry about that later, Marissa. She gave herself a pep talk as she tucked the last of the bags into the back. Regardless of whether she decided to try and make a go of Yes Cheese on her own, she had a contract that she had to fulfill. Time to get moving. After a quick trip to her parents' house to arrange supplies and repack the car, she found herself back on the road and heading toward the Graff mansion. The estate was located about 10 minutes outside of town on the banks of the Deschutes River. She drove like a California transplant experiencing winter in Oregon's high desert for the first time, staying in the slow lane on the highway, even though odds were good that she would get stuck behind a snowplow. As she drove, she admired the twinkle lights and holiday ski banners that lined the main thoroughfare. Red lava rock had been scattered across the snow-packed highway like Christmas confetti. Nothing compared to Bend in the winter. The majestic Cascade Mountain Range, painted white with fresh powder, served as the centerpiece for the diverse landscape dotted with ponderosa pines, junipers, and quaking aspens. Marissa smiled, despite feeling a flutter of eager nerves, as she steered through the black iron gates that led to the Graff estate. She had seen photos of the mansion in the newspaper, but had never had an opportunity to visit the rustic mountain lodge in person. It was quite a sight to take in. The fir trees lining the long driveway were wrapped with golden Edison lights, casting a soft glow on the snow. The house was constructed from ancient redwood and walnut, with a sloping forest green roofline and grand entrance. More lights, enough to illuminate the entire city, had been strung across the eaves. A massive, covered porch extended the length of the house. It was decked out with garlands, poinsettias, and vintage lanterns. This is amazing. I'm catering this party. Me, Marissa Henry. Marissa wanted to pinch herself, but she had bigger issues. 3 delivery vans were parked in front of the estate, completely blocking her from going any farther. She had been directed to bring the food to the side entrance, but there wasn't an inch to spare to squeeze past the vans, and she didn't want to risk getting stuck, or worse, bumping into one of them and ruining her perfectly crafted boards. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard. The party started in an hour. She needed at least 40 minutes to set up, so she parked behind one of the vans, carefully lifted a charcuterie board box, and hurried to the porch to see if she could find someone to direct her where to go. Steadying the box with her left arm to ring the doorbell made her glad she'd been doing online Pilates. The 3-foot-long cutting board probably weighed 2 or 3 pounds by itself, but loaded down with meats and cheeses and dips, it felt like she was carrying 10-pound sacks of flour. While she waited for someone to answer, she gaped in awe at the extravagant yet welcoming decor on the porch. Fragrant wreaths hung from the front windows with velvet ribbons. Tidy stacks of birchwood had been placed on either side of the doors. A vintage wooden sled was propped against the side of the house, and swags of evergreen with cranberries swept across the railing. Someone had gone to great lengths to make the porch feel like a movie set. After a minute, a frazzled employee dressed in a black uniform answered the door. Yes? I'm Marissa with Yes Cheese. I'm supposed to set up the grazing table, but I can't get my car past the vans. She pointed behind her. The employee rolled her eyes and sighed. I told them to park in the back. No one listens. She nodded toward a hallway to her right. The ballroom is that way. Ballroom? The Graffs have a ballroom? A legitimate ballroom? So, should I just bring everything through the front? Marissa hesitated. She didn't want to mess this up. She'd never had a client with a ballroom before. Is it okay to leave my car there? I mean, am I going to be blocking anyone? It's fine. The employee waved her off and left. Marissa stood in the doorway, wondering if it really was okay to use the main entrance. She stared at her snow-caked boots. They had been a Christmas present from Mom and Dad last year. Black mid-calf boots in her favorite buffalo plaid with soft fur lining. The boots were cute, but also practical. They were perfect to wear over skinny jeans on occasions like this, because not only did they keep her feet warm, but they also provided excellent traction. At the moment, they were covered with snow. She stomped on an expensive mat, repositioned the box, and stepped inside. The interior of the estate was even more impressive. Cathedral ceilings seemed to stretch to the sky. The lodge theme continued into the foyer, with its wrought iron chandelier, circular staircase, and intentionally distressed hardwood floors. I should have charged them more, Marissa thought as she headed toward the ballroom. And I probably should have dressed up. She was suddenly acutely aware of the fact that she hadn't bothered to do more than wash her face and tie her curly hair into a ponytail before leaving the house earlier. It's a perfect look for a caterer. No one is going to be looking at you anyway. It's all about the food. Marissa squared her shoulders and continued down the hallway until it spilled into the ballroom. She uttered a little gasp under her breath as her eyes grew wide, sweeping from one end of the ornamented room to the other. Ballroom was an accurate description. Exposed wood-beam ceilings ran the length of the impressive room. A grand piano sat in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, with a view of the snowy grounds encompassing the property and the Deschutes in the distance. The aroma of wood smoke drifted from the stone fireplace on the far side of the room, where long tables draped in white tablecloths had been set up. A trio of carolers dressed in Victorian costumes was warming up in front of the roaring fire, while a team of florists put the finishing touches on bouquets placed at each of the high-top tables positioned throughout the room. Staff scurried in every direction. Marissa froze for a minute. She assumed the tables near the fireplace must be for the food, but she didn't want to start setting up only to have to redo everything again. Her stomach bubbled with panic. She couldn't blow this. Everything was riding on tonight. Marissa sucked in a breath. Her arm felt twitchy, probably from balancing the box. She scanned the room again and noticed a bartender unloading crates of wine at another section of tables near the piano. Maybe he'll know where I'm supposed to go. A text dinged on her phone. She knew she should ignore it, but yanked her phone free from her pocket with one hand, glancing at a text from her younger cousin, Olivia. Did you hear? Passport to the Holidays. The community scavenger hunt is offering a $50,000 prize this year. Cha-ching! Get a team together. Stat. $50,000? Marissa gasped, staring at her screen. She didn't notice movement in her periphery. Suddenly, someone slammed into her, knocked her off her feet, and sent her and the board flying. Marissa hit the gleaming hardwood floor with a thud. She watched in horror as triangles of cheddar, rye crackers, and honey-roasted almonds rained down around her. The sound of the board bouncing on the floor made her nauseous. There was nothing she could do to salvage it. The board spun like a top, sending the last ingredients she'd assembled scattering in every direction. No! A man appeared above her. He was about her age, with dark hair, equally dark eyes, and a tightly shaven beard. He was dressed in a red suit, with a ridiculous Rudolph tie, complete with a flashing red light for a nose.
"You should watch where you're going," he said, extending a hand.
Marissa massaged the side of her hip and stared at the splatters of Dijon mustard and peach preserves on her jeans. "You bumped into me."
"Sorry."
He kept his hand out. She ignored his offer of help and pushed herself to stand. She didn't have time to make small talk with the magician? Comedian? Whatever entertainment role he had been hired for. A shot of pain pierced from her hip to her ankle. "You ruined my board."
"It's just some cheese and crackers. It's hardly a crime scene, is it?"
His dark eyes twinkled mischievously. He was clearly enjoying this. "Just cheese and crackers?" she sputtered. Marissa could hear the irritation in her tone, but she didn't care. It might be a joke to him, but her entire livelihood was riding on tonight. "Do you have any idea how much time I spent arranging that board? It was the showpiece for the grazing table."
"Grazing table? Seriously? Please tell me that's not a thing. A grazing table?"
His brow arched as he cracked a wide smile. "You have some nerve." Marissa glared at him. "You're making fun of me? And yet you're dressed like a clown for a kid's party?" That made him laugh harder. He pressed a button on his tie with a sly grin. Rudolph's nose blinked to life like a beacon in a snowstorm.
"A kid's party clown? Oh yeah, that's me."
She tugged a piece of a cracker from her ponytail. "I don't have time to do this. I need to clean this up and figure out what I'm going to do about the charcuterie board you destroyed." He held his hands out to pacify her.
"It's not a big deal. One of the staff members can help clean up. I'm sure there are extra crackers in the kitchen." "What?"
He paused and frowned.
"You don't need to glare at me like your head is about to explode. It's just appetizers, right? We're not doing brain surgery here."
Marissa dabbed pesto from the side of her cheek. She clenched her jaw. Blood rushed through her ears. Who was this guy? "I don't need your help. You've done enough. I'll take care of cleaning up, but first I need to find one of the graphs to explain that the grazing table is going to be one board short."
"Lucky you."
A smug smile tugged at his lips.
"You're looking at one of them."
"At who?"
"A graph."
He offered his hand for a third time.
"William Graff. Nice to meet you, grazing table."
2. Darby. Darby shuffled into the teacher's lounge, tightening her oversized cardigan over her shoulders. She didn't make eye contact with any of her colleagues, who were busy gossiping about the new Spanish teacher and chatting happily about plans for the annual Secret Santa gift exchange. Instead, she grabbed her lunch from the fridge and found a table far away from everyone. "Hey, Darby, do you want in on this year's Secret Santa?" one of the younger health teachers called, holding up a red felt hat and scraps of construction paper with everyone's name. "No, thanks." She forced a smile and unpacked her lunch. She knew they didn't expect her to answer yes. Asking her was a token, an ongoing gesture of unbearable kindness. The truth was that her fellow teachers invited her to their parties and baby showers because they knew she would decline. They didn't want a sad, bereaved widow bringing down the mood while they drank cheap wine and exchanged snowman socks any more than Darby wished to go. Bereaved, Darby thought as she tried to tune out the radio station playing the same 20 Christmas carols on repeat 24/7. As head of the English department for Summit High, she wondered if she could start a petition to ban the word from the dictionary permanently. A period of mourning after a loss, especially after the death of a loved one. That was the dictionary definition of bereavement. Darby had the passage memorized word for word. In the first few weeks, then months after Jim's death, she anticipated the period of mourning to subside until she realized the definition was completely wrong. Fluorescent lighting occasionally flickered, making Darby wonder if she was having a stroke. She unwrapped a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and smiled faintly at the sight of the Christmas decorations that some of the younger teachers had put up to make the staff room feel magical for the holidays. Paper snowflakes designed by the art classes. She was having a hard time finding her holiday spirit since Jim died. Not even her annual holiday prank could drag her from the funk, at least not completely. Every year since she started teaching, she enlisted her seniors for a prank day. They spent the first part of December plotting harmless yet fun and practical jokes to play on the staff. This year, one of her favorite students, Olivia, had come up with the idea to remove everything from teachers' desks, fill their drawers with candy canes, and wrap each desk in holiday paper. The prank would involve some careful planning and sneaking her students into the building after hours. Darby was always game for any way to brighten her coworkers' days, and loved how enthusiastic her class was about Project Candy Cane, as they'd deemed their mission. She just wished Jim were here to share in the antics. He would have loved it, and would have showed up at midnight with pizzas and sodas, sustenance for their late-night mischief. Oh, Jim. Darby sighed softly, sank her teeth into her sandwich, pulled out her phone, and hit play on her voicemail. She'd been waiting for 3 class periods to listen to the message. When she'd seen the call come in, it had taken every ounce of self-control not to answer. But she'd been teaching long enough to know the fallout that would come from stopping a lesson midway through Macbeth to take a personal call. How could she lecture her students on keeping their phones silent and tucked away in class if she didn't do the same? A dull, heavy weight spread across her chest as she pressed her phone to her ear. Hi, Darby. Sorry to keep pestering you about this, but we really think it could be such a special way to honor Jim's memory to have you as the guest of honor at this year's Passport to the Holidays events. We'd love to have you at the kickoff and hand out the check to the winner, and whatever else you're willing to be a part of. As I mentioned in my last voicemail, since this is the 10th anniversary, we have some big things planned. Like giving one lucky winner a check for $50,000. Passport to the Holidays was Jim's baby. We want his legacy to live on, and we'd love to have you be part of it. You won't need to do any work. Just show up and we'll do the rest. Hope you're doing okay. Darby's finger quaked. Peanut butter coated her mouth like thick sludge. She couldn't swallow. The same feeling of panic pulsed through every cell of her body as she reached for her water bottle and forced sips down. Her therapist had told her it was a natural reaction to grief, and that the anxiety attacks and sadness would improve with time. It had been 2 years, and if anything, Darby felt worse. She gulped more water. Hilary Baldwin, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who took on the role after Jim's death, had called her 4 times last week. Thus far, she had managed to dodge her calls, but she was going to have to give her an answer soon. If not for anything else, then to make her stop calling. She peeled an orange as memories bubbled to the surface, threatening to overwhelm her. Passport to the Holidays had been Jim's favorite event of the year. They used to stay up late for the entire month of November, drinking hot chocolate, sometimes spiked with peppermint schnapps, and plotting out the map and which spots should be featured on the popular scavenger hunt. Jim's brainchild for helping breathe new life into the core shopping district had quickly caught fire. The first year of Passport to the Holidays included 6 businesses and a hand-drawn map Jim sketched out in their living room. Participants had so much fun that the second year, the chamber tossed a small budget his way. Every year since, the event had grown. Small business owners within a 50-mile radius of the city, and some even farther out, would call Jim in September, asking to be included in the passport and offering to donate prizes. Jim had been like a kid on Christmas Eve the night before Passport to the Holidays kicked off. He tracked participants' progress and even went so far as to create a leaderboard to see which stamps were the easiest to get versus which restaurants and pubs were making people solve riddles and clues to earn a coveted stamp in their holiday passports. He used to call Darby at work, leaving her voicemails while she was in class, letting her know about the unique things participating businesses were doing, like Smith Rock Wines hiding their stamp in the basement cellars and quizzing everyone on the history of Bend as a growing region for grapes before agreeing to place a snowflake stamp on a passport. The holidays used to be a time of joy. She and Jim shared the same childlike wonder for the season, and everything that came along with it, from her school pranks and the scavenger hunt to long, leisurely nights curled up in front of a roaring fire, watching old movies and sipping Christmas wine. Darby was torn. She peeled off a section of orange, barely noticing the tangy citrus flavor on her tongue. The thing she wanted to do most this holiday season was hide on her couch under a layer of blankets and let the season pass as quickly as possible. It's what she'd done the last couple of years. But was it fair to Jim's memory to pretend like Passport to the Holidays wasn't happening? $50,000 in prize money was almost unfathomable. She could picture Jim's broad grin and bright cheeks bursting with amazement that his idea had turned into an event that drew the entire community together. The thought made the heaviness in her chest spread throughout her limbs. She opened her email, noting that the shaking in her hands had subsided a bit. Hillary had sent her the flyer the chamber had designed for the event. Not only had the prize money expanded over the years, but so had the technology. There was an app, interactive roles people could sign on to play, and even bonus mini-stamps that participants would receive via text. Darby finished her sandwich. She had another Macbeth lesson to teach. She blew out a long breath and made a decision that surprised her. Before she could talk herself out of it, she typed a short response agreeing to make an appearance at the kickoff event. She explained she wasn't ready to commit to being involved in all 10 days of Passport to the Holidays, but she would at least cut the ribbon and get the festivities started. "For Jim," she said under her breath. "I can do that much for Jim." 3. Hillary. "Where are the giant snowflakes?" Hillary shouted over the sound of the snowblower. "We need those hung in the gazebo, now!" She stuffed her hands in the pockets of her fleece vest, wishing she had listened to Ben's suggestion to bring hand warmers with her. The tips of her fingers had already started to numb, and it wasn't even noon. They had at least another 5 hours of setup ahead of them. Maybe more, she thought, as she studied the park. A crew was blowing snow off the bridge that led to the gazebo and amphitheater. She wasn't sure it was doing much good. Snow dumped from charcoal skies in fat, wet flakes that splattered like gooey marshmallows the instant they hit the ground. A steady east wind kicked more snow into the air. It was probably futile to try and keep the pathway clear, but she couldn't risk having someone slip on the icy bridge. There were going to be hundreds of people gathering outside right here, regardless of what kind of weather Mother Nature sent their way, to kick off the annual Passport to the Holidays. Tomorrow's event was the first of its kind. If everything went according to plan, Hillary hoped it would become a new tradition. When she'd been hired as president of the Chamber of Commerce, she'd inherited Passport to the Holidays, which had been going strong for over a decade. Everyone loved the seasonal event, but Hillary knew it could be so much more. There was a huge opportunity to turn 10 days of touring around town collecting stamps and passports into a holiday spectacular. That's what Hillary had pitched when she'd landed the job. Now, she had to pull it off. Her vision wasn't for the weak of heart. The kickoff party marked the start of a full schedule of events, including a starlight parade, breakfast with Santa, and a snowball dance. Perhaps in hindsight, Hillary could have considered adding an extra event or two this year and scaling up slowly. Instead, she had gone all in, and it was too late to change that now. She rubbed her hands together for friction and yanked her hat over her braids. At some point, she was going to need a coffee run. "Hillary, where do you want the peppermint candy poles?" Samesh asked. He was dressed in a puffy coat, stocking hat, leather gloves, and snow boots, all necessary gear to survive Ben's frigid winters.
I told the team to line them up along the entrance, but wanted to double-check with you first.
Yep, that's great. She wiggled her fingers, hoping to get more blood flowing to her extremities. If possible, I'd like the poles to create a semicircle around the gazebo. We'll string lights between each of them to enclose the space. Samesh made a note on his clipboard.
Got it.
Thanks so much for your help on this. I don't think I quite realized how much work this would be. And to think, originally, I thought we could start setting up tomorrow. I'm glad you suggested getting an early start. He pointed to the Parks Department logo on his snow jacket.
That's my job. We're both new to this, so we'll figure it out.
Hillary jumped down from the gazebo. She needed to check on lighting and sound. How are you liking Ben so far? You've been here, what, a month? Samesh nodded.
5 weeks. It's good. Work has been keeping me busy. I don't think I've slept much with Passport to the Holidays and preparing the parks for winter, but there's time for that later, right?
He grinned, though he didn't exactly sound like he meant it. But she spotted the DJ pulling into the parking lot. Let me know if you have any other questions, okay? Hillary's mind was on the next task on her list, though she felt guilty about cutting off their conversation. Samesh had been great to work with thus far. He was easygoing and readily jumped in to help on any project, but there was a pervasive eagerness about him that made Hillary acutely aware of just how unhappy she'd been the past few months. Samesh had confessed that his move to Bend was motivated by reconnecting with his long-lost college girlfriend. Hillary hadn't heard if he'd been successful yet, but the positive energy he radiated reminded her that she had been doing a pretty good job of avoiding feeling anything since the twins left for college. Being around Samesh made it nearly impossible to escape the low-level sadness that threatened to overwhelm her. Ben constantly wanted to talk about the twins. He would send her pics of their posts on social media via text. Their dinner conversations revolved around these daily updates. Hillary tried to remind him that she could see what they were posting too, but it didn't seem to matter. Ben was trying to pretend like they weren't 300 miles away. Hillary couldn't pretend. Nothing about motherhood had prepared her for this phase. The leaving. The emptiness in the house, in her chest. The only thing keeping her upright was this job. And now Passport to the Holidays. If she could continue to throw herself into her work and stay busy, she just might be able to avoid having a complete holiday meltdown. She cleared her throat as the DJ approached. They reviewed the set list, and she showed him where to begin setting up his equipment. The park began to come to life with Hillary's vision for a festive holiday kickoff party. She hadn't needed to bring in extra Christmas trees. Instead, all the native pines had been wrapped in colorful twinkle lights and topped with blue and white snowflakes. The same snowflake lights would be hung from gazebo rafters and on the antique lampposts along the riverfront pathway. Hillary's designs for the gazebo were turning out even better than she had imagined. Park and chamber staff were draping it with red velvet fabric and kitting it out to resemble the inside of Santa and Mrs. Claus's Christmas cottage, complete with a fake fireplace and a table with real cookies and hot cocoa. In years past, participants had been encouraged to pick up a passport at the Chamber of Commerce or any business featured on the holiday map. This year, Hillary's team would be handing out passports to everyone in attendance. There would be caroling, free cookies and cocoa, a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and a speech by the mayor. She had also invited Darby Reynolds to speak. While he was chamber president, Darby's husband, Jim, had come up with the idea of Passport to the Holidays. Hillary wanted to honor his legacy tonight, as she took the event in a new direction for the future. After her last email exchange with Darby, Hillary wasn't convinced she would show. "Hey, Hillary, there's a delivery for you." One of her staffers interrupted her thoughts. Hillary glanced at her phone. She wasn't expecting any other deliveries until later in the afternoon. She went to see what had arrived. Her staffer handed her a steaming hot latte and a brown paper sack. "Wow, thanks. You got me coffee?" "No, someone dropped it off for you." Hillary peered into the bag. It contained one of her favorite cranberry orange muffins, a set of hand warmers, and a note from Ben.
Don't forget to eat. Good luck. Love you, Ben.
She warmed her hands on the latte and tucked the hand warmers into her vest for later. Typical Ben. He must have stopped by her favorite coffee shop on his way to the gym. Her husband was notorious for sweet gestures like packing a lunch for her before she left for work, or preparing his famous chicken pot pie on cold winter nights, so that dinner and a glass of wine were waiting for her when she got home. He went out of his way to show Hillary his love and affection, which only made her feel worse. This was supposed to be a time in their lives when they rekindled their relationship. But Hillary was worried, terrified actually, that her flame had gone out permanently. 4. Marissa. Marissa could feel hot tears threatening to release. She blinked hard. This day had been too much. What were the odds that out of everyone setting up for the party, one of the Graff family members would bump into her, torpedo her charcuterie board, and drown her jeans in greasy pesto? This is officially the worst day ever. William continued to stare at her with a goofy smile.
You want me to check the kitchen for crackers?
He turned to a staff member wheeling a cart of gift baskets past them.
Can you clean this up once you're done with that?
His staffer nodded and scurried away. Marissa figured his employee wanted to limit their interaction with him too. The guy oozed entitlement.
So, crackers?
No, you don't get it. Marissa shook her head and tried to maintain her cool. She had already made a terrible first impression. She needed to salvage what she could. I'm a food arranger. That board took me an hour to put together. I can't just throw a couple of boxes of crackers on a tray.
A food arranger.
His dark brows arched higher. Could he be any more condescending? I need to bring the rest of the platters in, Marissa said, ignoring his comment and pointing to his outfit. By the way, did I miss a memo? Is this a costume party? She could have sworn that Mrs. Graff had said black tie when they'd finalized the menu. He chuckled. Then he ran his hands over his hideous suit, finally shutting off the blinking reindeer tie.
No, this party is definitely not a costume party.
He didn't elaborate. Instead, he glanced around the ballroom with authority.
Let me get someone to help you unload the rest of your supplies.
No, Marissa said with more force than she intended. No, thank you. I've got it. She moved away from him. She didn't need him to direct one of his minions to help her. She needed to set up the grazing table and get out of there as fast as possible. William's energy was off-putting. Marissa knew his type. Born into money. Probably a ski bum who spent his days shredding the slopes of Mount Bachelor and spending his parents' money on expensive cars and adventurous toys. What's the deal with the cheesy holiday suit? She asked herself as she traipsed through the snow to get the Santa cookie platters. She made sure to avoid William on her way back inside, although it was hard to do, given that he was laughing loudly in the center of the ballroom. He had an audience of staffers and the singing troupe cracking up at his jokes. They're probably hoping for a bigger tip, Marissa muttered under her breath. She stuffed her headphones in and cranked up her favorite Mariah Carey Christmas playlist while she put together her display. She began the painstaking task of rolling hundreds of pieces of salami into a snaking river on the center of large acacia wood and marble cheese boards. Styling boards involved so much more than simply opening a box of crackers and dumping them on a plate with some cheese slices. When meeting with new clients, Marissa loved explaining how she approached arranging boards by sourcing local products, ensuring each food pairing worked together, and creating a stunning sensory delight. "We eat with our eyes first," was one of her go-to sayings at pitch meetings with new clients. Marissa didn't simply put cheese or meat on a board. She created art. The Graff contract was for a full grazing table, Marissa's highest price point. In addition to the charcuterie boards, she set up holiday dessert boards with chocolate fondue, marshmallows, berries, assorted cookies, and pound cake for dipping. They had also asked for Santa cookie platters for a touch of whimsy. Marissa had opted for a traditional red, white, and green palette for the sweet boards. She filled star-shaped ramekins with red and green gummy bears and peppermint bark. Then she fanned gingerbread and snowman cookies around the silver platter in spirals. The look was finished with candy canes, gumdrops, white chocolate-dipped pretzels, popcorn, red and white M&Ms, and marzipan Christmas trees. Marissa stood back to survey her work. Not bad. Her savory boards were equally festive, with pops of red and green in the form of pomegranate seeds, cranberry cream cheese dip, fresh raspberries and cherries, basil pesto, green olives, kiwi tulips, rose-shaped cucumber slices, and sprigs of rosemary. Marissa's mood improved as she finished the task. This might be her best yet. The red and green theme definitely gave the grazing table a cohesive look. Marissa had elevated sections with tiers of bread and tapered candles to give contrasting height. She had framed the entire table with foliage. Wisps of eucalyptus darted along the edges. Sprigs of holly, rosemary, and bundles of flowers filled in any open space. It was truly a smorgasbord of sensory delight. Everything looked too good to eat. Mission accomplished. She bit her bottom lip and snapped pictures for her social media. Fortunately, she'd been able to rearrange a few of the savory platters to fill in for the one that William had ruined. Now she just needed to get paid. She looked around and saw that in the time she'd spent setting up the grazing table, the rest of the ballroom had been transformed. Bottles of red and white wine lined the bar, along with crystal wine goblets and champagne glasses. Opulent gift bags and holiday baskets brimmed with candied nuts, and pears wrapped in gold waited for guests at a table near the entrance to the massive room. The singers hummed near the fire, while the rest of the staff stood in position, ready to greet guests with flutes of bubbly champagne. Marissa realized the party must be starting soon. She had to get out of there. Heat spread up her neck as she began to panic. She was coated in hummus, pesto, and sweet jams. She was certainly not dressed for a black tie party, and she was pretty sure the Graffs didn't want their caterer hanging around. The question was, who was planning on cutting her a check? She scanned the room. No one appeared to be in charge, so she went to ask the bartender. "Hey, sorry to bug you, but do you happen to know how we get paid?" The bartender twisted a cork from a bottle of Merlot. "Sorry, no. I don't get paid until the end of the party." "Right. You could check with him." The bartender pointed to William Graff, standing at the piano, deep in conversation with a petite blonde woman wearing a slinky red dress. Her sleek highlights probably cost as much as what Marissa was going to make at tonight's event. Marissa fiddled with her ponytail and placed one hand over the large mustard stain on her jeans. The last person she wanted to ask for money was William Graff. But what choice did she have? She inched toward the piano. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Was it hot in here from the fire? Even her ears felt hot. The woman had one hand on William's arm and practically hung on his every word. Marissa hung back, hoping that a moment would arise where she could casually interrupt their conversation. "Wills, you would not believe how excited people are about Passport to the Holidays this year. I was in the tasting room yesterday, and so many people are losing their minds over the prize money. It's $50,000. What's the big deal? The winner is maybe going to bring in $30,000 after taxes. That's nothing." Olivia had texted her about this. Nothing? I beg to differ," Marissa wanted to say. She didn't want to have to ask William for payment, let alone in the middle of this conversation, but she wanted to hear more. $50,000 was certainly not nothing to her. She scooted closer. William swirled buttery wine in his glass. "I guess that's what money does. I read in the paper that they're trying to draw an even larger tourist crowd this year.
hence giving away the cash.
Marissa was familiar with Passport to the Holidays. The scavenger hunt was a glorified way to get locals and tourists to visit shops, wineries, restaurants, and pubs around town. Every year during the holidays, the Chamber of Commerce printed special passports. People had 10 days to get a stamp at each participating business. Some locations really got into the event, putting together unique hidden clues and making guests jump through hoops to get their stamp. Others simply checked off their slot on the passport for anyone who showed up. She craned her neck forward slightly, hoping to hear more about the cash. As she did, her hand slipped on the side of the piano, accidentally tipping over a flute of champagne. She watched slowly as the glass teetered off the edge and then shattered on the floor into tiny, shiny pieces. Oh, no. William swiveled his head in her direction. His eyes drifted from the broken glass to Marissa, and he grinned.
We can't keep meeting like this.
Marissa's neck flamed. She could feel splotches of heat erupt across her cheeks.
Did you need something? I mean, other than a broom?
He asked, his voice low and filled with amusement.
If making you blush is part of the package, you might need a dustpan too, huh?
Marissa gulped back embarrassment, willing her cheeks to stop betraying her. I was going to ask about payment. She fumbled, casting a quick glance toward her display. For the grazing table. The woman in the skimpy red dress gave Marissa a look of mild interest after letting her eyes linger on Marissa's outfit.
You're the caterer?
Yep. Yes, cheese. That's me. That's me? Marissa fiddled with the zipper on her parka. What is wrong with me? Not bad. You've got a decent eye. The woman moved slightly to get a better look at the food tables, studying Marissa's work as if she were appraising an expensive piece of jewelry. After a minute, she reached into a red leather clutch and handed Marissa a business card. My winery is one of the featured stops for Passport to the Holidays. I might have some work for you. Great. Marissa took the creamy business card, instantly smudging it with her sticky fingers. She recognized the winery, Smith Rock Wines. It was one of the most exclusive tasting rooms in Bend. I'll be back in a minute, Wills. It sounds like you have business to deal with, and I need a refresher. The woman breezed past Marissa, clearly sizing up her stained clothes and frazzled hair. Give me a call, and we can chat. I'd obviously need to see some other samples of your work. William stepped over the broken glass.
What do we owe you? My mom is getting ready. This is her party and domain, but I can at least write you a check.
Marissa cleared her throat and handed him the invoice she had prepared earlier.
Come with me,
William said. He took her through the other side of the ballroom, past a library that looked like it was straight out of Beauty and the Beast. They continued down a spacious corridor to a study with its own Christmas tree and a small fire burning in the hearth. The room smelled of mistletoe and smoke. Do people actually live like this? Marissa felt like she'd been transported into the pages of a real-life fairy tale. She could easily lose herself in a room like this. She drank in the aroma of the fire and the bookcases lining the walls. Heavy gold and maroon spines stretched up to the ceiling. Were the books real or props? William walked behind an intimidating mahogany desk and opened the top drawer. He retrieved a check and began filling it without saying more. I overheard you talking about Passport to the Holidays. My cousin just texted me about it, Marissa said as she made sure he was putting down the right amount. Are they really giving away that much cash this year? He paused and looked up at her.
Yeah? Why?
She cleared her throat. I hadn't heard that. Don't they usually give out engraved wine glasses, t-shirts, and, lift tickets to Mount Bachelor or something?
Yeah. This year, they're going all in.
Even in his funky bright red suit, he looked at ease behind the expensive desk. He exuded a natural confidence as he signed the check, studying her.
The new president of the Chamber of Commerce is trying to make it a big thing. That's a good amount of cash.
Marissa couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I know. He scowled and stood up.
What does that mean?
I'm just surprised you think that's a lot of cash, given that you live here. She swept her hand around the room. He lowered his head and started to respond when there was a knock at the door.
William, sorry to interrupt. Your mother is looking for you, a staff member said.
How many people do the Graff family employ? William walked around to the other side of the desk and held out the check for her. They stood a foot apart, but Marissa could smell his earthy aftershave. It reminded her of the pine-scented forest and fresh snow. He held her gaze for a minute, looking like he wanted to say more.
Your check, grazing table.
He pressed it into her hand. His fingers brushed against hers, just enough to cause a spark zipping up her arm. Marissa could feel another flush creeping across her face. She wanted to flee, but fought the urge. William gave her a half bow, his lips curling into a maddening half smile.
Maybe I'll see you around. Next time, I'll be sure to wear my battle gear.
With that, he left. And then he was gone, leaving her flustered, flushed, and holding on to the check. She folded it in half, tucked it in her pocket, and made a beeline for the exit. That was a disaster. But at least this will keep my bank account from going into the negative. Marissa was going to deposit the check and then head straight home to figure out how to get a passport. She had a new mission: win the prize money and invest it in Yes Cheese, so she could expand it into a viable, sustainable business. She knew without a doubt that an influx of capital would allow her to flourish and fully realize her dream. Sharing her love and passion for food brought her immeasurable joy, and she needed, to share that joy broadly. It might sound silly to someone like William Graff, but cheese was her happy place, and if she could find a way to carve out a little happiness by passing that on, she would consider it a major success. 5. Olivia. Olivia huddled with her best friend, Cass, near the front of the amphitheater, searching the growing crowd for any sign of Malik. He probably wouldn't come. He never showed up to stuff like this. She'd never seen him at a football or basketball game, pep assemblies, or any extracurricular activities. They were below him. Although, rumor had it, he agreed to help with the senior holiday prank. Maybe, just maybe, she could work up the courage to talk to him then. Malik was new this year. He'd moved to Bend over the summer and shown up to the first day of classes like he'd stepped straight out of a movie set, with his brooding eyes, sketchbook, and an effortless coolness that none of the other boys in her class could master. He was artsy, mysterious, a loner, impossible to read, and constantly in Olivia's head. Seriously, Liv, your makeup is fire. I'm loving all the sparkle, but you should have told me you were going to go full holiday for the kickoff. I would have glittered up too, Cass said, nudging Liv in the waist. It was a last-minute decision. Liv shrugged, wishing she'd worn regular gloves instead of fingerless ones. She wanted to show off her nails, which she had painted herself, but she was deeply regretting going for fashion over function. If Malik showed up, which was a big if, there was no chance he would notice her, let alone her glossy nails adorned with tiny fake rhinestones. Nothing you do, Olivia Henry, is last minute. Cass twisted her face. You're the most organized senior in the entire school. You've single-handedly got us all on the same page for prank night. I'm obsessed with candy canes. I have boxes stashed all over my room. My mom keeps asking me why I'm hoarding them, and I keep saying it's a school project. Yeah, Project Candy Cane? Sure. Nothing to see here. Leave me and my candy alone. She winked. And then there's tonight. Who else would have thought ahead and put together a team? Not me. It's going to be fun, Olivia said, spotting more of their squad. Hey, there's Hugo and, Her cheeks flushed with heat as she shivered in the cold, spotting her crush strolling casually through the crowd. Malik. Oh my God. He'd come. Olivia panicked momentarily. Her palms started to sweat, and her heart thudded against her chest, beating erratically as she tried to play it cool. What? Cass swiveled her head in the direction Olivia was staring, realization immediately dawning on her. Shut up. No way. Malik's here? He came, girl. He came. Cass bumped Olivia's hip playfully. Shh, not so loud. Olivia gnawed on the inside of her cheek and tried sucking 2 long sips of the frosty air in through her nose. A calming technique that her favorite English teacher, Mrs. Reynolds, had taught her. It didn't work. Her legs felt wobbly as Malik approached, looking like he belonged somewhere much more sophisticated than Bend, Oregon. He was tall and thin, with naturally dark hair, dyed blonde, texturized, and plumped with so much product that it spiked across his forehead in a wave-like swoosh. Unlike most of the other guys in her class, who lived in hoodies and ski gear, Malik's style was straight from a what's hot fashion guide. Intentionally baggy embroidered jeans, a latched corduroy and leather coat that was definitely not made for the elements, and a cashmere beanie. Hugo reached them first. He was on the shorter side with a wide jawline, bright brown eyes, and an infectious smile. He ripped open his coat to show off his ugly Rudolph sweater. Hey, I'm here, so the party can officially start now. He scrunched his warm chestnut eyes and gave Olivia a goofy grin. Dude, love the sweaters. It's like a Taylor Swift friendship bracelet threw up on you. So much sparkle. Olivia laughed. She and Hugo had been friends since 2nd grade, when he had shared an entire box of fruit roll-ups with her, and they had proceeded to spend the rest of lunch temporarily tattooing unicorns on their tongues. Hugo had texted their group chat to tell everyone to wear ugly sweaters. Cass and Olivia had purchased cheap kits at a craft store and spent the afternoon gluing fuzzy balls and sparkling sequins on their cheap sweaters. But apparently, Malik hadn't gotten the text. Hugo caught Olivia's eye, giving her a knowing look. Liv, you know Malik, yeah? Olivia sucked in her cheeks and managed to mutter a hello, unable to look Malik in the eyes. Hugo was well aware of her crush. He'd been the one who suggested inviting Malik to join their Passport to the Holidays team for reasons she couldn't understand. Hugo and Malik didn't usually hang out, and a wholesome community scavenger hunt wasn't Malik's vibe. Olivia had semi-stalked his social media for the last few months. Malik exclusively posted pics of indie bands at obscure venues she'd never heard of, and at college parties she would never dream of trying to sneak into. One of her favorite pictures on his very intentionally curated feed was of him posing at a bookstore with dark-rimmed reading glasses perched on the tip of his nose and his head buried in an old book of Byron poems. Guaranteed none of the other guys in her class could name Byron, let alone read him. Let me warn you right now, Cass said to Malik, waving a pink and white candy cane striped glove in the air as she spoke. We came to play. We have big plans for this prize money, so you better be all in. Malik pushed a stray strand of shockingly blonde hair back into place and responded indifferently with a noncommittal shrug. You shouldn't count on me. I told Hugo I'd come to check it out, but no promises. I've got a lot going on. A lot going on? Like what? Probably hanging with people much cooler than us. Olivia wished she had toned down her glittery makeup and dialed back her nails. Why did he seem so much older? And why had he come? Come on, man. It will be chill, Hugo said, holding Olivia's gaze momentarily before winking. Remember, there's 50,000 on the line. We could win that. Do it for the cash. He ran his fingers over his thumb like he already had the money. Olivia started to interrupt him, but Hugo made a slicing motion across his neck. She shot her friend a confused look. What had he told Malik to get him to join their team? The problem was she'd been dreaming about just being in Malik's orbit since the beginning of the school year. Now he was here, but if he wasn't into the competition, that was going to throw a huge wrench into her plans. Olivia was a planner, and winning the sled of cash was non-negotiable, regardless of whether standing this close to Malik made her entire body quiver, and apparently forget how to string more than 2 words together. 6. Darby. Don't make eye contact. Keep your head down. In and out. Quick and easy. Say hello, happy holidays, and return to your cozy cave. Darby lasered her gaze at the icy sidewalk. 30 minutes. That's what Hillary had promised her. She only needed to commit to 30 minutes. A quick greeting to the crowd, cut the ribbon with a pair of ginormous scissors, and send the scavenger hunt teams racing. After that, it was going to be straight to her couch with a cup of lemon ginger tea and a date with Grease. She doubted that John Travolta could pull her out of her funk, but she never got tired of the classic. It had come out on her 16th birthday, and Darby would never forget the rush of seeing the T-Birds dance on the big screen. She literally wore holes into the album that summer. "Darby, over here!" A woman's voice cut through the frenzy of activity in the park, which had been transformed into a winter wonderland. Hillary waved from the amphitheater. She stood tall, with an upright posture and a clipboard in one hand. She was attractive, with 2 long auburn braids tucked beneath a stylish cashmere hat. She conveyed a sense of self-assurance and authority as she directed the Parks and Rec team members and checked off tasks on the clipboard. For Jim. Darby inhaled the frigid pine-scented air as gentle flakes of snow fell gracefully from the sky. You can do this for Jim. The amphitheater looked like a breathtaking scene from a fairy tale. It was impossible not to feel a touch of holiday merriment at the sight of the snowy park. The open-air design allowed for a seamless connection with nature. Tiered seating was blanketed in fresh, fluffy snow. Twinkle lights adorned every corner, casting a soft glow on the stage where Hillary scanned the grounds, like a Secret Service agent sweeping the area for any impending threat. Hillary was in her late 40s, with silky brown hair touched with natural highlights. As she approached the stage, Darby thought she seemed a bit thin, perhaps too thin, and pale, despite the frigid temps. She saw lines of worry etched on Hillary's forehead, and dark circles beneath her eyes. Maybe Hillary wasn't quite as in command as she first appeared. "We are so thrilled you agreed to do this, Darby." Hillary's face relaxed as she greeted Darby with a half hug. "I found Jim's original notes and plans and have had so much fun looking at how the event has evolved over the years. He really set us on a course for success, and we're so honored that you're joining us." The permanent lump in Darby's throat swelled. Hillary blew on her hands and then rubbed them together. "The mic is all set up? You're welcome to say whatever you want. I slotted you for 15 minutes, but feel free to take as much time as you need." Darby gulped. Panic bubbled up her airway. She tried to swallow, but instead gasped for air. 15 minutes? That was more than she bargained for. "Are you okay?" Hillary reached out to steady her. 15 minutes? You want me to speak for 15 minutes? I thought you wanted me to say a few words. Darby regained control by pressing her index and ring fingers into her thumbs. It was a trick she used to help her students center themselves. Her classroom was always a safe space for deep and sometimes challenging conversations. That's what good literature, great storytelling provided. A launching point for discussion and discourse, which sometimes, oftentimes, led to tears or big body reactions, especially with all those raging hormones. Darby was one part teacher and one part therapist. She concentrated on the rustic wooden stalls set up around the amphitheater. Vendor booths selling fragrant fresh gingerbread, hot apple cider, roasted chestnuts, holiday wreaths, and crafts lined the perimeter. Name 3 things you see, Darby. 3 things you can smell. Another technique she taught to show her students how to ground themselves in their bodies. She had always believed it was her duty as a teacher to provide her students with as many tools as possible for whatever lay ahead for them, whether that was how to use an apostrophe or a life skill like deep breathing. I thought I was saying hello and welcoming everyone to the hunt, she said to Hillary. I didn't think I was giving a speech. I'm not prepared for that. Oh, no, it doesn't have to be a speech. Hillary sounded breezy. More speak from the heart. Share your memories of Jim, the event, and anything else that feels right to you. This moment is about you and honoring Jim's legacy." The tightening returned. Darby glanced around the park. The towering pine trees were wrapped with twinkling lights. Santa, Mrs. Claus, and a bevy of elves gathered near the gazebo resembling a snow-coated gingerbread house. Participants were already beginning to gather. Darby couldn't believe some of the costumes. Ugly light-up Christmas sweaters, a Grinch complete with his face painted green, and an entire team wearing matching pink bunny pajamas from A Christmas Story. Most people were bundled up for inclement weather with Ben's uniform, a puffy jacket, ski hat, and boots. The scene was so lovely and wonderfully festive that it hurt Darby's heart. "I'm sorry. I can't," Darby said, returning her attention to Hillary. "I'm not in a place to be able to talk about Jim like that. Not here. Not in front of all these people." She glanced at the crackling fire pit nearby, where people gathered to keep warm, sipping on steamy drinks. Rosy-cheeked children giggled, running around the bandshell, tossing flimsy snowballs at each other. Lines grew at the vendor tents as participants poured into the venue. A look of pity washed across Hillary's face. Darby was familiar with the hint of judgment behind her eyes. In the early days after Jim's death, she had been bombarded with casseroles, bouquets of flowers, thoughtful notes, and emails. But slowly, as time moved forward for everyone around her, Darby had become a burden, at least in her mind. Acute grief was acceptable. Her friends, neighbors, and colleagues shared her sorrow in the weeks surrounding the funeral by baking bread and delivering groceries to her front door. Long-term, lingering grief was another story. She first noticed the shift when a friend suggested she join an online dating app, and then a coworker tried to set her up. Phrases like, "Maybe it's time to move on," were whispered softly. The thing no one seemed to understand was that just because Jim was dead didn't mean Darby had stopped loving him. "Okay, no problem." Hillary cleared her throat and gave a sharp nod. She tucked her clipboard under one arm, laced her fingers together, and then yanked them apart, indicating it was definitely a problem. "Plan B, then. Don't give it a thought. I'll figure it out. Give me a minute. You hang tight, and I'm going to see who I can round up to kill some time before the mayor is slotted to give his speech." Darby watched her scurry away, feeling a pang of guilt. She didn't know Hillary well. Hillary had joined the chamber shortly before Jim died, and then had been immediately promoted to his role. Not that she held it against her. Someone needed to take over Jim's position. It was hard to see the scavenger hunt and holiday festivities move in a different direction, though. Was bigger always better? Jim would be impressed with the scale of the event and how far it had come in the last decade. Still, Darby felt nostalgic for the first year, when the two of them, along with a handful of volunteers, had sketched out routes on pads of legal paper for a small band of fun-loving participants, instead of tracking contestants on apps and hundreds of eager adventurers racing to get a leg up over their competitors. She wondered if she should take a seat. There were plenty of empty benches. Maybe Hillary's replacement would mean that she didn't need to speak at all. That would be fine with her. The park was only a 10-minute drive from her house. She could be home and under the fleece blanket that she hadn't washed since Jim died, before the crowds arrived. Darby's breath puffed out in front of her. The temp was already below freezing, and falling fast with the setting sun. Hot chocolate sounded good, and Hillary had disappeared. If she had to hang around a bit longer, she might as well keep warm. Darby started moving in that direction when she noticed someone approaching her. It was a man, about her age, with a thick head of dark hair streaked with silver and familiar eyes. There was something about his stride and his easy smile that made Darby question if she knew him. She shook her head. No, she didn't know him. Did she? Could she know him from the Parks Department? His black puffy jacket with the Bend Parks emblem must mean he worked for the city. Had he given a presentation at school? She squinted. Her eyes weren't great at night anymore, and with shimmering lights everywhere, it was hard to focus on anything without seeing halos.
Darby? Darby, is that you?
The man said as he came closer. She froze. She knew that voice. She would have recognized that voice anywhere. But it couldn't be him, could it?
It is you! Darby Andrews!
The man's smile lit up his entire face, brighter than half the trees around them as he came closer. He was tall and trim, with a square jawline, deep-set dark eyes, and a youthful grin. She took a tentative step forward. A strange fluttering feeling bubbled in her stomach, like she'd forgotten to eat again. He made it to her and started moving in to hug her, but stopped when their eyes met.
My God, it's you. It's really you after all these years.
Darby's mouth fell open. Samesh? Samesh Devi was standing inches away from her. Samesh is here? Her heart skipped a beat, momentarily suspended in long-lost memories, before resuming its rhythm with a newfound intensity. Samesh? Darby repeated. I haven't seen you in, what? It must be 30 or probably closer to 40 years. The air around Darby seemed thin, causing her to deliberately focus on every breath to steady the tumultuous storm of emotions within.
You haven't aged a day.
Samesh appraised her with a look that made Darby take a step back.
Those hazel eyes, that heart-shaped face, I would recognize you anywhere.
Samesh's eyes twinkled with delight. Her cheeks warmed from his compliment, even though she knew it was entirely untrue. The years had been kind to her, but they hadn't saved her from a softening belly, wrinkles, or the whitening of her shoulder-length hair. The last time she had seen Samesh was at a college bonfire during their senior year. She suddenly became acutely aware of everything around them. Once familiar and comforting, the sound of Samesh's voice surfaced a symphony of bittersweet memories. Time morphed as she was transported to that fateful night decades ago that had completely altered the course of her life. He raised an eyebrow and stretched out his arms, giving her his signature lopsided smile.
Do we hug? Is that weird?
Not at all. Darby returned his smile and leaned into him. A faint tingling sensation pulsed along her spine. Samesh smelled of cedar and vanilla. Was he wearing the same aftershave he had during their college days? The aroma evoked a surge of nostalgia, bringing a new flood of memories to the surface. His soft touch was a glaring reminder that she hadn't been held by a man for a long time. She pulled away, her body stiffening and her protective guard going up. Samesh beamed at her.
Darby Andrews. I can't believe it. After all these years.
It's Reynolds now. Darby hesitated.
Right.
Samesh bobbed his head in agreement.
How long have you been married? It was only a few years after graduation that I remember hearing you had gotten engaged.
This took Darby by surprise. She and Samesh had lost touch after the fateful night of the bonfire. She hadn't spoken to him since. He had never attended reunions, nor appeared on mutual friends' social media pages, or their college newsletter. Samesh had basically dropped out of existence. Her wedding ring wasn't visible under her gloves, but Darby's fingers instinctively massaged the gold band. It would have been 36 years next month.
Would have been.
Samesh's smile faded. Jim, my husband, died 2 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that, Darby.
He sounded sincere, and looked at Darby with a swell of empathy. Darby had forgotten how soft-spoken he was, and how his naturally calming aura created a ripple of serene energy.
I know it's not the same, but I lost both my parents this past year. My dad to Alzheimer's and then my mom shortly after to a heart attack, although I'm convinced that caring for him took a toll on her.
A sadness that Darby felt an instant kinship with clouded his face.
I helped as much as I could. I tried to get her to agree to put him in care, but she was determined to keep him at home.
That must have been difficult.
It's life. Our parents care for us, then we care for them.
He rolled his shoulders and stood taller.
This is supposed to be a night of fun. In fact, I've been told that this is the biggest event of the year. I shouldn't be bringing down the mood. I should be trying to lighten this moment. You don't want to hear about my problems. Tell me about you. How have you been? Are you competing in the hunt?
Darby suddenly felt overwhelmed. The cold she felt earlier had vanished, replaced by something that closely resembled a hot flash. Her cheeks were warm, and she was almost tempted to take off her knee-length parka and walk around in nothing more than the long-sleeve t-shirt she wore underneath. No, I'm supposed to cut the ribbon. Hillary invited me. She took over Jim's position after he... She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence.
Oh, Jim Reynolds. Right. Sorry.
Samesh connected the dots on his own. Then he gently tapped the side of his forehead as if scolding himself.
Hillary told me about him, and how he started this entire event. Impressive. It's quite a tribute to your late husband. I've heard nothing but good things about him.
Darby forced a smile and changed the subject. What about you? Are you living in Bend again? Samesh pointed to the Parks Department emblem on his ski jacket.
I took a job at the Parks Department a few weeks ago. After my parents died, I needed a change. I needed to do something for myself, so I decided I wanted a fresh start. And I always wanted to find my way back to Bend after college. It seemed like fate. I guess it is.
His eyes lingered on Darby briefly before he nodded to the hot chocolate station.
I think I blocked you from getting a cup of cocoa. I'll walk that way with you, and then I should get back to work. But I'd love to meet for coffee or dinner and catch up.
I'd like that. The words escaped her lips before she could take them back. Samesh grinned.
Great. Maybe this is fate.
7. Hillary. Hillary wanted to kick herself, literally, for inviting Darby to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. It was her own fault. Darby had been so hesitant on the phone. She'd ghosted Hillary in email for weeks. Hillary should have trusted her gut, but the mayor and city council had insisted that she do something to honor Jim. She had suggested a permanent plaque in the park or a slideshow collage of photos through the years. They'd vetoed the slideshow in favor of speeches and inviting Darby. The plaque was a go, but that didn't solve her immediate problem. Who was going to speak tonight? As in, just a few minutes from now. Panic began to well as her eyes darted through the growing crowd. There had to be close to 1,000 people already meandering through the vendor booths. The anticipatory hum of the crowd buzzing like bees awoken too early from their winter hibernation filled the air. The agenda had been worked and reworked down to the minute. Hillary scanned the crowd again. The mayor was on his way from the city council meeting and wouldn't arrive until just before his allotted time. But the mayor had a reputation for ripping into anyone if they weren't prepared for meetings. She and the mayor had gotten off to a bad start. Hillary suspected it was because of Passport to the Holidays. The scavenger hunt was a Chamber of Commerce event. Her event. Her staff had warned her from day one that the mayor liked to always be in the center spotlight, and apparently had tried to take control of the event. But Hillary could handle him. She didn't need accolades or praise, but she did need him to stay in his own lane. She'd ensured he had plenty of time in the spotlight over the next 10 days. He'd probably find a way to take credit for the event's success. That was fine with her, as long as Passport to the Holidays was a success. Maybe she could snag a Chamber of Commerce member to jump in and take Darby's place. But who? Her pinky had turned white from the cold. She shook it with force, trying to get feeling back. Her watch buzzed to life with a warning. She had set reminders to go off every 5 minutes, counting down to the kickoff. She had exactly 20 minutes to find someone who not only could give a speech on the fly, but who knew the history of Passport to the Holidays, and, at the very least, knew something about Jim. Think, Hillary. Her phone vibrated in her jacket pocket. She reached inside to see Ben's face flashing on her screen. She didn't have time to talk. Not now. She hit decline and continued to weave her way through the throng of people. The marching band funneled in formation, playing jingle bells as they high-stepped toward the amphitheater. Crap. She was running out of time. A text message dinged on her phone, followed by another, and then another. All from Ben. God, what does he want? Hillary glanced at her screen. Ben was blowing up her phone. Sometimes she almost wondered if he was trying to sabotage her new career. It's not as if he wasn't acutely aware of how important tonight was for her. Hillary! Ben's voice echoed in her head. Great. Now she was hearing his voice everywhere. I'm really starting to lose it, she thought as she turned away from the band. Hillary, I'm right here. Ben appeared like an apparition from behind an unsuspecting group dressed in matching candy cane stocking hats. His shaggy blonde hair fell over his left eye. He was dressed in his usual attire, well-worn jeans, a wool sweater with a vest over the top, and snow boots. Ben was like a human form of a golden retriever. Easygoing, affable, capable of running for miles without so much as breaking a sweat, and just a little too blissfully unaware of how the real world worked sometimes. He removed a bouquet of velvet red roses dotted with sprigs of seeded eucalyptus from behind his back. The same flowers from their wedding. The same flowers he'd bought for her for every birthday and holiday. Surprise and congratulations! He thrust the flowers at her. What was she going to do with a bouquet of flowers now? She started to take the roses from him, a touch of irritation she couldn't control creeping into her tone. What are you doing here? He looked at her like she'd just punched him in the stomach. I came to cheer you on. The bouquet fell to his side. Look, thanks, that's sweet, but I don't have time right now. Darby's backing out on me. She was supposed to give a speech about the origin of the event and pay tribute to Jim. I slotted 15 minutes for her. I've been running around trying to find someone to fill in. The alarm on her watch blared again. She tapped it to silence the beeping. And now I have 10 minutes before I'm supposed to be on stage welcoming everyone. Okay, calm down. Take a breath. Ben inhaled through his nose like a yoga instructor. She scowled. She wasn't one of his clients and didn't need a pep talk about raising her vibration and not sinking into stress right now. Why don't you do it? Ben suggested, brightly. Me? Hillary made a face. Cheerful melodies resonated through the winter landscape as people clapped with the band. She was running out of time. Yeah, you've been up until 2 or 3 in the morning for the last month prepping for this. I guarantee you there's no one more qualified on the planet to talk about the history of the scavenger hunt. Ben had shifted into coach mode. Pep talks were part of his DNA. He spent the bulk of his days cheering on his personal training clients. Hillary used to appreciate his endless enthusiasm. Lately, it annoyed her. She wished that he would let her feel sad about the twins. Instead, whenever missing the kids came up, he gave her his "you got this" shtick he used to motivate his clients to jog an extra mile or lift 10 more pounds. It's supposed to be a tribute to Jim, though, Hillary protested. Exactly. Ben's tone was upbeat, the ultimate cheerleader, sounding like he was rallying one of his personal training clients through one last brutal rep. You're a professional. Go up there and do your thing. She snuck another look at her watch. She was out of alternatives. Ben was right. Public speaking came naturally to her. It was a necessity as president of the Chamber of Commerce. It was more that she didn't want to overstep. After all, she was only in this role because Jim had died. You're right, she admitted, hating that she couldn't think of an alternative plan. Preparing for every possible outcome was usually her superpower. Not tonight. I should go. Wait, your flowers. Ben lifted the bouquet and leaned in to kiss her. Hillary turned at the exact moment. His kiss landed on her cheek.
Sorry, I really have to get up there.
She grabbed them and hurried away without another word or backward glance. 8. Marissa. Marissa bounced from one foot to the other, trying to keep warm.
It was cold. Really cold.
Even with her fur-lined boots and parka, she had to half-dance to keep the blood flowing. Admittedly, it could have been nervous energy, too. After her run-in with William Graff, she had studied the official rules for Passport to the Holidays in detail. Teams could range in size from 2 to 6 members. Participants could enter their teams, or single players could be paired up. There was just one problem. Marissa was late to the game. Registration for new teams had already closed by the time she'd heard about the scavenger hunt and cash prize at the Graff party. She had 2 choices: join an existing team, or sign up as a single player and be paired with someone at random. Olivia, Marissa's younger cousin, had invited her to join the team of high schoolers she was putting together. Marissa loved Olivia like a sister, but crashing a high school party seemed pretty pathetic. So she had put her name in to be partnered with a stranger, hence the fact that she couldn't contain her nervous energy as she scanned the festive park, wondering who she would be paired up with. Please let it be someone good, Marissa begged silently, squeezing her way closer to the stage. Her thoughts drifted to William. In the last few days since their unfortunate meeting, he would pop into her head at random moments, like an annoying holiday song playing on repeat. She shook off the image of his dazzling grin and hideous Christmas sweater and spotted Olivia and her friends near the front of the crowd. They were singing along to carols led by the high school choir. Olivia was a senior in high school, and Marissa's favorite cousin. She was wise beyond her years, and presented like someone much more mature. Marissa might have been jealous of her if Olivia weren't so genuinely sweet and earnest. At 18, Olivia already had college and long-term career plans, the kind of plans that made Marissa confident her cousin was destined for great things. She and her teammates appeared to have coordinated their sequined ugly Christmas sweaters. Olivia's was gold and green, with dozens of miniature shiny ornaments sewn on the front. Marissa grinned, remembering her senior year, being on the cusp of adulthood without any responsibility or stress. At the time, Marissa never would have imagined that she'd be living off boxed mac and cheese, and determined to do whatever it took to win Passport to the Holidays, and the sled full of cash to save her fledgling business and not give up on her own dream. Speaking of cash, the carols had stopped as a woman took the stage. Marissa inched nearer. The woman introduced herself as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and spoke about the man who had started the event a decade ago. Marissa noticed the woman tugged at her braids and wouldn't stop fiddling with the microphone as she spoke. She seemed nervous, but then again, Marissa couldn't blame her. She hated public speaking. When the head of the chamber invited his widow forward and greeted her with a large bouquet of roses, Marissa's eyes misted. Yes, she wanted to win the money, but listening to the story of how Passport to the Holidays came to be, and how many people had been involved in turning it into the experience it was today, was a reminder of how lucky she was to live in this community. Even more motivation to make Yes Cheese a success. The mayor spoke next. He oozed asshole politician vibes as he yanked the mic from the president of the chamber.
Hello, Bend. How are we doing tonight? I'm your friendly hometown mayor of over 25 years, running for re-election next year, so don't forget to sign up for campaign reminders. It's never too early to start thinking about how you intend to cast your vote.
A woman nearby groaned.
As Hillary explained, your city government has been working overtime to bring you Passport to the Holidays. We've got cold, hard cash for one lucky team.
He stumbled a bit and caught himself. Was he drunk? Marissa wished he would wrap it up, but instead he rattled on about his tenure as mayor.
Bend is your premier winter playground. Who's here to play, people? Let me hear you.
His speech was far from heartfelt. but at least he kept the crowd pumped up and enthusiastic.
All right, that's more like it.
His baritone voice echoed in the mic.
Who's ready to kick off the holidays?
Cheers and applause broke out. Time to get racing. Marissa jumped up and down like the little kids as the band began playing Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Santa and Mrs. Claus emerged from the gazebo. A spotlight shone on them as everyone turned and cheered louder. Santa let out a signature,
"Ho, ho, ho! Happy holiday hunting!"
Kids rushed to get in line for a picture as Darby used a giant pair of scissors to cut the ribbon strung across the stage. The next few minutes were chaotic. Teams that already had their team members in place were directed to one side of the amphitheater, whereas participants waiting to be assigned teams were told to come forward and wait for their names to be called. Marissa pressed forward, with the small group needing assignments. There were fewer unassigned participants by far. She scanned faces, wondering if there was a chance she might get partnered with someone she already knew. Maybe an old classmate, or a former coworker from the hospital. An older, distinguished gentleman wearing Parks and Rec gear took the mic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samesh. I work for the Parks Department, and we will be helping with coordination this year since we have the biggest turnout in Passport to the Holidays' history. Over 162 teams will race through our great city for 10 days. My staff and I will send you text updates and some bonus clues, so make sure you've downloaded the app. If you encounter any technical issues, please don't hesitate to contact us. We are here to make this a holiday memory, and hopefully a tradition for many more years to come.
A handful of people clapped. Marissa scanned the park. It was hard not to be in the holiday spirit, with the earthy scent of the bonfire mingled with sugar cookies and steaming apple cider. A horse-drawn sleigh, complete with bells, cut through the center of the park. Ice skaters swirled in colorful costumes on the seasonal rink. Carolers serenaded shoppers as they perused the vendor market. Samesh reached for his iPad.
Now what you're here for. Your team assignments. As you probably know, each participant is assigned a character role. Do whatever you like with your character. This is my first year, but I've heard that in the past, some teams go all out and dress up as their characters. Rumor has it that even some friendly trash-talking goes down.
Samesh chuckled.
None of that is necessary, but you do need to make sure you accept your role and check the app. Also, be on the lookout for each of the challenges for the Passport to the Holidays candy canes. These markers will indicate that you're in the right spot. Each challenge is well marked. You're in the wrong spot if you don't find a candy cane that looks like this.
Samesh paused to hold up an image of the candy cane that teams should look for.
One last thing to note is that there will be specific bonus clues and mini quests for each of the 6 characters this year. Cupid, Jack Frost, the Snow Princess, the Grinch, Happy the Elf, and the Ice Queen.
A woman raised her hand and said, "What if we're only a team of 2?
Good question.
Samesh smiled at her.
It doesn't matter. Each mini-adventure assigned to the character roles will be weighted based on the number of team members. In other words, we want everyone on a team to have a chance to do a solo puzzle or solve a special clue to make it as interactive as possible. But 2-member teams won't be penalized. Does that make sense?"
The woman nodded.
Excellent.
Samesh tapped his iPad. Marissa's stomach felt like it was being swarmed with butterflies. She was eager to meet her partner and strategize how to win. $50,000 was within her grasp. Well, technically $25,000 since she would have to split her winnings with her teammate. But $25,000 bought a lot of Trader Joe's Manchego and would easily give her enough for first and last month's rent and a nice buffer in her bank account. Samesh called out names. She watched as newly formed teammates greeted one another with awkward handshakes and half hugs. It felt like it took forever for Samesh to get to her. When she finally heard her name read, she placed her hand on her stomach to stop it from swirling.
Marissa Henry, you are a Snow Princess.
Snow Princess? Okay. That has a nice ring to it.
And your partner, with the role of Jack Frost, will be William Graff.
Marissa's stomach dropped like she was free-falling from a roller coaster. William Graff? As in, the William Graff? No. No way. This wasn't happening. What were the odds of being paired with the most insufferable man on the planet? And why the hell was William Graff competing in Passport to the Holidays? He was one of the wealthiest people in Bend. He didn't need the cash. Was this some kind of joke? Marissa wasn't about to let William Graff ruin her chances of making a real go of Yes Cheese. Nor was she going to split $50,000 with him. As soon as Samesh finished announcing teams, she would march up to the stage and demand a new partner. She didn't care if she had to beg, borrow, cheat, steal, whatever it took, to get him to assign someone else, anyone else, other than William Graff. Suddenly, her feet weren't cold anymore, nor were her hands or cheeks. Heat radiated from every pore. Her heart rate spiked. This was her worst nightmare. She half expected to see a camera thrust in her face. Was this a prank? Was William Graff doing some sort of social media challenge? Hanging with the lowly commoners in town? Samesh called the last team and then directed participants where to pick up their race packets. Happy holidays and happy hunting. He returned the mic to its stand. This was her chance. Marissa practically sprinted to the stage. A small line of people was already waiting to get a moment with him. Great. Other teams were already solving their first clue, getting a head start, while she was stuck trying to plead her case for a new partner assignment. Do you know how to download the app? A woman in line in front of her asked, tapping random buttons on her flip phone. She reminded Marissa of her grandmother. Any visit to her grandparents' house resulted in Marissa giving them tutorials on phone basics, like how to turn off the flashlight app. Marissa liked sharing her tech skills with her grandparents and finding new ways to connect with them. I can take a look, Marissa said to the woman, keeping one eye on the stage. Oh, thank you. She smiled with relief. You're not waiting for tech support? No, I'm hoping to change partners. Marissa installed the app and showed the woman how to enter her team name and see the first clue. When she finished, it was her turn to speak with Samesh. How can I help? He asked, kneeling and smiling with kind eyes. I'm hoping to change my team. She dragged her teeth along her bottom lip. Actually, no, I have to change my team. He frowned and clicked something on his iPad. I'm sorry, but the teams are locked. Isn't there any way I can just swap partners? Marissa's eyes began to tear. She blinked hard. Samesh shook his head apologetically. Unfortunately, no. I'm so sorry. I could have done a team swap earlier, but now that the hunt is officially on, we can't make any changes. Marissa hung her head and blew out a breath. Really? Is there a specific problem with your team? He studied his iPad. Marissa hesitated. I don't think my partner and I will be a good match. Samesh looked around. Where is your partner? Marissa had purposely not attempted to look for William, but she realized it was odd that he wasn't around. The crowd had thinned. Most teams had already gathered in huddles and were reviewing their race packets. Maybe it had been a joke after all. There was no way William Graff would stoop so low as to participate in a community scavenger hunt. I don't know, she said to Samesh. What do I do if he doesn't show? Well, Samesh twisted his lips as he thought. Teams have 24 hours to complete the first challenge. If your partner hasn't checked in by then, we could try and find a replacement for you. Or you could recruit a friend, but you'd be a day behind. Right. Marissa could tell there wasn't anything else he could do for her. So she moved to the side to let the next person in line have their turn. Her cheeks felt hot, like they'd been scorched by the sun. Did the universe have something against her? William Graff. Why? The evening had taken an unexpected shift. Her enthusiasm had evaporated like moisture in the cold night air, but Marissa didn't have time to feel sorry for herself. If she couldn't trade teams, she had a new mission. Find William Graff. He and his snobby friends might not care about $50,000, but Marissa wasn't about to let him stop her from realizing her dream. 9. Darby. Darby held the bouquet of roses in her hand as she watched Samish answer every question and engage with each person waiting for a moment of his time. He had the same goofy, magnetic grin she remembered from college that drew people in and made you feel like you were in on the same secret. His charm hadn't faded either, or the spark of mischief in his dark eyes when he looked over at her and flashed a warm smile. Something about it tugged at her, catching her off guard. She drew in a breath and clutched the flowers tighter. She still couldn't believe he was here in Bend. She also couldn't believe she was still hanging around. He had asked if she wouldn't mind waiting until he finished setting up the teams. Then he wanted to get a drink and catch up. Fond memories of their college years came rushing back. They had met partway through their first year at Oregon State University, Cascades, in Bend. Samish came from Southern California, while Darby opted for a school in her backyard. She had been drawn to the teaching program and had received a full scholarship. Samish was interested in studying urban forestry and had always wanted to live in the mountains. Bend was a perfect fit. It was on the West Coast, in a small, high-desert town surrounded by the Cascade Mountains, and the university had one of the best urban park programs. Darby would never forget their first meeting. It had been a bitter day in January, with whiteout conditions and a wind so cold it made your bones hurt. The blizzard conditions didn't shut down campus or cancel classes. Darby had bundled up in boots and a jacket to trek to her Psychology 101 class. She noticed a guy in a full snowsuit battling an umbrella in the middle of the quad. The umbrella was clearly winning the fight. It had blown backward by the force of the gusts, turning it into a mangled mess and a potentially dangerous weapon. "Hey, careful!" Darby had called, sliding on the icy pathway that cut through campus. "Do you need a hand?" They had found themselves in a comic struggle, each determined to wrestle the unruly umbrella back into position. Darby would never forget the scene that had played out like something from a romantic movie. They had stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces obscured with the hoods of their jackets, as hurricane-strength winds hurled icy snow at them, and the umbrella, caught in the clutches of the blustery storm, resisted every effort to close. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the canopy folded, the fabric collapsing inward like a defeated adversary, and the umbrella snapped shut. "Success! Take that, umbrella!" The guy with the dark and handsome eyes broke out in a triumphant smile, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of relief and satisfaction that the umbrella was safely secured under his arm. "Why do you have an umbrella in this?" Darby tilted her head toward the granite sky, dumping snow in heavy, wet clumps. "To block the snow," the guy replied, looking at her with big brown eyes. She took in his innocent expression, and his navy snowsuit with bright yellow and neon orange stripes, and couldn't suppress a fit of laughter. But when his face flamed with embarrassment, Darby had pulled herself together. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't laughing at you. It's only that umbrellas and blizzards don't exactly match." "Yeah, I think I'm figuring that out." He had pointed to the broken umbrella. "This is going in the trash when I get back to my dorm." "Don't blame the poor umbrella," Darby had teased. "I'm going out on a limb here and guessing you're new to Bend." "Guilty as charged. I just transferred from San Diego State." "Ah, that would explain it. I'm Darby, a native Oregonian. I'll give you the insider scoop. Rule 1, no umbrellas. Ever. Rain, snow, sunshine, ever." "Noted." He grinned, making his face come alive and causing Darby's heart to flutter. "I'm Samish, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Darby. Obviously, I need a lesson on Oregon life. Stat." Their shared struggle over the umbrella had fostered an instant bond. They had been inseparable until the night before graduation, when he had broken her heart and sent her in a completely different direction than she had envisioned. Darby shook off the memory as Samish approached her.
Sorry about that. Duty called.
No problem.
What do you say to a hot toddy? Is the Matterhorn still around?
Samish asked with a lightheartedness that suddenly made Darby uncomfortable. The Matterhorn? I haven't been there in decades. Darby replied. I think it's still open, but it's primarily a college hangout.
School's out for winter break, right? It shouldn't be too crowded, and it will be like old times, and we have so much to discuss.
His voice turned throaty.
Darby, it's been a long time, and I want to hear about you and your life.
Like old times. Darby considered his statement as they headed toward the parking lot. Their time together had been wonderful and magical, but that was long ago. So much had changed since. So much had gone unanswered. Like, why had he ruined their plans for the future? It had been a shock to have him vanish without a word. He had broken her 22-year-old heart in ways that, at the time, she never could have imagined mending. She had spent countless days and nights questioning everything. Had their relationship been real? What had she missed? But like with everything in life, her wounds slowly healed. She landed her first teaching job, poured hours into building lesson plans and setting up her classroom. And then she met Jim. She had let the hurt go when she married Jim. It wasn't worth questioning something that wasn't meant to be. Meeting Jim had confirmed that. He had helped her move on from the past. In some ways, she owed Samish. She never would have met her true love if it hadn't been for him.
Should we drive together?
Samish asked when they trudged through the freshly fallen snow to his car.
I can bring you back here after.
No, that's okay. Darby wondered if she should call it off. This was a bad idea. She had gotten herself out of the house during the holiday season, no less. Now wasn't the time for rehashing young love. Now was the time for a cup of chamomile tea, Jim's old t-shirt, and a book.
I don't mind. And I promise my inclement weather driving is much improved since our first year of college.
He winked and held her gaze a moment too long. Darby shook her head. The Matterhorn is on my way home. I'll meet you there. The truth was that her house was on the opposite side of town, but Darby was already out of her comfort zone. She needed an escape plan. Part of her wanted to catch up with Samish. He had been a big piece of her formative years, but was rehashing the past ever a good idea? 10. Marissa.
Hey, grazing table.
An unmistakable voice sounded behind her. Marissa clenched her jaw tight and forced her teeth together.
Another meet cute, like M-E-A-T cute. Get it?
William Graff strolled to her with a casual confidence that must come automatically with having a huge trust fund. His expensive ski jacket and black leather gloves made him look like he belonged at a swanky après-ski soiree, not at Drake Park. How did he know the definition of a meet cute?
I hear we're teammates. Lucky me.
William held out his fist for her to bump, flashing her a cheeky grin. She laced her fingers together and pressed her hands into her solar plexus for courage. Is this some kind of joke? Why are you competing? I heard you talking about Passport to the Holidays at your parents' party. You were making fun of it.
No, I wasn't.
He shook his head, sounding earnest. Yeah, you were. Marissa wrapped her arms around her body like protective armor and dug her boots deeper into the snow. William wrinkled his nose, tapping a long, slender finger on the stubble on his chin.
I don't remember that.
I do, and I want to be clear right now, right from the start, that I am deadly serious about winning this thing. If it's a big joke to you, whatever. I don't care, but I'm not going to let you get in my way. She didn't like the shrill sound of her voice, or the shaky feeling in her knees.
Easy, easy, partner.
He lifted his hands in the air in mock surrender, a smile tugging at the edges of his lips.
Deadly, huh? What's your plan? Are we going to poison the hot chocolate stations? Take out the competition? And here I thought you were a rising culinary star, grazing table. Little did I know you had such cunning.
Marissa rolled her eyes. Look, I'm serious. I want to win this cash. No, I need to win this cash. I've already tried to switch teams, and since I can't, we're going to have to either find a way to work together or else you need to get out of my way.
Ouch.
William twisted his thumb into his chest, wincing and pretending to stumble backwards.
Daggers to the heart. I'm not used to being the enemy, and I'm not sure what I've done to deserve the title, but I can assure you I'm here to win too.
Why? Marissa locked eyes with him. William returned her accusatory gaze with another playful smirk.
Let's just say I have my reasons.
Marissa doubted that his reasons for participating in Passport to the Holidays were good, but as she watched teams scatter, she knew she had to focus. If she was going to win this thing, she needed a partner. And for the moment, William Graff was her only choice. 11. Hillary.
You gave away the flowers?
Ben stared at her, wide-eyed. He didn't attempt to conceal his hurt or seem to care that anyone might be listening.
Why?
Hillary gulped down hot chocolate too quickly, scalding her tongue and sending a burning sensation down her throat. It wasn't intentional. I appreciate the gesture. I really do. His chin trembled as he shook his head in disbelief.
What's going on with you?
Sorry. Really, I am. She tried to move away from the small crowd waiting to talk with Samish, but Ben didn't budge. I gave them to Darby, Jim's widow. It was symbolic since she decided she didn't want to speak. It didn't have anything to do with you, with us. I promise, it's this, the event. It's everything. I have to make Passport to the Holidays a success, Ben. My job depends on it. Ben put his hands in the pockets of his ski jacket.
I don't know what to do, Hillary. I feel like you're pulling away, and no matter what I do, I irritate you. I came to cheer you on, to support you.
I know. She ran her tongue around the roof of her mouth. It felt gritty, like sandpaper, and not just from the hot chocolate. Ben, it's not you, okay? It's me.
Oh, God, you're gonna give me that line?
No. She reached out to touch his sweater. She had always loved him in the camel-colored wool fisherman's sweater that brought out the flaxen tones in his eyes and hair. I understand that I've been a bit consumed by Passport to the Holidays. I need to get through this event, okay? Then things will calm down. We'll have more time together. She stared at the snowy, picture-perfect park. It was like a scene from a vintage travel poster. This should have been a great night. Arguably, it was, for hundreds of holiday revelers, but Hillary felt empty, as usual.
Right, except anytime I come near you, you pull away like I have the plague or something.
He sent her a long, pained look, then stepped back.
I get that you're busy. I just thought it might be nice to have a supportive face in the crowd cheering you on. Now I see that was a mistake.
Ben, wait, Hillary started to say, but Samish was waving her over to the stage. Look, can we talk about this later? Hillary hesitated.
I think they need me. Go. Do your thing,
Ben said, motioning to the amphitheater, his voice unusually devoid of emotion.
I'll see you later at home.
She watched him leave. Why did it have to be this hard? No one had warned her about this stage of marriage. They had breezed through the baby and toddler years in a sea of laughter and faces covered in mashed peas and carrots, walks to the farmer's market on the weekends, each of them with a twin in a Kelty backpack. Hillary remembered those easy days of park lattes, She and Ben sitting knee to knee on a bench, sharing a chocolate croissant, while the kids scaled the climbing structure and sailed as high as their chubby little legs would take them on the swings. Sure, there had been endless diapers and 2 a.m. wake-ups, but Hillary had loved the slobbery kisses and tiny hands reaching to be picked up. During elementary school, she and Ben were classroom parents and had served on the PTA together. Ben had built sets for the 5th grade production of James and the Giant Peach, and Hillary had organized the magic show. Their weekends were spent organizing carnivals for fundraisers and soccer games. They'd had the occasional special getaway weekend when the grandparents came for a visit, but they'd been content as a foursome, blissfully so. Ironically, middle and high school should have served as a warning when the twins scurried off every other night to ski practice and swim meets. Instead, Hillary had thrown herself into the Booster Club, organizing dances and the senior trip. Ben volunteered as a coach and made sure the house was always stocked with snacks and sodas. Hillary teased him that the athletic trainer's kitchen had enough pizza and ice cream to feed a small army. He had countered that being the house where the twins and their friends wanted to hang out was worth any caloric risk. It hadn't been until the night of graduation, when she found herself sobbing uncontrollably from the moment pomp and circumstance began to play, that she realized that her identity as a mom of kids at home had utterly vanished in a poof of 18 sleepless years. That was it. All the hours she spent carpooling, eavesdropping on giggling conversations in the back seat, dabbing away tears, holding sweaty little hands, cheering at races and recitals, falling asleep with a warm, cuddly body by her side. Gone. Finished. It had happened so fast. Ben held her hand and offered her tissues as they watched their graduates cross the stage and take their first steps out into the great big world. But Hillary didn't feel excited. She felt lost, cheated. Why hadn't she paid more attention? Why hadn't she been fully present in their growing up years? How much time had she wasted? Suddenly, the twins were their own people, off to carve out their own space in the world. She knew that eventually that would happen, but she never anticipated it would be like this, like someone had ripped open long-healed scars and left her bleeding out in the middle of a pervasively quiet and empty house. How come no one talked about this stage? Why didn't anyone warn her it was going to be this hard? Dropping the twins off at college had been even worse. She put on a brave face for them and tried to hold in the tsunami of tears until she and Ben got to the car. But once the flood came, it wouldn't stop. She spent 3 weeks moping around the house, sleeping in their bedrooms, huffing their sheets and pillowcases while their smell still lingered. Ben recovered faster. He planned date nights and weekend getaways, but Hillary didn't have the energy to leave the house. Ben suggested that she go for long walks and have wine nights with her friends or consider talking to a therapist. "It's normal to feel sad during a transition like this, Hills. You don't have to do it alone," he said gingerly one night, after she had ugly cried in the bathtub for hours. His attempts to pacify her made her feel like even more of a failure. He was functional. He was fine. What was wrong with her? So she threw herself into work, determined to make Passport to the Holidays a smashing success. The job had filled a void, but cracked the crevice between her and Ben wide open. The scariest part wasn't figuring out how to mend the fracture. It was whether it was even worth trying. 12. Olivia.
Hot chocolates first?
Hugo suggested after their team assignments were in hand. He clicked Rudolph's nose on his ugly Christmas sweater, sending a beacon of bright red light onto the snowy path.
Follow the flashing red light. I'll lead the way.
Olivia fell in behind Malik as they cut through the park toward the coffee shop.
"So, how did Hugo convince you to join our team?"
Cass casually asked Malik. Malik wrapped his black scarf higher up his neck and took long strides, which made it nearly impossible for Olivia to keep up.
He asked.
Classic. Cass rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Olivia had to jog not to lose them in the crowd, one of the many disadvantages of being short.
Hey, we're losing you.
Hugo stopped and waited for Olivia to catch up.
I'll get a spot in line,
Malik said over his shoulder.
Otherwise, it's going to be a long wait.
So, how you doing? Hugo asked after Malik was out of earshot. Fine. Why? Olivia's teeth chattered slightly from the cold as she willed her brain to come up with anything clever to say to Malik. Should she bring up Byron? Was that too obvious? Hugo tugged off his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Your guy showed up. I can't believe you're not freaking out. Me? I don't freak out. Olivia lied, feeling grateful for the warmth of his coat, but confused about why Malik was suddenly down to participate in something so childish. She had to play this cool. What did you tell him about the hunt, though?
Not much. Just that he was welcome to join our team, and it should be fun.
Hugo sounded casual, but Olivia could tell he was holding something back. Hugo, did you tell him about the money? Olivia stuffed her frozen fingertips into his coat pocket as they crossed the street. The line for coffee already wrapped halfway down the block. You two aren't even friends. I don't get it. Why is he here?
It's cool. Don't sweat it.
Olivia felt a folded piece of paper in Hugo's pocket. She instinctively removed it, tugging it out of his jacket and holding it to the light. Hugo snatched it out of her hand.
Oh, crap. Those are my notes for the chem final. I can't lose them.
He crumpled the paper in his palm. Sorry, I didn't mean to rifle through your pockets, Olivia replied. I take it that studying for the final isn't going well. Do you need help?
Maybe. I'm going to a study session tomorrow, so I'll let you know how it goes.
They caught up with Cass and Malik. Olivia noticed Hugo carefully fold the piece of paper and put it in his jeans pocket. She made a mental note to text him tomorrow. He'd been struggling with chemistry and needed a decent grade for his college applications. She knew the test material well. He had done her a solid by inviting Malik, even if he wouldn't admit how he'd convinced Malik to come. Now she needed to return the favor. 13. Marissa. Let's go get our passports, Marissa told William, wishing she could pinch herself and wake up from this bad dream.
Already on it.
He proceeded to remove a glossy pamphlet from his coat pocket.
We're checked in too, Snow Princess.
He contorted his lips.
I can't decide if I like that or grazing table better.
How about neither? Marissa clenched her teeth and ignored his devilish grin. William Graff was the kind of guy who thrived on getting a reaction out of people. Marissa had news for him. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Not once in the next 10 days would she allow herself even the slightest hint of a reaction to anything that came from his lips. But those lips were seductive. Like, seriously sexy. She had to admit that much. As were his eyes. They were deep brown but flecked with gold. The kind of eyes she could get lost in. And his hair was so dark and luscious. She could picture running her fingers through it as he gently kissed her neck. Stop it! Focus! She glanced at the stage and realized there were very few teams left. They needed to get moving. What's our first clue? William scanned the app, returning his attention to their task.
It looks like we have ourselves a little riddle.
Read it, Marissa encouraged him, the jittery feeling returning to her body.
I'm made of water, but I die if you put me in water.
That's the clue? She scooted closer, trying to get a better look at his screen.
Yep, and I've already solved it.
William patted himself on the shoulder. You've solved it? Just like that? Her scowl deepened.
Sure. It's easy.
He leaned closer, invading Marissa's personal space in a casual and confident manner, his shoulder brushing against hers. Marissa reread the riddle, trying to ignore the butterflies erupting in her stomach. I have no idea.
Ice.
His eyes gleamed as he waited for her to react. She blinked. Ice?
I'm made of water. Ice. But I die if you put me in water. It melts.
He motioned with his left hand like he couldn't believe she didn't get it. Please don't mansplain to me. His jaw went slack as he shook his head.
I'm not mansplaining. I know this one.
Okay, ice. What does that mean? Marissa looked around the park. Everything in Bend was icy this time of year. Ice could literally mean just about anything. The sidewalks were coated in a sheet of ice. The river had iced over. There were references to ice at dozens of restaurants and shops around town. There was Icicle's Ice Cream Parlor, the Ice Melt, a specialty sandwich shop, and Icing Bakery. William crinkled his brow, his gaze drifting toward the ebony sky etched with clouds waiting to dump more snow on them.
That I'm not sure of. Your guess is as good as mine.
Ice. Marissa stuffed her hands in her pockets, repeating the word. Ice. Everything around here is ice.
Including you.
He maintained intense eye contact, punctuated by a playful wink.
It's too bad you didn't get the role of Ice Queen.
Marissa scrunched her nose, which was starting to go numb in the cold, ignoring his attempt to break her concentration. Actually, yeah, maybe. Do you think it has something to do with our roles?
No, that was my lame attempt at humor.
William scrolled through the app as if hoping to find a hint.
You look cold. Why don't we walk over to the coffee shop and get something warm to drink while we figure this out? Or maybe we should sleep on it. Call it a night and start fresh tomorrow?
No way. No. Marissa shook her head forcefully. We're winning this. Even if it means we don't sleep for the next 10 days. We are not taking a night off. We're figuring this out and logging the first clue tonight. Got it? William gave her a salute.
Understood. But can we at least get a coffee and let our fingers thaw out while we work through the clue?
He punched his finger on the phone screen.
I can't get my phone to respond. It's frozen, and not because it died.
A coffee did sound nice. Marissa acquiesced. Okay, but only until we figure out the clue. We're not going to linger.
I wouldn't think of it.
He swept his arm in the direction of the coffee shop.
After you, Snow Princess.
She wasn't going to admit that Snow Princess felt like an improvement on grazing table. Marissa walked 4 steps ahead of William, wishing she could be rid of him for good. The coffee shop was directly across from Drake Park. Its exterior was painted a burnt orange with bright teal trim. Edison-style bulbs were strung from the roofline to the trees around the perimeter, creating a canopy of golden light. Outdoor fire tables were crowded with families and other teams, but fortunately, the line inside wasn't terrible. Color returned to Marissa's cheeks as she studied the menu. There were so many special drinks she couldn't decide.
What's your poison?
William asked, motioning to the chalkboard menu with cute holiday doodles. I don't know. Everything sounds good, but maybe that's just because I'm cold.
I'm going for the cardamom orange latte.
He pointed to the chalkboard menu.
And I'm going to guess you're a chocolate cherry marshmallow kind of girl.
Why? She furrowed her brow. How did he know that she had her eye on that exact drink?
It fits for a snow princess.
He shrugged. Don't give him the satisfaction of knowing that he's getting under your skin, Marissa. They inched forward in line, and she refocused on the clue. Ice. I'm stuck on ice. Is it literal ice? There's the temporary ice sculpture installation in the old mill district, but that seems too obvious, don't you think? William thought it over for a minute.
I don't know. I mean, kids and families participate in the hunt, so maybe we shouldn't overthink it.
He paused, moving out of the way for a couple in matching ski suits to pass by.
I like it. It's a solid guess. Let's get our coffee and start there.
We should probably have some backup ideas in mind if that's not it. Marissa wanted to cover all their bases.
What about ice cream? William suggested. There's the ice cream shop a couple of blocks away.
It's a possibility, Marissa nodded. They were next in line. The chocolate cherry marshmallow coffee did sound tempting, but she opted for a cinnamon-spiced latte instead. There was no way she was going to give William the satisfaction of being right about what she wanted to order. As they waited for their coffees, Marissa spotted her younger cousin Olivia waiting with her friends for their drink orders on the other side of the crowded coffee shop. "Olivia, over here," Marissa called, waving with her fingers. Olivia's bright blue, doe-like eyes grew wide with recognition. She whispered something to her friends, which made them all giggle, and then came over to say hi. "Oh, hey!" Olivia hugged Marissa and then greeted William with surprise. "Hi, Mr. Graff. What are you doing here?" "Mr. Graff?" Marissa stared from her young cousin to William. How did Olivia know him? And why so formal?
"Order for William," a barista announced. "Cardamom latte." "Nice sweater. I approve."
He smiled at Olivia and went to pick up his drink. "How do you know William?" Marissa asked. "Mr. Graff? From school. He's chill. Everyone likes him." She stood back to let Marissa take in her appearance. "What do you think of the fit and the makeup?" Olivia's eyes were dusted with green, sparkly glitter. Matching gold sparkly stars dotted her cheeks. "Too many sequins?" she teased. "You look adorable as always," Marissa assured her, "and there's no such thing as too many sequins." Olivia grinned with perfectly straight teeth, thanks to years of braces. "I don't think Malik's into it, though. It's kind of cheesy, isn't it?"
"Cheesy? Now you're speaking my language."
Marissa winked, raising her eyebrows as she glanced in the direction of Olivia's friends. "Malik? Say more." She suspected Malik was the tall, brooding one, and, notably, the only member of Olivia's team not wearing a Christmas sweater. "Don't be so obvious." Olivia hushed in a whisper, yanking Marissa's arm. "Sorry." Marissa wanted to ask her more about William, but Olivia was distracted. One of her teammates, a cute young guy wearing a light-up Rudolph sweater, waved wildly, signaling for Olivia to come back. "We got it, Liv! We got it!" He lifted their clue sheet in the air. "I have to go." Olivia blew her a kiss. "See you soon. Wish me luck with Malik." Marissa smiled as her cousin practically skipped over to her friends. But if Olivia's team had figured out the clue, that meant she and William were already behind. "You ready?" she asked, strumming her fingers together, anxious to get moving. William needed to stop stalling and start taking this hunt seriously. He handed her a coffee. "Easy, easy. I just got our drinks." "My cousin's team has a head start. We need to go. Now." She clutched the coffee and hurried for the door. "By the way, how do you know Olivia?" William looked sheepish, but then tried to appear nonchalant, giving her a half shrug. "I subbed in her class a couple of times." Marissa stopped in mid-stride. "You're a teacher?" "You don't need to say it like it's a bad thing." He pulled away from her. "What kind of teacher?" William Graff is a teacher? No chance. "English." "No way." Marissa shook her head. "You are an English teacher." "Guilty as charged." William grinned, golden flecks in his eyes shimmering under the light. "What can I say? I love literature." Marissa had trouble finding the right words for the first time all night. William had a knack for throwing her off balance, like she was constantly stepping on a patch of slippery ice, assuming it was solid ground. It's not, it's just that you're... She trailed off.
I'm what?
William gave her a challenging stare.
Don't say it.
He shook his head, holding one finger up in a warning. Don't say what?
I know what you're thinking.
His face had lost any trace of lightness.
I'm a graph.
That was precisely what Marissa had been thinking. Why would one of the wealthiest men in town be a substitute teacher? From the hard lines on his cheeks and how he clenched his jaw, Marissa could tell she had hit a pain point. I didn't say that. She clutched her coffee cup tighter, feeling the mood shift dramatically. She hadn't meant to offend him. William held open the front door for her.
You didn't need to. Everyone I've ever met says it for you.
He frowned with such sadness that Marissa almost felt sorry for him.
I'll see you at the old mill.
She watched him walk toward his car. Maybe there was more to William Graff than she had initially realized. 14. Darby. The Matterhorn was a ski-themed pub near the college campus. Like many family-owned businesses in Bend, the mountain aesthetic ran strong in the bar's design. Wood-paneled walls, cozy booths, a roaring fireplace, and rustic ironwork created a welcoming atmosphere. Vintage wooden skis, travel posters, and black and white photographs of Mount Bachelor added to the ski lodge ambiance. Not much had changed since the days that Darby and Samesh used to spend in the popular college hangout. There had been some minor updates, but the bones of the pub were still the same.
What can I get you?
Samesh asked after they'd been seated at one of the booths near the stone fireplace. It was an intimate setting, with the flickering candlelight and woodsy aroma of smoke. A log would crackle every so often, sending tiny embers up the massive stone chimney. Darby felt the same little pops of energy vibrating through her body. She couldn't believe it. After all the years, Samesh was here. She studied the menu, trying to tamp down the fluttery feeling running down her limbs. A hot toddy sounds good.
2 hot toddies coming up.
Samesh went to the bar to place an order. Darby watched him. He had aged well. Better than well, actually. He had grown into his long, slender frame, bulking out a tad. His dark hair with natural streaks of silver gave him a distinguished look, but the warm smile and easygoing manner that had initially made them fast friends hadn't changed, and made him even more attractive now. She felt a heat prickle on her neck when he returned with their hot toddies and slid into the booth across from her.
2 old friends.
He held his mug in a toast, his face cracking into a slow smile. I'll drink to that. Darby clinked her glass to his. Samesh held her gaze a moment longer, causing the prickling feeling to spread further down her spine. Tell me about what you've been up to, Darby said, taking a sip of the steaming lemon-infused drink and breaking away from his gaze. He shrugged.
I wish I had something exciting to report. I would have liked to have been able to say that I traveled the world, but the reality is that after college I returned home and worked for the parks department in San Diego until last year.
And you gave up the year-round sun for this? Darby glanced at the frosted window panes. Samesh chuckled.
I might be the only person in Southern California who prayed for rain daily.
You wanted to find a use for that umbrella. Darby chuckled at the memory of their first meeting. Her comment made him really laugh. His eyes crinkled with delight.
I'll never forget that day. What was I thinking? An umbrella in a blizzard. You saved me, Darby.
I don't know about that, but it's a solid memory for me, too. She was conflicted about reliving their early years while still feeling lost about how their relationship ended so abruptly. She decided to change the subject. There must have been things you enjoyed about San Diego if you stayed there for these many years. Samesh flinched. She noticed how his grip tightened on the handle of the clear glass mug.
Sure. It was good to be near family. As I mentioned, I helped care for my parents, and I was glad to be in a position to do so. However, the mountains are my soul. You know that quote by John Muir. I go to the mountains to lose my mind and find my soul. That's me. Nothing in Southern California can compare with the craggy peaks, the red lava rock, the way the cold sucks the air right out of you.
He sounded wistful and almost poetic.
I've always believed there are two types of people in the world: beach people and mountain people.
Can't we be both? She met his eyes.
I'm not suggesting that you can't enjoy a day at the beach or take pleasure in a snowball fight, but I'm talking about what feeds your soul. The mountains are my church. This is where I feel the most alive, the most connected. Coming back to Bend is like finally coming home. I can't believe I wasted so many years living in a place where the skies are always blue.
Darby felt her breath quicken at the passion that came through with his words. She'd forgotten how Samesh used to talk about how living in the high desert had changed him.
I want to hear about you.
Samesh stirred his drink with a spoon and leaned closer, resting his elbows on the table and locking his eyes on her.
I'm assuming mountains have your heart, too. You never left Bend?
She shook her head. Nope, I'm a lifer.
Did you ever consider leaving?
He plunged a lemon slice into his drink.
Not really.
She took another sip. I've never had the desire. I guess I've always known that this was the perfect place for me. Don't get me wrong, I love to travel. Jim and I tried to take a trip every summer. Sometimes we'd stay closer, venturing to national parks on the West Coast, but we made it to Europe, Japan, and New Zealand.
I always pictured you as a world traveler.
Samesh cradled his head in his hands.
I wouldn't go that far. Teaching allowed me more freedom in the summer, and Jim would bank his vacation time so we could get away for a few weeks.
Darby didn't mind catching up, but she wondered how long they could circle surface topics before getting to what counted.
Jim sounds like a good guy,
Samesh said quietly.
He was.
She swallowed hard, forcing another drink of the hot toddy and her emotions down.
I'm sorry for your loss.
His voice was tender and timid. Darby could only bring herself to nod. She wanted to go deeper. She had so many unanswered questions, but suddenly the pub felt like it was closing in on her. Maybe it was the hot toddy. Perhaps it was the rush of old memories. Or maybe it was being in such close proximity to Samesh, but she couldn't do this. This was a mistake. She needed to be home under the protection of her favorite tear-stained blanket, wrapped in one of Jim's old flannels. Listen, I'm feeling a bit tired, she said to Samesh. I think I'm going to call it a night and head home. Samesh looked surprised, but he nodded in agreement.
Of course. No problem.
Darby reached for her purse. Let me pay you for the drink.
No, please. My treat. It was so wonderful to see you. Can we do it again soon?
She nodded, but internally she knew her real answer was no. It was too much. The lingering grief over losing Jim had yet to release its grip. She wasn't in a space to reopen old wounds. Not now. Maybe not ever, because, in some ways, it didn't matter. Samesh had picked one path. She had picked another. Samesh got to his feet.
Happy holidays, Darby. I wasn't sure what I would wish for this year, but now I don't need to give it any thought because our paths crossing again is the only gift I could ever ask for.
His gaze lingered on her momentarily before he extended his hand to help her. Darby gave him a faint smile. Samesh squeezed her hand tightly, then released his grip. Happy holidays. She attempted another smile. Then she left her barely touched drink and walked as quickly as she could to the door. It took every ounce of self-control not to break down as she exited. She wanted to talk to Jim. He had helped heal her heart after Samesh had left her standing stunned in her graduation cap and gown. Jim had cracked her open to love again. Without him here, she risked falling even deeper into the hole of despair. 15. Marissa. The Old Mill District was Ben's premier shopping area. It was one of Marissa's favorite spots to escape and spend an afternoon looking at the elaborate window displays. Not that she could afford anything inside the fancy shops, but it was fun to daydream. Plus, it served as a good inspiration for Yes Cheese. An afternoon wandering through the Old Mill District always spurred new ideas for arranging boards and little bonuses to tuck into her food presentations, like hand-painted chocolate mushrooms or pretty pastel mint candies with pearlized sprinkles. During the holiday season, the historic industrial zone turned into a high-end shopping destination, reminding Marissa of a perfectly curated social media feed. Blue and white snowflake lights and shimmery bundles of golden orbs hung from storefront windows. A Christmas tree adorned with hundreds of vintage lights sat in the center of the square. There were Victorian carolers decked out in Dickens-style costumes, serenading shoppers. The air smelled of wood smoke from outdoor fireplaces and pizza hot from the oven. Marissa ignored shopkeepers' offers for special discounts and a troupe of dancing reindeer on her way to the ice sculpture gallery. The temporary art installation was commissioned by the city each year. This year, the ice carving wasn't one piece, but rather a collection. The artist had reimagined the North Pole. Cottages with shingled rooflines, an entire elfin village, and Santa's workshop had been constructed entirely from giant sheets of ice. Given that most nights, temps in the high desert would linger in the low 20s long into spring, the whimsical ice showpiece was likely to hang around for a while. William was waiting for her, with one hand propped against a 4-foot-tall ice candy cane.
It's about time you showed up, Snow Princess.
Marissa exhaled slowly, the firm knot in her chest loosening its grip a bit. At least he was back in playful mode. Any luck? She asked, not bothering to conceal the impatience in her tone. William might think this was all fun and games, but she had a singular goal. Win.
No, you made me swear on my life that I wouldn't search without you.
He threw his hands up.
I like my life, so I'm keeping my promise. What about you? You would wait for me too, right?
Of course, Marissa lied. Let's get to it. She walked around the ice village, hoping the clue would jump out at her. It didn't. Were there any other instructions? She asked William after they'd given every ice castle a careful look.
No.
William sounded mystified. 12 to 14-foot ice statues stood like pieces on a board game. Each had notes about the artist's process and vision, but nothing resembled a passport to the holidays clue. Marissa sighed, her breath puffing out in front of her like a billow of smoke. You would think the next clue would be easy to spot. I mean, ice is clear, so there aren't many places to hide a clue here. She scanned the frosty village with its turrets and carved cobblestone pathways. They must have the wrong place. There was no sign of Olivia or any other contestants. It was just her and William. Damn. They were already behind and had struck out.
Should we look again? Maybe we missed something,
William suggested. At that moment, a group of racers wearing t-shirts over their parkas with their team name, Hoppy Holidays, appeared from the opposite side of the ice village. They stopped when they noticed William studying the sculpture.
Hey man, that's a dead end. We wasted a bunch of time and came up with nothing. Thanks.
William gave the Hoppy Holidays team member a fist bump.
Appreciate the help.
No problem.
We're calling it a night and hitting the pub for pints." The guy pointed to the frothy beer steins on his t-shirt. "Good luck." "So I guess we're back to square one," William said to Marissa after the team continued. "That was nice of them." Was it? Marissa was skeptical. Maybe she was a cynic, but no part of her would offer free advice to their competition. They were in a race for $50,000, not coupons for free scoops of peppermint ice cream or a complimentary 10-minute massage. William looked confused. "Yeah, why?" What if they're intentionally trying to throw us off? Maybe they already found the clue and don't want anyone else to figure it out. That's what I would do. I think we need to give the entire sculpture, each little ice building, another look. "You are ice cold, Snow Princess." William's mouth hung slightly open. "Here I thought you were an innocent grazing table food designer. Or is it stylist?" He waited for Marissa to answer. When she didn't, he continued. "Little did I know that you're cutthroat. You're serious about winning this, aren't you?" I thought I made that perfectly clear. Yes, we are winning this. I need that 50,000. 25, William corrected her. And probably more like 15 or 16 after taxes. Taxes. Splitting the winnings sucked. But 15 or 16,000 would still easily give her enough cash for first and last month's rent, plus enough left over to get her through early spring. That was if she was careful about her spending and could bring in more clients for Yes Cheese. Yes, she could do this. She could expand and grow the business, build it into something solid, something with real, lasting potential. She was scrappy and resourceful. She had gotten by on much less and could already picture landing gigs for summer weddings under the stars and fall barn parties with pretty autumnal pumpkins and gourds. Whatever. I have a gut feeling about this. Let's take another look. A close look. Marissa didn't wait for him to respond. She flipped on her flashlight app and scanned the first A-frame ice cottage. It made sense that the organizers wouldn't make the clue too obvious. That wouldn't be much fun, and a lot of money was on the line. She wasn't even sure what she was looking for, but the other team's casual assistance had triggered her instincts. "You're the boss, but what am I looking for?" William asked, crouching down in the snow to get a better look at a tiny elf-sized door. "I don't know, but we'll know when we see it." She searched the next house, and then 3 more. William had moved on to a collection of candy canes. "This seems like a waste of time. I doubt that team was trying to throw us off. It's the holidays. They were probably just in the festive spirit." Spoken like a graph, Marissa mumbled under her breath, not aware his hearing was so sharp. "What's that supposed to mean?" He sounded hurt. She moved on to Santa's workshop. "This might be a joke to you. You have your trust fund and your family's money. But winning Passport to the Holidays will be life-changing for me. If the other team already found the clue and realized that teams like us are doing a quick look and giving up, it's a brilliant strategy to offer up some free help under the guise of the holiday spirit when in reality, they want to win the sled of cash as much as I do." "I want to win this too." William's tone was serious. He stood up and met Marissa's gaze head-on, the usual spark in his eyes replaced with something steadier and more intent. "Being a graph has nothing to do with it." "Why?" She shot him a challenging look. "For bragging rights? To prove something to your parents?" He let out a dry laugh and looked away. "Sure, something like that." Marissa could tell that she had offended him yet again. A small pang of guilt stirred, but she pushed it aside. This was about winning. She wasn't here to make friends, or play nice with the competition. She went back to searching, undeterred by William. The cold returned to her fingertips and toes. Her nose started to drip, and her teeth began to chatter. This had to be right. It was the only thing that made sense. William scanned the other side of the wintry village without saying another word.
She had definitely offended him. Oh well. Hopefully the message would sink in. This wasn't a joke. If he couldn't take this seriously, she had no problem leaving him behind.
Hey, Marissa, come here.
He finally broke the silence, calling from behind the ice cottage.
I think I found something.
Her pulse picked up as she hurried over to see what he had discovered.
Shine that right here.
William pressed his finger on one of the scalloped shingles.
Is that writing?
She leaned closer to see. Their shoulders touched. Marissa felt a jolt of heat run through her body. William's lips were mere inches from hers. She could see his breath puffing out in cold, smoky waves and smell the hint of spicy cardamom lingering from his latte. She had to resist leaning even closer. God, what was wrong with her? William Graff was her sworn enemy, and potentially the only obstacle between her and a sled of cold, hard cash. What is it? She squinted, crouching next to him.
Right here. Do you see the candy cane etched in the shingle? It's very subtle.
William reached for her free hand. He grasped her glove and pulled her hand to the spot on the roofline. Marissa's body betrayed her. Her breath caught in her throat. She could feel her heartbeat in her chest. Their skin wasn't even touching through their gloves, but just being this close to William felt dangerous. Like he could easily remove every ounce of self-control she had with one brush of his lips. Focus. You're right, Marissa replied. Did her voice sound wobbly? Or was it just her imagination?
Can you make out what it says?
His breath was warm on her neck. His other hand slipped down around her waist. Marissa couldn't force herself to move away. Yeah. It's another clue. She inhaled and tried to concentrate on the words carved into the ice. Pub paparazzi?
Pub paparazzi.
William repeated softly in her ear, making her entire body feel like it might give way. They stood frozen for a second. Marissa could feel the beat of his heart against her back. It was fast and strong. She didn't trust herself to breathe.
That's it, yeah?
William said. His voice was guttural, like it resonated deep in his throat. Every word that emerged sounded rich and velvety. They were entering dangerous territory. She finally leaned back, pulling away from him, and tried to regain her composure. What does it mean? Could that be why the team mentioned heading to the pub?
Good question.
He cleared his throat and frowned. Had he felt the palpable energy between them too?
And good call. I guess you were right.
Here's the thing you should know about me. I'm always right, Marissa teased, hoping her tone sounded light. She was still trying to calm the throbbing feeling in her stomach.
Pub is another wide-open clue,
William said.
How many pubs does Bend have?
A lot.
And paparazzi. Do we need to take pictures at each of them?
Oh, that's a good thought. Do we enter this find on the app? Maybe once we do that, it will give us another hint. William was already on it. He leaned in again. Marissa willed her body not to betray her. She suddenly felt like a teenager with wildly fluctuating hormones again.
Okay, yeah, we have our first points.
He gave her a high five, breaking the tension.
And it looks like we got bonus points for being among the top 10 teams.
Really? That was a huge relief. Marissa had been so sure they were at the back of the pack. Does it say anything about pubs or paparazzi? He nodded.
Listen to this. The Bend Ale Trail has it all. A holiday pint, a tasting bite, a photo op, a special stamp. Take the map. And don't forget that you might get wet on this route.
What? Marissa made a face.
We know the Ale Trail.
Sure, but are we supposed to go to every pub on the route? Marissa scrunched her forehead, trying to decide if the clue would be that easy to crack. The Bend Ale Trail was popular with locals and tourists. The Chamber of Commerce offered free maps for craft beer lovers to follow and find large and small breweries throughout the high desert. It was similar to Passport to the Holidays. Beer lovers followed the map from brewery to brewery for tastings, tours, and special merch. But there were at least a dozen stops on the map. How could they possibly hit each one?
Good question.
William reviewed the clue.
It doesn't say. That's it. We need to log this clue by the end of the day Tuesday. So I guess it's good that we found the first clue tonight.
But get wet? Marissa was stumped. Could it have something to do with the Deschutes? I mean, it's certainly not white rafting season.
What if it's that?
William snapped his fingers together like he'd cracked the code.
Deschutes Brewery. It's on the river.
Maybe. She twisted her head from side to side. That feels too easy again, doesn't it?
There's one way to find out.
William glanced at his watch.
They're open for another hour. Should we try? If we're wrong, we can meet up again tomorrow.
Sure. Marissa nodded. That sounds good. She couldn't believe that she meant it. Was she looking forward to spending more time with William Graff? 16. Hillary. Staff and volunteers dismantled the stage and hot chocolate stations. It didn't take long to return the park to its pre-Passport to the Holidays kickoff state. Hillary was impressed with the speed and efficiency of the Parks Department crew. She made a mental note to mention it to Samesh tomorrow. Hillary had noticed the unmistakable gleam in his eyes when he had checked in with her to let her know he was taking off early to meet an old friend. Not that he needed to. She wasn't his boss. However, she did appreciate the professional courtesy, and was glad that, aside from Darby backing out of her speech, the rest of the event had gone smoothly. It wasn't terribly late. She should probably go home and try to make amends with Ben. She felt terrible for upsetting him. It had been sweet of him to show up and surprise her with flowers. It was just bad timing, which felt like the story of their lives at the moment. She wondered if he'd eaten. She could swing by their favorite ramen shop and pick up dinner on the way home. As she started to text him, a call came through.
Hillary speaking.
Thank goodness I caught you. There's a problem. A woman's voice sounded on the other end of the line.
Who is this?
Hillary recognized the Bend area code, but the number wasn't in her phone. Sorry, this is Amanda, the mayor's assistant. This is Hillary Baldwin, right?
Yes.
Did you hear what happened?
No, what?
Oh, well, you better get to your office right away. There's a major issue.
A major issue?
Hillary clutched her stomach with her free hand. What could have gone wrong? She had planned for every possible scenario.
I don't understand.
It couldn't be a team, could it? Had someone been injured? Amanda's tone was curt and short. The mayor needs to speak with you.
Can you give me a little heads up? Why does he need to see me?
The suspense was killing Hillary. She glanced around the near-empty park. The last of the folding chairs and the speaker system were being carted away. Vendors were closing their shops for the evening. They'd return for special holiday market hours over the weekend. Teams had started on their quests. Everything was fine. Amanda cleared her throat. We have reason to believe there is cheating going on. The mayor wants you to shut down the entire event, now. Passport to the Holidays is done. 17. Darby. Darby was often the first staff member to arrive at work in the morning. She enjoyed the empty hallways and the smell of lemon cleaner used to buff the floors. Her classroom was a bookish retreat. It didn't look like a typical high school classroom. Instead of uniform rows, she had arranged the desks in a circle for their daily Socratic seminars. Bookshelves lined every wall. There were reading nooks in each corner, one with a thick rug and bean bags, and another with 2 oversized plush chairs and fake candles, the kind with electric flames that actually flickered. The snack station was her students' favorite. She kept granola bars, chocolate cookies, fruit, and nuts for them to enjoy while curled up with a book. Her teaching practices and style hadn't changed much over the years. Darby had always prided herself on introducing her students to a wide range of authors from diverse backgrounds. She was happy that the AP English curriculum reflected stories from new perspectives in recent years. Her only worry was that so much of the current reading lists centered on trauma. Not that Darby opposed exposing the bright young minds in her classroom to the harsh realities of the world around them. She stocked up on tissues at Costco because nearly every discussion led to tears. Darby wasn't afraid of tears, or letting her kids feel the big feelings that books brought up. Her classroom was a safe space to explore deep conversations, vulnerability, and self-reflection, and to challenge her students and herself to examine their long-held views and personal biases. Her only concern was that there wasn't a balance. Reading should also be fun. Her students were exclusively reading books that triggered deep emotional pain, without also experiencing the utter bliss that could come from escaping into the pages of a beautifully crafted story. She had made an impromptu change in her syllabus in early November a couple of years ago, after her senior class had finished reading back-to-back novels that had left her and her students a blubbery, teary mess. To remedy the situation for the last 2 weeks of school, before winter break, they would find joy in reading again and participate in planning a holiday prank. The assignment was twofold. First, her class had to come up with an elaborate, yet not mean-spirited, prank to play on the staff. This year's Project Candy Cane was a perfect example of a festive and fun way to round out the year before holiday break. The second assignment was for each student to bring the book they remembered completely falling in love with. It didn't matter if it was a picture book from childhood, a graphic novel, or a romance. Darby didn't care, or offer specifications. Any book that had made them laugh. Any story that had brought them a moment of joy. Any reading that became an escape, a place of comfort and solace. Maybe she was projecting, but the statistics were on her side. At a teaching conference last year, she'd learned that over 40% of high school graduates would never pick up a book again in their lifetime. Books had been her companions in grief. She wanted to ensure this next generation had fictional friends to turn to in times of darkness. Darby flipped on the overhead fluorescent lights and checked her lesson plan. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see William Graff standing in the doorframe. He was so tall that his head almost touched the top of the frame. There was something about his naturally calming aura that put her at ease. She suspected his students picked up on that same energy, which was likely why he was the most sought-after sub in the entire district.
Hey, am I interrupting?
He leaned against the doorframe, holding a pink bakery box as if trying to decide whether to step inside. No, not at all. Darby closed her notebook. Please, come in. William had been hired as a long-term substitute to cover for another teacher on maternity leave. Aside from his student teaching, he had never set foot in a classroom. Even though he had little experience and lacked the basics regarding classroom management, the kids adored him. He was also eager to learn and had a great sense of humor. Darby believed that a sense of humor should be a prerequisite to hiring any high school teacher. She'd been in education long enough to witness a steady stream of teachers who took themselves way too seriously for the halls of a high school opt for new career paths. Not that Darby wasn't serious about teaching. She took her work and students seriously, but she met them where they were developmentally. She tried to infuse humor, fun, and irreverence in her lesson plans, and more than anything, she wanted to create a classroom environment where every student felt safe and heard. Most mornings, William dropped by Darby's room to get her advice on lesson plans, or how to deal with a challenging student.
I saw you at the park last night.
William approached her desk and offered her a donut from the pink box.
Donut?
Darby declined. No thanks.
I've got jelly-filled.
William lifted the lid to display the donuts and raised his eyebrows twice. That is tempting. Jelly-filled is my weakness.
How did you know?
Darby smiled and motioned for him to sit down. William set the box on her desk and sat across from her.
I listen.
You do. She helped herself to a raspberry-filled donut dusted with powdered sugar. That's the reason the kids love you. William waved off her compliment.
I don't know about that.
I do. Darby gave him her best teacher face. Listen, I've been teaching for nearly as long as you've been alive, and I can say with confidence that the students have a real connection with you. That's all that matters. Trust me. He broke off a piece of an apple fritter.
Thanks. I appreciate your vote of confidence. I wish I had a clue what I was doing. Every day feels like I'm diving into the deep end and having to relearn how to swim. Well, not even swim, just tread water to stay afloat.
That's normal, she assured him. Anyone can learn how to plan a good lesson or follow a curriculum. The things that make a great teacher can't always be taught. Your connection with the students is the most important piece right now. The rest will come with time. William took a minute to savor the fritter.
I wish I had time. It's hard because I'm only here temporarily, and I know how impossible it is to get a teaching job these days. Openings don't come up very often, so I want to make the most of it. But I also don't want to get too attached either.
Darby nodded as she took a bite of the donut. Raspberry jam oozed out. You're on contract through spring break, right?
Yep.
He offered her a napkin. That's 3 months. Darby dabbed a spot of jelly from her chin. My advice is to make the most of it. It's great practice for when you eventually get a permanent position.
I think you mean if.
William's face shifted. If?
It's my parents.
He sighed and licked glaze from his finger.
My dad wants me to take over the family business. They've humored me with this teaching thing, as they like to call it.
What do you mean, humoring you?
My dad has wanted me to take over the business forever, but now he wants to retire. He's been pressuring me every minute of every day. I feel like I will let him down if I say no, but I feel like I will be miserable for the rest of my life if I say yes.
Can I offer some advice? Darby rubbed her sugary hands together and sat up taller.
Please.
William broke off another hunk of the fritter. Jim and I had big visions of retiring early and traveling the world. I never expected he wouldn't be here. Life is too short to do what someone else wants you to do. You should do what makes you feel fulfilled. She blinked back tears at the memory of their many plans that would never come to fruition. William nodded, but Darby could tell he wasn't entirely in agreement. He changed the topic.
How was last night for you? It must have been rough.
His tone was tender and filled with concern. Darby had been surprised by how well she and William had hit it off. He almost felt like a son to her. Like everyone else in Bend, she had heard stories about the Graff family that ranged from classifying them on both ends of the spectrum. Some people insisted the Graffs were philanthropic with the community's best interest at heart. In contrast, others claimed that their large financial donations were purely for show and to take advantage of the tax benefits. If William was any indication, then Darby was in the first camp. From day one, he'd been humble, kind, and eager to do his best for the kids. It was hard, Darby admitted. She sighed, not trusting herself to say more without breaking down. William picked up on her emotion, once again shifting the conversation.
Hey, so I wanted to ask you about this Reading for Fun campaign. I had an idea, but I'd like your thoughts before I go full force.
Sure. Darby took another bite of the donut, grateful not to have to talk about Jim anymore.
What do you think about doing a book gift exchange? I thought I could wrap a bunch of fun holiday reads like gifts, and then the entire class could do a white elephant-style gift exchange.
That's a great idea.
It's not too cheesy?
William chuckled.
Cheesy.
His cheeks turned pink. What's funny? Darby squinted, wondering if she had missed something or was too old for the latest joke.
Nothing.
William focused his gaze on Darby's collection of poetry posters on the far wall.
It's my partner for the scavenger hunt. She owns a catering business called Yes Cheese.
That's clever. You know what they say about people who use puns.
No. What do they say?
Darby brushed powdered sugar from her fingers. That they are incredibly intelligent and quick-witted. It sounds like you have a good partner on your hands. William finished off the apple fritter.
I don't doubt it, but she hates me, so there's that.
How could she possibly hate you? Darby scrunched her forehead and narrowed her eyes.
She's under the impression that I'm part of some kind of evil empire.
Darby laughed out loud. It took her by surprise when she found herself enjoying a moment. It almost felt like she was cheating on Jim, which she knew was ridiculous. Jim would want her to be happy. You might have your work cut out for you then.
Yeah, I'll say.
William stood up. A head peered into Darby's classroom. Mrs. Reynolds? Mr. Graff? Sorry to bug you, but do you want to donate to help support foster kids? Olivia Henry held a clipboard in her hands. She was a senior and an all-around outstanding student. As president of the ASB and head of the National Honor Society, Olivia tried to create meaningful change. It was a refreshing shift. In years past, some student council members were only interested in serving as resume builders for their college applications. Not Olivia. She was passionate about the community. Come on in, Darby said with a wave.
Come to the dark side. We've got donuts.
William raised his eyebrows and gave Olivia a grin.
You get the reference, right?
Yeah, Star Wars. Duh. She approached the desk. Olivia was petite and wiry with long hair and oversized glasses that rotated almost daily. She didn't fit in one group, but tended to flit between groups effortlessly. National Honor Society is fundraising for local foster care kids. Our goal is to provide long-term access to more sports, activities, and even international exchange programs for students in foster care. Darby watched her give her pitch, admiring her commitment. She could already tell that Olivia was destined for great things. There's always a lot of interest in fundraising around the holidays, Olivia continued, tugging on the strings of her rainbow-striped hoodie. Which is great. Foster kids deserve gifts and a special holiday too, but our goal at National Honor Society is a longer-term program that would have ongoing funding.
Smart.
William offered her the box of donuts.
How do I donate? And do you want some sugar to start your morning?
Olivia declined a donut. We're hoping to get teachers and staff to donate a skill, or even something fun for a teacher auction. I thought maybe you could donate an essay critique, Mrs. Reynolds. Everyone is freaking out about writing our college essays, which could bring some good cash. Or maybe like an afternoon tea and book club for readers. We want these to be experiences, not stuff. There's much more value in a shared experience. Our goal is to fund this program through the next 10 years. We've assembled a scavenger hunt team to try and win the $50,000. Our stretch fundraising goal is $100,000. That's so impressive. Darby added her name to Olivia's form, thinking how much Jim would love that the students were participating in Passport to the Holidays to help those around them. I could offer both if that would be helpful. Amazing. Wonderful. Yes. Olivia's toothy smile stretched across her petite face.
I'm in too, if you want a lowly sub,
William said. Sure, Mr. Graff. I was wondering with you if there was any chance you might host a special event at your house. Maybe like a dinner for a group of students or something like that. The Graff estate is pretty bougie around here, so I think that's another auction item that will get a lot of interest. We could really hype it.
Count on it.
William put his name on the list. The first warning bell rang. Darby needed to finish prepping for her first class. William and Olivia both left, and Darby began placing graded papers on desks. Another knock sounded on her door, and she looked up in surprise. She was quite popular this morning. One of the administrative assistants from the front office stood holding an oversized bouquet of winter flowers. White lilies, sprigs of cranberries, merlot-colored roses, and leafy evergreen boughs were arranged in a silver vase. Darby, special delivery for you. For me? She asked. No one had sent her flowers since Jim. Well, aside from bereavement bouquets. For you. The staff member nodded and approached her desk. Darby took the flowers and read the note attached out loud. To catching up. So glad we bumped into each other last night. I'm looking forward to doing it again soon. Love, Samesh? 18. Hillary. Hillary hadn't slept more than 30 minutes all night. The accusation of cheating in the game had been like a gut punch. It had to be a misunderstanding. Her meeting with the mayor hadn't gone well. He was convinced that the scavenger hunt was rigged from the start. There's big corporate money riding on this, Hillary, and I can't have this kind of financial scandal on my watch. He had paced around her office, wagging a finger in her face and demanding that the hunt be shut down immediately. She had begged him for some time. They couldn't just shut down the entire event without more information and proof. He had reluctantly agreed to give her until morning. She reviewed the status of every individual player and team. The crux of the issue was that the first two teams had logged the ice clue within 20 minutes of the kickoff. The mayor and his staff were convinced that the teams were getting inside help. They were operating under the theory that it would be nearly impossible for not one but two teams to have deciphered the clue, driven to the old mill district, found the secret writing in the ice sculpture, and logged it in 20 minutes. The mayor was also accusing Hillary, or one of her staff, of enabling the cheating. He wanted to know who had access to the clues and solutions. Instead of picking up takeout and trying to make amends with Ben, she had slept in her office, poring over each of the teams to see if she could make any connections with team members and her staff, as well as staff from the Parks Department. Their legal department had written strict guidelines that spelled out that no city employees or their families could win the prize money. There were pages and pages of legalese that Hillary had practically memorized. Hillary hadn't found a single connection. The mayor was overreacting, or intentionally trying to undermine her power. The more likely scenario was that the two top teams were quick. It wasn't as if the clues for the scavenger hunt required code-cracking abilities or a PhD. After all, this was a family event, where teams were searching for fun challenges marked by candy canes. It was absolutely bonkers that the mayor would suggest any cheating was going on. When she and her team came up with the clues and activities, they tried to create a range of difficulties. There was only one ice sculpture in Bend. It wasn't that hard to put it together. Plus, the entire goal of Passport to the Holidays was to get people out and about in Bend's many shopping districts, restaurants, pubs, and coffee houses. The entire event was a promotion, a city promotion. Tourists who came to participate were exposed to new spots, where they hopefully spent their holiday dollars and poured more money into the local economy. She glanced at the clock. Crap. She was due at the mayor's office in 30 minutes and felt like she'd been at an all-night frat party. She stood and walked over to a small mirror hanging opposite her desk. Oh, this is bad. She was still wearing the same clothes from last night, and the puffy bags under her eyes were a dead giveaway that her only sleep was a brief nap when she dozed off at her desk. She walked down the hallway to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. Thankfully, she kept a toiletries kit on her desk. She often did press appearances and liked to have lip gloss and a brush nearby in case she needed to be on camera on short notice. Hillary retied her braids and pinched her cheeks to give them more color. Had her jawline always looked so sucked in? Was her skin always this dull? She stared at her reflection. Looking back at her, the woman was a shell of who she'd been. She looked tired, and not just from one sleepless night. She sighed, applied lip gloss, and attempted to smooth out the wrinkles on her shirt. The mayor's office was in City Hall, which was only a couple of blocks away, but Hillary needed, a coffee before the meeting. She gathered her things, zipped up her parka, and stepped outside. Arctic air assaulted her cheeks, jolting her awake. It must have snowed more overnight. There was a new layer on the sidewalks. It was as if the entire city was blanketed in holiday magic. Pure, untouched snow formed a seamless carpet covering the sidewalks, buildings, and rooftops. Icicles dangled from the eaves, and colorful holiday lights reflected on the bright snow. Shops and boutiques were adorned with festive wreaths and garlands. There was no denying that Bend was a holiday wonderland. The innate beauty and charm of her hometown made her job that much easier. Now she just needed to reassure the mayor everything was on the up and up with Passport to the Holidays. She was glad to have her boots as she navigated the walkway. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries at the coffee shop beckoned her inside. She ordered a large black coffee, hot, and an egg bagel. Then she took her breakfast to a corner table and checked her phone. There were messages from her staff, who had also been up late trying to prove or disprove the mayor's cheating theory. There were also texts and phone calls from Ben. Ben. Shit. Ben. She had called to tell him about the fiasco with the mayor, but she hadn't intended to sleep at her desk. Hillary took a few long sips of the strong coffee before calling him. He didn't answer. He probably had an early training client. Hey, sorry, I worked through the night. Have a meeting with the mayor in a few. It's going to be a long day. I'll check in when I can, but don't count on me for dinner. Until she could resolve the cheating issue, she would have to be at work. Even if the mayor and his team listened to her input and let the hunt continue, she had a lot to do. There were more clues to be placed throughout the city, checkpoints to set up, and updates to be given to the teams via the app, all in addition to her regular work. Hillary could only imagine how irritated Ben would be at her message, but she didn't have time to worry about it. She was already operating on fumes, and needed to be at her sharpest to convince the mayor that nothing nefarious was going on. She finished her breakfast and headed to City Hall. He's waiting for you. The receptionist at the front desk pointed to the mayor's office. Hillary knew the way. She'd spent plenty of time in his office. The mayor had a way of making Hillary feel like she was back in school. The city government had been a bit of a boys' club, and she was one of the first women making inroads. It wasn't easy, but Hillary had no intention of giving up the fight or letting them win. Hillary, come in. The mayor sat behind a large, dark walnut desk designed for intimidation. He was in his late 60s and desperately trying to cling to his youth by wearing neon snowboarding gear like the twins' friends wore on the mountain. It was a known secret that the mayor had blown out a knee a decade ago and hadn't skied since. Have a seat. He locked his eyes on her, reflecting his need to control the situation. She squared her shoulders and approached him with a confidence she didn't fully own, but she wasn't about to let him see that. Mr. Mayor, I've been reviewing every team's account all last night, and I can assure you that there isn't even the slightest shred of evidence of any cheating. I think the top teams got lucky. The scavenger hunt is designed for family fun. These aren't nuclear codes we're asking the teams to try and crack. Ha! He cackled and reached for a pen. Before continuing, he scribbled something on a yellow legal pad. Listen, Hillary, I know you and your staff have put a lot of energy into this event, and the city appreciates it. We really do. But this is a grave matter that cannot be taken lightly or brushed off. Businesses have donated their hard-earned cash for the prize money. I like to think of myself as the city's father, and at this moment I'm a very concerned parent. You will face potentially damaging lawsuits if you let Passport to the Holidays continue. The city's father? Ew. Hillary didn't need a dad lecture from the mayor. I'm not brushing it off. Hillary leaned forward to hand him the paperwork she'd brought with her. I assure you, we're taking this very seriously. But as I said, there's absolutely nothing to indicate that any of the teams are cheating, or that there's been involvement with my staff. He didn't even bother to look at the documents. That's not what I've been told. I've been informed that you have a mole. A mole? Hillary wanted to pinch herself. Was this a weird dream? This was wild. The joke about Bend was that it was a mountain town with a drinking problem. Its laid-back lifestyle attracted outdoor lovers and adventure seekers. Yet the mayor was talking about moles? Someone on your staff is intentionally feeding teams information to give them a leg up in the competition. He tapped the tip of his pen on the notebook. Where are you getting this? Hillary could hear how incredulous her tone sounded, but she didn't care. The mayor was acting like this was some kind of government conspiracy. He tossed his pen on his desk and gave Hillary a challenging stare. I have my sources. Sources? Okay, I'm not sure what else you want from my end. Hillary shifted in her seat, squaring her shoulders and meeting his eye. I've personally reviewed each team's progress thus far. I've looked at every message sent through the app. I don't know what else to do. Like I said last night, we must shut it down. He folded his arms across his chest. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, we can't do that. It will be a PR nightmare. Do you know how much we've spent promoting Passport to the Holidays? We have visitors who booked hotels and Airbnbs months in advance. Every member of the Chamber of Commerce has been advertising the event. This is a huge influx of cash for our local economy. We can't cancel the hunt. Hillary tried to stop her knee from bouncing. She could feel the floor rattling under her feet. I take full responsibility. The first clue was too easy. We'll rectify that for next year, and I'm having a staff meeting later this morning to review the rest of the clues and activities. We'll make sure that none of them are too easy or obvious. If you'd like, I'll happily send them to your staff for another set of eyes, too. I appreciate the gesture, but I stand firm that the hunt needs to be called off. He leaned against his chair and narrowed his eyes, as if waiting for Hillary to contradict him. It's not your call, though. Hillary hoped their conversation wouldn't come to this, but she wouldn't be bullied either. This is a Chamber of Commerce event. We're funding it, along with Ben's small business community. In my city. Hillary couldn't stop herself from scowling. His city? She knew he had an ego, but she hadn't realized it was so inflated. He'd been in office for as long as she could remember. Hillary had heard rumors from staff that he had been challenging to work with in the past, but until now she'd never had an issue with him. She was fine to let him lead parades and cut ceremonial ribbons. This was different. There was something else going on. She was sure of it, but the question was, what? I'll gladly send over the lineup of events, activities, and clues once my staff has had a chance to review them. Hillary stood. She was done with this conversation. I hope you're right about this, the mayor warned. $50,000 isn't pocket change. If my office proves there's cheating or your staff is involved, I'll have no choice but to recommend that the chamber remove you immediately. Noted. Hillary left him with a curt nod and power-walked outside. The frosty air matched her mood. She had come to the meeting in good faith, but was now ready to fight. She didn't know what his angle was, but she was convinced he had an ulterior motive for canceling Passport to the Holidays. She was pretty sure it was her. He wanted to control her like he controlled everything else in town, and she wouldn't let that happen. 19. Olivia. Olivia watched the clock tick in slow motion. The classroom windows had fogged over, causing a trickle of water to bleed through the condensation. She untied her scarf and fanned her cheeks. The heating system in the high school was in desperate need of an update. On cold winter days like today, it was either humid and sticky or like walking into a freezer. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She wanted to sneak a look, but her history teacher's eyes were directed right at her, so she turned it upside down on her desk, hiding the screen. Olivia held her pencil at the ready, pretending to be dutifully taking notes. Her teacher turned around to write something on the whiteboard, and Olivia reached into her desk and discovered a box of her favorite dark chocolate peppermints, an elegant set of vintage bookmarks, and a copy of the book she adored most in the world, I Capture the Castle. She bit her bottom lip and glanced around the muggy classroom. Who left them? It had to be someone she knew. She carefully unfolded a note attached to the chocolates. To Liv. Happy holidays. Yours, S.S. Secret Santa. She scanned the classroom again. Everyone else had their eyes glued to the whiteboard. This was her first Secret Santa gift. The senior class drew names on the first day back after Thanksgiving break and left secret gifts for each other throughout December, culminating with a Secret Santa reveal at the pep rally. Except there was supposed to be a spending limit. The chocolates, bookmarks, and book were way over the set price. Could it be Malik? He caught her looking at him twice in biochem and switched partners when they had been partnered up for a lab assignment. Her best friend, Cass, had suggested that maybe he was too nervous to be around her, but Olivia wasn't so sure. Malik was cool, aloof, and no signs indicated that he even knew she was alive. She'd made the mistake of checking out his social again. His recent pictures were all snaps of him at hipster hangouts. Another possibility was Hugo. Cass was convinced he had a secret crush on her, but Olivia didn't buy it. She and Hugo had been friends since kindergarten. She wasn't his type. He'd been in love with someone else for as long as she could remember. Of course, Cass claimed that was just a cover. Her history teacher brought her back to the moment.
Olivia, did you hear me?
Huh? Olivia stuffed her phone in her pocket. She actually liked this class. Truthfully, she liked school, but she'd been distracted lately with Passport to the Holidays, planning the holiday prank, and trying to come up with the funds for her senior project. She had found herself watching the clock and wishing that it was break already. She wasn't sure she would make it to graduation if she already had senioritis, and there was still half of a school year left. She pushed the thought aside and concentrated on the assignment. There were 32 minutes left before lunch. She would meet up with the team and brainstorm their next move. It would be awesome to have a high school team win this year. The class dragged on, and when the bell rang for lunch, Olivia sprinted to the cafeteria. Cass and Hugo were waiting for her. Malik can't join us, Hugo said, scooting over to make room for Olivia. He said he'll try to catch up later. Has anyone figured out the next clue? Olivia asked, breaking out a peanut butter, apple, and granola wrap from her backpack and stuffing aside her disappointment. It had to be her. Malik was going out of his way to avoid her. So much for him being her secret Santa. What you got there? Hugo leaned closer, eyeing her backpack. She pulled out the chocolates and offered them to her friends. I got my first Secret Santa gift today. Well, actually, gifts. My Secret Santa went all out. She showed them the bookmarks and book, carefully studying her friends' faces to see if either of them would crack. Want one? She opened the box of glossy chocolates.
Ooh, fancy. Lucky you. My Secret Santa left me a sticker and an eraser. You scored.
Hugo reached for a chocolate. He was seated with one leg over the bench, stuffing his face with a bag of flamin' hot Cheetos. The clue has to be the pub, right? He asked, unbothered by Olivia's special gifts. But it can't be because we're underage. The rules clearly state that every activity has to be family-friendly. Olivia set the chocolates on the table, striking Hugo from the list of potential Secret Santas. Pubs are family-friendly, Cass replied, snagging a chocolate-covered cherry. My family always goes to dinner at pubs. I know, Olivia agreed. The next clue can't be tasting beer or anything. That wouldn't be fair. Unless it's root beer. Hugo offered her a Cheeto. Olivia took a chip. You think? Why not? I reread the rules during math class. So boring. And it states that each location and business must provide age-appropriate options. Root beer is age-appropriate, right? I like it. Olivia nodded. What's the plan? Should we go right after school? The group confirmed schedules. Olivia caught Malik's eye across the crowded cafeteria. He was in line at the salad bar. When he looked up and saw her looking at him, He gave her a faint smile, and then quickly busied himself piling lettuce onto his tray. "Stop staring." Hugo punched her in the shoulder and waved in her face to get her attention. "We're right here in front of you." "What? I wasn't staring." She gave her body a little shake, trying not to sneak another glance in Malik's direction. "Come on, Liv. We all know you have a crush on Malik." Hugo chomped on a chip. "No, I don't," she protested. "But what if he's your secret Santa?" Cass teased. Olivia felt herself blush. Hugo's eyes were laser-focused on her. Was it her imagination, or did he look almost sad? 20. Marissa. William was late. Shocker. Marissa shouldn't have expected much from him. As a graph, he was probably used to people waiting on him. She wondered what his excuse was going to be. His staff hadn't cooked his lunch to perfection, or his tray of fancy crackers and assorted caviar had been delivered to his private quarters late. She imagined him padding down the hallway of his luxurious estate in a well-cut suit, charming the kitchen staff for a bottle of champagne to accompany his lunch. Must be nice. She chuckled at the thought and studied the menu while she waited. They had tried to get into Deschutes last night, but the line had stretched around the block, and there was a waiting list of 20 parties. William had even used his family connections to see if they could get an open seat at the bar, without any luck. Between the holiday festivities and the passport kickoff party, the already popular brewery had been bursting at the seams. It sucked for their progress, but they had agreed to meet for a happy hour. Marissa checked her watch. Where was he? Deschutes was a quintessential Bend hangout, with slanted wood ceilings, keg barrel tables, and exposed brick walls. A Christmas tree made entirely from beer cans lit up the entryway. The restaurant smelled like hops, winter stew, and fresh-from-the-oven pretzels. Marissa's stomach gurgled with hunger as she searched the bar for any sign of William. Every minute he didn't show was wasted. She scanned the menu, hoping to piece together the puzzle. Pub paparazzi. What did it mean? There were no veiled photo drinks. There was no sign of a photo booth or a camera crew. They had to be missing something. A waiter stopped at her table. "Anything sound good? Do you need recommendations?" "I'll take a pint of your winter ale." Marissa pulled up the passport app on her phone. "You haven't seen any paparazzi around, have you?" The waiter raised his eyebrows twice. "Not in the bar, no." Marissa knew they were on the right track. Deschutes had to be the spot, but not the bar. What did that mean? She placed her coat on the back of her chair and explored the dining room, hoping that she might have missed something obvious on the way in. The space was dimly lit, with candles and funky artwork. Another Christmas tree, made from beer kegs, was internally illuminated with white twinkle lights and wreaths constructed from bottle caps hanging from the exposed beams. However, there was nothing photo-esque anywhere. She even checked the bathrooms and peered into the kitchen. Not that the hunt would likely take them into off-limits areas of the pub. The waiter returned with her drink. She sipped the frothy ale, which had notes of toasted caramel and touches of holiday spices, cinnamon, nutmeg, and honey. An idea for a new board came to her as she took another sip. She could serve the holiday ale in pint glasses rimmed with cinnamon and sugar, and pair it with pretzel and sausage fondue boards. She loosened the green and navy scarf Olivia had knitted for her last Christmas. William strolled toward the table wearing a navy blue Christmas sweater, with 3 nutcrackers and hand-stitched lettering that read, "The holidays are nuts." Nice sweater. Marissa held her pint up in a greeting, unable to hide a smile. The man was a conundrum, and obviously had a closet full of hideous holiday sweaters, which he knew how to wear well. Who else could make an ugly sweater look that good? "Senior assembly at school. It's the price I pay for being the most awesome teacher there." He winked and sat across from her. "We match, although you wear navy much better."
I like that your earrings match too. Blue's a good color on you.
Marissa's hand instinctively went to the dangling earrings. She wasn't prepared to respond to compliments from William.
I see you got a head start.
He saved her, pointing to the winter ale. Because you're late. She tapped her watch.
Hey, sorry, duty called.
He shrugged. I bet. Marissa muttered under her breath, then sipped her beer. Let's concentrate on our task. I just did a complete sweep of the restaurant. There's nothing. I don't get it.
Can I at least order first?
William asked as the waiter came over.
What are you drinking? Never mind.
He stopped and turned to the waiter.
I'll have what she's having. A food arranger must know her way around a good beer, right?
Marissa rolled her eyes. We must be missing something. It's gotta be the getting wet part of the clue.
The bathroom? Maybe there's a clue above the sink,
William suggested. No, I already checked there.
You want me to do a spin through the men's restroom?
He asked. I guess, but hiding a clue in the bathroom seems weird, yeah?
Yeah?
William mimicked her tone, wiggling his brows and giving her a playful grin. Hey. She scrunched her nose. Was he flirting with her?
You're cute when you do that.
His smile spread to his eyes, which remained locked on her. Marissa felt the air get sucked from her lungs. He was flirting with her. William pretended to be interested in the menu, but she could feel his eyes on her and the heat of his attention, like standing too close to a crackling fire. Anyway, back to the clue, she continued, choking on her drink as she tried to ignore the fluttering in her chest. Let's think about water. There has to be more with water. The waiter brought William's beer, momentarily breaking the tension.
Figured it out yet?
They both shook their heads.
No. Do you have another clue for us?
William asked. The waiter placed a finger to his lips.
Sorry, I've been sworn to secrecy. Good luck.
He left them with a wave.
Well, that's no help.
William ran his lips over the edge of his glass as he took a drink. Even the way he sipped his beer was sexy. For the briefest moment, she imagined those full lips leaning slowly across the table and brushing against hers. Marissa punched the top of her thigh to stop visions of his lips lingering on hers. My God, what is wrong with you? She clutched her pint glass and sat up straighter. It must be the Deschutes. But what are we missing? William raised his head to peer out the floor-to-ceiling windows on the far side of the bar. The Deschutes River ran below, edging past volcanic boulders left over from ancient eruptions.
Do we need to tour the brewery?
We're at the brewery. She stated the obvious.
No.
He motioned to the windows.
See that building down by the river? That's where the actual brewing is done. Really?
Marissa had been to Deschutes Brewing dozens of times, but had never paid attention to where the beer had come from. She just liked that it flowed easily from the taps to her lips. Is it open to the public?
Sure. They do brewery tours and tastings.
What about kids? Marissa asked. Isn't everything supposed to be family-friendly?
We should ask our waiter, but I think kids are welcome on the tours.
William impressed her when he got up and went to ask at the bar instead of waving over the server. He went out of his way to be kind and helpful to staff. His demeanor didn't quite line up with her initial impression of him. Marissa had a personal litmus test for how people treated waitstaff or anyone in the service industry. She had ended a date on the spot when he had held up his empty glass, waved it in the air, and hollered across the crowded restaurant for a refill. Huge red flag. Marissa shuddered at the memory. She watched William chatting easily with the bartender. He was a conundrum. He wore silly holiday sweaters for his students. He loved literature. He was funny, easy to talk to, and kind to everyone they had interacted with. But why would a member of the Graff family want to participate in a community scavenger hunt? He must have an ulterior motive. But what? He returned to their table and offered his hand.
Success. Let's go check out the brewery.
I need to pay for my drink. Marissa used the excuse to ignore his extended hand and rifle through her purse for cash.
Already taken care of.
He kept his hand stretched out, unwilling to move until she acquiesced. Marissa took his hand, feeling an instant rush of adrenaline spike through her. She was slipping further into dangerous territory. William Graff had some kind of power over her ability to control her emotions. It was like he was a puppeteer maneuvering her strings. But she wasn't going to let that happen. He might be handsome. He might be charming. But she needed to get to the bottom of his real story. She had to keep her head in the game, because this was one game she intended to win. 21. Darby. Darby couldn't believe Samesh had sent her flowers. Her students had pestered her all day, giggling and trying to get her to tell them who had delivered the festive holiday bouquet. Samesh had followed up with a text asking to meet for dinner. She had typed at least 5 responses, all kind, but explaining she wasn't ready to rekindle their friendship. Likely not ever. Each time she started to hit send, she stopped herself. She couldn't explain why. Maybe it was the loneliness of the season. Or perhaps the part of her that wanted answers as to why Samesh had left those many years ago was winning an internal battle she hadn't entirely realized she was fighting. Instead of politely turning Samesh down, she found herself replying, "Sure," and asking where to meet him. They landed on an Italian restaurant downtown. Samesh explained that he was busy dealing with logistics for Passport to the Holidays and wanted to meet later, around 7. That was fine with Darby. It gave her time to grade student essays and go home to change and regroup. The house she and Jim had bought shortly after their wedding was easy to spot. It was a pale blue 2-story bungalow with a wraparound front porch and a sweet front yard with raised garden beds. Tonight, it was the only house in the neighborhood without decorations or holiday lights. The exterior had been Jim's department. He would start mapping out his plans for their Christmas display in early November. Before they'd ordered a Thanksgiving turkey, he had lugged boxes of garlands, lights, and inflatables upstairs. The year before he died, he had splurged on a computerized sound system that synced their lights with music. Darby chuckled at the memory of Jim eagerly pulling her outside to witness his handiwork. It had been like a scene from Christmas Vacation. He had secured cheery red, white, and green lights into the eaves and strung them around each window. "Watch this, Darby!" He had pressed a button on his phone that transformed their 2-story bungalow into a light show that belonged on the streets of Disneyland. Now, the house looked dark, bare, and lonely. A few neighbors had offered to help her with the holiday lights, but she couldn't stomach the thought without Jim. She had managed to hang a wreath on the front door. Wreath sales were an annual fundraiser for the Key Club, and she couldn't say no to that. However, since losing Jim, she hadn't bothered with a tree or any other decorations. She had no interest in observing the season. Lately, she'd been wondering if maybe it was time to sell the house. The walls held so many memories. Some days she found the constant reminders of Jim comforting. The photos of their backpacking trip on the Milford Sound in New Zealand, snowshoeing around Diamond Lake, summer hikes through the Sierras. Her breath caught in her throat as she passed Jim's reclining rocking chair, with his reading glasses and newspaper resting untouched since the day he died, and went to search her closet. What to wear to dinner with an old friend or boyfriend? Did Samesh think this was a date? Or did he want to catch up and reconnect? Darby's style was mountain casual. Her closet was filled with simple knee-length skirts, which she wore with fleece leggings and snow boots. She owned a couple of nice dresses, but wasn't about to wear one tonight. She didn't want to send the wrong message. She decided on a black skirt, thick tights, and a cream cable-knit sweater. Darby studied her appearance in the mirror, reflecting on the lines etched around her eyes and her lips that had developed in the years since she and Samesh had lost touch. Some of her friends dreaded aging. Not Darby. She welcomed wrinkles. They were marks of wisdom, imprints in her skin from years of happy smiles and laughter. Aging was a gift. She massaged her wedding ring. Jim's was strung on a gold chain she wore around her neck. It was like having him as her personal compass. When sadness crept up on her, she would place her hand over it as a reminder of their time together. That was the thing about grief. Darby would never exchange hurt and sorrow for a life without him. Her grief was the ultimate expression of how deeply they had loved. She brushed a tear from her eye and pulled her hair into a loose bun. "Jim, what should I do?" Darby asked the empty room. Her husband might not be in the same physical space, but Darby heard his gentle voice in her head nearly every day. "Move on, my love. Move on." "I don't want to." She was talking to a ghost. But my love, you must. More tears spilled down her cheeks. So much for looking nice to meet Samesh. She was going to show up with tear-streaked makeup and smudged mascara. Darby dabbed her eyes with a warm washcloth. "I don't know if I can." "You will. I sent you Samesh." Darby choked on her tears and grabbed Jim's ring. She knew hearing his voice was a coping mechanism, but his words sounded so clear. "He sent me Samesh. He sent me Samesh." Darby repeated it again and again. If Jim was watching over her somewhere in the vast universe, sending her Samesh was precisely what she would expect from him. The question now was, what should she do about it? 22. Hillary. Hillary felt like she'd been tased. Not that she'd ever been tased, but this was how she imagined it would feel. Every cell in her body was fried. Her eyes stung. She had slept, if you could call it that, in her contacts, now like shards of glass in her already dry eyes. Her mouth was gummy, even though she brushed her teeth in the office sink, twice. The twitching she'd experienced in the mayor's office had stayed with her all day. The copious amounts of coffee she had consumed could be the culprit. It was almost 6. Teams were likely spread throughout the city by now. There were only 2 hours left to clock in on the first clue. Samesh had been giving her updates all afternoon. At the last check, only 4 teams hadn't figured out the ice sculpture yet. Hillary took that as more confirmation that the early leaders had jumped out to a head start last night because they were clever and quick, not because they were secretly being fed clues from a mole on her staff. She had polled the chamber members. The vote was unanimous to keep the teams racing. No one shared the mayor's perspective. That had brought Hillary some relief, but not enough. She knew the mayor and his staff would watch her every move for the next few days. Nothing else could go wrong. Tomorrow was breakfast with Santa. Hillary had rented a ballroom at the Grand Downtown Hotel. Breakfast would be served buffet style. Kids would have photo ops with Santa, Mrs. Claus, and a trio of elves. There would be holiday crafts at the tables, including cookie decorating with Mrs. Claus, ornament making, and a performance by the high school choir. Guests had been asked to bring canned food and non-perishables for the food bank, so Hillary arranged large donation boxes throughout the ballroom. She hoped to have at least 100 pounds of food to share with the nonprofit. Yet another check in the box for why the hunt should continue. As soon as the breakfast was wrapped up, Hillary would need to shift her attention to the Starlight Parade and then the snowball dance. It would be a whirlwind, even without the mayor breathing down her neck. Her staff and the chamber businesses would back her up, but Hillary couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. Did the mayor have another reason to want to sabotage Passport to the Holidays? It sounded ridiculous. Hillary shook her head. She needed sleep. She had never been prone to conspiracy theories, but her conversation with the mayor had rattled her. When the last of her staff had left, Hillary locked up and headed for the car. She couldn't believe she hadn't been home in over 24 hours. It was also weird that she hadn't heard from Ben. He must be pissed about the flowers and ignoring him at last night's kickoff. She didn't have the energy to make amends. She wanted a glass of wine, a hot bath, and her bed. But she knew she would have to face her husband and their problems when she got home. 23. Marissa. Marissa hoped that William was right about the brewery. The cold mist from the partially frozen river brushed her face as they traipsed a treacherously icy sidewalk leading down the rocky hillside. William stayed a couple of steps ahead of her, keeping his hand on hers so she wouldn't bite it and fall. It was a sweet gesture. She found herself wanting to trust him.
So, tell me more about the cheese business,
he said, watching his footing while maintaining a firm grip on her. What do you want to know?
Why cheese?
It's not just cheese, Marissa corrected him. It's the experience of food. I love arranging platters because it perfectly balances art and nourishment. It's really about speaking to customers' souls. Food is a love language. There are so many layers that go into arranging. It's the symphony of flavors and how they pair and complement each other. You know the saying, we eat with our eyes? She could feel herself starting to gush. This always happened when she talked about food. William nodded, listening carefully. That's what I love, she continued. It's always something new. It's never boring, and to be completely honest, it feels good to make other people feel good.
I get that.
He sounded almost wistful.
That's how I feel about teaching.
Yeah, tell me about teaching. She genuinely wanted to know how he had ended up in a classroom instead of a boardroom. I'm surprised you're not in the family business. It seems more lucrative than education. Marissa squeezed his hand tighter as she navigated a slippery patch of ice.
Yeah, that's what my dad thinks, too.
His tone shifted, the edge of something heavier starting to slip in.
Money's not everything. Commercial real estate is his passion. That's his dream, not mine.
Really? Marissa's brows lifted. Is he not okay with you teaching? William reached out, steadying her forearm with a light touch.
It's complicated. Families, you know?
Yeah, I do. I worked in the corporate world before I started Yes Cheese. Marissa couldn't believe she was opening up to him. And at the same time, she didn't want to stop. He was surprisingly easy to talk to, and they had much more in common than she ever would have imagined. The money was way better, and I had great benefits, but I realized it wasn't the right match for me. I didn't love the work, and if I stayed, I was going to end up there forever. That's why I took a risk and started Yes Cheese. It's not exactly like arranging charcuterie boards is everyone's dream profession, but it makes me happy.
You could argue that being happy is the only goal. If you do something you love, you spread joy and pave the way for others to realize their dreams.
William moved his hand around her waist as they got to a set of stairs that were precariously coated in an inch of ice.
Careful. Watch your step here.
I never thought of being happy like that, Marissa admitted, taking tiny steps as she shuffled downward. His hand anchored her, almost searing, and part of her didn't want him to ever let go.
Happiness is the dream, right? I think sticking it out at a job you hate damages you and everyone around you. I applaud you for recognizing that and following your dream.
Marissa studied his face for any hint of sarcasm, but William's eyes were sincere. Had she completely misread him?
Careful.
He grabbed her as her foot missed the last step. She launched forward, stumbling straight into his arms. He caught her with one firm grasp, steadying her body against his chest. He smelled like the forest, cinnamon, and hops. His breath was on her neck. She couldn't swallow. It was like her airway had shrunk. For a minute, she thought they might kiss. There was no denying the chemistry between them. It crackled like the ice beneath their feet. But Marissa forced herself to refocus. There was still a hunt to win. Thanks. Good save. She pulled away and breathed the frosty air in through her nose.
We can't have our snow princess breaking a leg.
William winked, the tension easing a touch. Hey, yeah, speaking of that, she said too quickly, grateful to shift the conversation back to the next clue. You haven't gotten any notifications for bonus challenges on the app yet, have you?
Nothing for this Jack Frost.
He pointed toward the brewery building.
Maybe we'll learn more inside.
Hopefully. At least my nose won't be frostbitten.
It's cute.
William tapped the tip of her nose.
You're like a real-life Rudolph.
Marissa rolled her eyes and pressed her lips together. Inside.
As you wish, princess. As you wish.
The brewery's interior was cavernous, with high ceilings and shiny brewing equipment. A long bar and tasting area sat to the left. To the right was a newly expanded outdoor seating area. Can I help you? The hostess asked.
We're wondering if there are any openings for a tour.
William emphasized tour, raising his brows knowingly. The woman consulted her reservation list. Sorry, I'm booked for tonight. You're welcome to head over to the bar for tastings. Our water view deck is also open outside. The fire pits and heaters are on, but we warn guests that you might get wet if you sit too close to the edge.
Might get wet,
William repeated. From the spray from the falls, the woman responded with a sly smile. That has to be it. Marissa nudged William in the waist. Can we just find a table outside? Marissa asked the hostess. Help yourself. It's first come, first served. William's eyes were bright with enthusiasm.
I can't believe I didn't think of the observation deck sooner. They were working on construction when I was here this fall. I didn't know it was already operational.
It makes sense that the chamber would hide a clue here. Marissa followed him outside. It's great PR to show off the new space.
Exactly.
William held the door open for her, allowing a gust of cold air in. The covered outdoor deck featured wraparound glass fencing, providing a spectacular view of the gushing river rapids and the winter waterfall below. This section of the Deschutes flowed over rocky boulders, creating a churn of white water and a small waterfall. Giant redwood and cedar trees lined the opposite side of the river. There were tables with built-in fire pits and heat lamps throughout the welcoming space. Even though the temperature was below freezing, it was surprisingly warm under cover.
This is seriously amazing,
William said, admiring the viewing area closest to the rushing water.
I could hang here for a while. Can you imagine how cool this will be on a hot summer day?
Yeah, but we don't have time to hang out. We need to find the clue.
Right.
William pointed to the see-through barricade.
It must be over by the river and the falls. That's the only place we might get wet.
I'm with you. Marissa was already squeezing past the tables. The glass encasing the edge of the deck almost made it feel like she was falling into the river. A wave of dizziness came over her. William put a hand on her shoulder to steady her.
Are you okay?
I'm not so good with heights. Marissa willed her body to stop swaying as tiny little spots clouded her vision.
Take a step back. I've got this.
He leaned over the railing, making Marissa's stomach flop. Do you see anything? She squinted and tried not to imagine him launching over the side.
Give me a minute.
He bent near the precarious edge. The falls were at least 200 feet below. The clue had been correct. She could feel the mist from the water below. That's probably why the tables were all arranged a few feet away.
I see a candy cane.
William turned around and gave her a thumbs up.
I've got it.
Marissa looked around them. She wondered how many other teams had figured out the clue and found the next one. No one appeared to be interested in what they were doing. People nearby were enjoying sipping beers and munching on bar snacks. What's the clue? Marissa felt jittery. She wasn't sure if it was from the anticipation of finding the next clue, the rushing water throwing her off balance, or just being around William. William pulled up the app on his phone.
There's a winter snowflake banner secured to the boulders on the far side of the river. It says, Santa wants to see your selfie.
Are we supposed to take a selfie? Is that the paparazzi piece we're missing?
I think so.
William handed her his phone.
Look, it says, upload the photo here.
And Santa wants to see it.
That's what the banner says.
William put out his arm.
Shall we?
Marissa posed with him, trying to calm the whooshing in her stomach by taking slow, deep breaths.
Say cheese. He nudged her waist. Or should I say, yes, cheese.
She couldn't help but smile. While William uploaded the photo, Marissa thought about the next clue. The Santa breakfast is tomorrow. That must be it.
Isn't that for little kids?
Yeah, but if Santa wants to see our selfie, that's the most likely place to find him.
Smart thinking, grazing table.
Marissa's cheeks warmed at him using the first nickname he'd given her.
What do you say? Since we're already here, you want to grab another pint and a bite to eat? I'm starving. It's been a long day, and it doesn't sound like we can do anything else until we track down Santa tomorrow.
She hesitated. First and foremost, because her bank account didn't support dinner and drinks out every night. She didn't want William to pay for her again, and she wasn't sure spending more time with him was the best idea.
Look, that table just emptied, and it's right underneath a heater. It's a sign. Let's grab it.
William didn't wait for her to answer. He grabbed her hand and dragged her in that direction. One drink and whatever was cheapest on the menu wouldn't hurt, would it? She sat across from him and rubbed her hands together.
Do you want my gloves?
William was already removing a glove.
If it's too cold out here, we can find a table inside.
No, I'm fine. She flipped open the menu, happy for a distraction from how his eyes studied her face with gentle concern. There was a roasted red pepper and tomato soup that fit her price point.
Do you want another holiday winter ale?
He handed her the gloves anyway. Sure. They were too big for her, but the heat from his hands still radiated inside the gloves, so she tugged them tighter.
Can I admit something to you?
He rested his chin in his hands and leaned closer.
I feel intimidated trying to decide what to order with you here.
Why? Marissa scrunched her forehead.
Well, you're a foodie. I saw your catering skills at my parents' party. I feel like you will be judging me on whatever I order.
Oh yeah, I'm totally judging you.
So I shouldn't get the mushroom burger?
William made a face and ducked like he was anticipating a blowback. No. Marissa stretched out her words and shook her head. Bad choice.
But it says here that the mushrooms are house smoked.
So pretentious.
Marissa rolled her eyes, seriously enjoying herself.
She would have never guessed that William was so funny.
Really? Oh, so no house-smoked mushrooms for our food arranger.
He leaned in.
What are you getting?
The roasted red pepper and tomato soup, Marissa replied with a goofy grin. My red peppers have been hand-foraged according to the menu.
Foraged in Bend? In the middle of winter? Where? From the chef's indoor pepper plant?
William cracked up, laughing easily, which made his entire face light up. Marissa did too.
This is what I love about the food industry. Write some good copy, and customers are salivating for house-smoked shrooms and foraged peppers. It's brilliant. Maybe you need to do that for Yes Cheese. Yeah? What would that be? She thought for a minute. Beautifully boxed Trader Joe's crackers paired with hand-opened artichoke dip? William waved with both hands. Tell me more. Now I'm salivating. Hand-opened dip, yeah? Marissa laughed, feeling completely at ease with him for the first time. She had expected that he might take offense, having grown up in one of the wealthiest households in Central Oregon. The moment was short-lived, though. A woman strutted over to their table like a Kardashian with an entourage. Marissa recognized the woman from the Graff holiday party. It was Parker Smith from Smith Rock Wines. The rest of her party hung back, as if waiting for permission from Parker to approach the table. My goodness, what a coincidence! Wills, what are you doing here? Parker cooed, ignoring her other friends and focusing her full attention on William. Marissa immediately felt self-conscious and underdressed in her jeans, snow boots, and puffy jacket. Parker looked like she belonged on the glossy, high-color pages of the Travel Bend magazine. Everything about her was polished, from her fingernails to her expensive ski gear. We were just on the mountain. I wasn't expecting to see you here. She kissed him on the cheek when he stood to greet her. Your sweater is too much. Who put you up to that? Parker patted his shoulder. No one. It's my look. William rolled his shoulders back to show off the ugly sweater. You're so funny. Parker called her friends over. Come meet Wills, my dear. What exactly are we? She flicked her gaze at William, seductively running her tongue along her bottom lip, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Friends isn't exactly right, is it? William didn't answer, but scooted closer to make room for Parker's entourage to join them. Marissa wished she could disappear. This wasn't her crowd. Parker noticed her. Oh, I'm so sorry. We aren't interrupting something, are we, Wills? Her tone was as patronizing as her fake smile. Nope, I was just leaving. Marissa stood. William tried to stop. Wait, what about our drinks and our hand-foraged peppers? She tugged off his gloves and pretended to check her phone. I totally spaced that I was going to bring dinner to my bestie tonight. She broke her leg in a skiing accident and isn't exactly mobile now. Wait. William motioned for her to stop as Parker and her friends took over the table. Let me at least walk you out so we can make a plan for tomorrow. I'm good. Marissa smiled and tried to sound breezy as she waved and walked away. Enjoy, everyone. She headed for the exit as fast as her legs would carry her. She felt like an idiot for thinking there might have been a spark between her and William. It was obvious that Parker Smith was into him. It was hard to tell if William reciprocated Parker's feelings, but it didn't matter anyway. She couldn't compete with Parker. The vineyard heiress was gorgeous, equally rich, and ran in the same circles. Come to think of it, it was a good thing that Parker had shown up. She was a glaring reminder that William was a Graff, and Marissa was a penniless wannabe caterer. They were partners for Passport to the Holidays, and nothing more. 24. Darby. Darby almost bailed on Semesh. She pulled into a parking space in front of the ivy-covered brick building that housed the romantic Italian restaurant. Bundles of mistletoe wrapped with iridescent lighting hung from the front windows. She could see a trio of musicians serenading tables inside the low-lit dining area. What are you doing? She clutched the necklace with Jim's wedding ring. This was a mistake. She shifted the car into reverse, but his voice stopped her. I sent you Semesh.
The words repeated again and again. Perhaps hearing your dead husband's voice in your head is another reason not to go inside, Darby told herself. But then she put the car in park and got out before she changed her mind. Samesh was already seated at a table for two with a classic white linen tablecloth, red napkins, and a tapered candle dripping with wax.
"You look wonderful,"
he said, standing as she approached the table. Thanks. Darby managed a small smile.
"It's really picking up out there."
Samesh sat and commented on the weather. The weather was a great equalizer in conversations. She could talk about the snow and the threat of freezing rain for hours. Darby was a bit of a weather junkie. Jim used to tease her about her obsession with winter storm warning alerts. He had been convinced that she had a not-so-secret crush on the weather guy from Channel 8 News. She didn't, but she did admit to having an affinity toward storm chasing. Some of her fellow English teachers abhorred the use of weather references in writing. Not Darby. She encouraged her students to explore how they might use the eerie, quiet, and eggplant-colored clouds that rolled in before a snow squall as symbolism for emotions in their writing. She wasn't a proponent of cliché references. She challenged her students to go beyond the "it was a dark and stormy night" weather trope, but, done right, weather could add atmosphere, act like a character, or become the catalyst for transformation.
"I'm sorry. You don't want to discuss the weather."
Samesh cleared his throat.
"Forgive me. I'm nervous, but I promise I won't be so lame as to make small talk all night."
I love the weather. Darby shrugged off her coat and placed it on the back of her chair.
"You do? I didn't know that."
He unfolded his napkin and spread it on his lap.
"Did I ever tell you about the time I got invited on a storm chase in Kansas with a bunch of tornado hunters?"
No. Darby clasped her hands together. She wanted to ask how she possibly would have heard that story since they hadn't been in touch in years. It was almost as if Samesh thought they were back in school. How would she know anything about his life? Samesh launched into a tale about being in Kansas at the height of tornado season for a Parks and Recreation convention, and somehow got talked into riding along with a group of storm chasers. Darby found herself laughing as he spoke with animation, letting his hands fly while he emphasized how close he'd come to the eye of the storm. He was a good storyteller. They ordered a bottle of wine and pasta, falling into an easy rhythm. The conversation flowed from stories of their 20s and 30s, Darby's disastrous first year as a teacher, and Samesh being confronted by systemic racism in city government, even in Southern California, where there was more diversity than in Bend. The candle in the center of the table burned low as they traded stories from two lives fully lived. When the musicians came by to play a song for them, Samesh requested "Hopelessly Devoted to You." Darby couldn't believe the trio knew the song, nor could she believe that Samesh had remembered.
"You made me watch Grease like 4 million times,"
he teased after the musicians had moved on to the next table. That might be an exaggeration. Darby shook her head, knowing he was right.
"Not much."
He raised his wine glass.
"Although, a toast to you for introducing me to musicals. Did you know that to this day I can still recite the movie and every song word for word?"
No. There was so much about him she didn't know, and yet he was also so familiar. There weren't any uncomfortable lulls in the conversation or awkward pauses. It was as if no time had passed, and they were undergraduates again, ready to take off on great adventures across the globe. Only Darby wasn't a naive, bright-eyed 20-something any longer. She was a mature, grown woman. Catching up might be fun, but she needed answers. She deserved answers. Their dinner plates were cleared away. Coffee and slices of tiramisu were delivered. This was Darby's cue to follow through with what she'd come to do. Listen, Samesh, I've enjoyed chatting tonight. It's like no time has passed. He leaned across the table.
Me too. You are so easy to talk to. It's like being back in college. Remember how many nights we were up in your dorm until 2 or 3 in the morning? Eating Pringles and talking about nothing and everything at the same time?
She added a splash of cream to her coffee and took a deep breath as she looked up into his kind eyes. I do, but that was many, many years ago. And I have to be honest, I'm glad we've been able to catch up, but it feels so out of the blue. I need to know why you left me on graduation night. Everything I've told you tonight is true. I've had a wonderful life, a happy marriage, and a fulfilling career. I wouldn't change any of it, and I don't harbor any resentment toward you. After that night, I did for a while. I was so confused. I'll never forget standing in my cap and gown, holding 2 plane tickets to Europe, and hearing you tell me you weren't coming, and it was over. We went from being best friends and lovers who were going to see the world and travel across Europe for the summer before we got real jobs and figured out what to do next, to nothing. Literally nothing. Not another word. You left, and that was it. Darby's voice quivered. She blinked back tears. These tears felt different than the constant ache of missing Jim. These tears were nostalgic, reminding her of her first heartbreak that didn't break her. Samesh exhaled slowly, like he was attempting to blow out the candle in the center of the table. He watched the flame with a quiet reserve. I honestly don't have ill will for you, Samesh. Darby continued. I got over that long ago, and I'm grateful that our breakup led me to find Jim. But I would like to understand. It would have made sense if we had been fighting or were at odds about where we wanted to go next. I don't remember that. Maybe I imagined that we were happy. Maybe you had been unhappy for a long time, but I wish you had told me. It would have made the hurt less. He balled up his napkin and tossed it on the table.
I know, Darby. I'm so sorry. I have lived with regret over the way things unfolded. I don't know what I can possibly say that will make it better.
An explanation would be a good start. Darby was acutely aware that the music had stopped. Several tables had cleared, leaving the restaurant nearly empty except for 2 or 3 other parties. The only sound was hushed conversations and the occasional clink of forks and knives. Talk about symbolism. Darby could teach an entire lesson on how the restaurant's vibe had shifted with their mood. Samesh sipped his coffee with complete attention, like he was buying time. When he finally spoke, his voice was almost a whisper.
It was my parents.
Your parents? Darby couldn't help but notice that a table nearby had turned in their direction at the sound of her response. She let out a breath and tried to keep her mouth from hanging open. What do you mean, your parents?
They forbade me from going to Europe with you.
He couldn't meet her eyes. What? I thought they liked me. Darby was stunned. She had met Samesh's parents every time they had visited. They had invited her to family dinners and had been kind and welcoming to her. Darby hadn't known them well, but every time they came to visit Samesh, they seemed eager to include her and warm and welcoming.
They did like you.
Samesh cleared his throat again.
They didn't like you as marriage material, though. Our friendship was fine, but they had me end it when they realized how serious I was.
I don't understand. We weren't even engaged. Samesh picked up a spoon and stirred his coffee. He started to speak but stopped himself. The weight of unresolved emotions seemed to crumple his chest. Were you going to propose? Darby nudged, her pulse quickening. His gaze was soft and wistful, as if he'd been transported back in time.
In Paris. I had the ring. I had it planned out. We were going to climb to the top of the Eiffel Tower.
He removed the spoon from his coffee cup, rubbed his temples, and sighed.
I shouldn't have told them. I should have just done it.
Darby wasn't sure how to respond. Samesh had been planning to propose that summer. Why didn't you tell me? She finally asked.
I told my parents at lunch the day of graduation. I knew at some level that they were traditionalists. They wanted me to marry a nice Indian woman and preserve our family customs and traditions. I underestimated how important that was to them. When I showed them the ring and told them I was going to propose, they were so upset.
He had a ring? Darby couldn't believe it. The room was closing in on her. She could hear the rush of her heartbeat thudding in her head. She tried to clasp her wine with a clammy hand, and then decided against it.
Their response threw me. It made me question whether it was fair to you. How could I bring you into a family like mine?
His subtle smile carried a hint of longing.
What if they never came to terms with it? With us? What if they wouldn't accept you or our future children? I hadn't intended to leave. I thought I would take a week or so. I would travel down the coast, alone. I had to get my stuff back to San Diego anyway. I figured a long, solo drive would be good. I could clear my head and figure out what to do.
I still don't understand why you couldn't have told me.
Because if I had told you, we would have taken off right then, right there. I knew how much you cared. I knew you loved me the way I loved you, and I would have done anything to make it work. We probably would have gone to Europe and eloped.
Okay. And what would have been wrong with that?
I couldn't do that to you. You deserved a husband who loved you, and a family, too. I imagined every future holiday with you as an outcast, with you feeling hurt and unloved by my parents. I wouldn't put you through that. On the drive, I considered severing ties with them completely.
Samesh, I had no idea. Darby's hand went to her heart. You did? Samesh reached for his napkin. He smoothed it out and folded it into a tight square.
I did.
His eyes flickered to her momentarily, and then returned to the napkin.
I knew you wouldn't go for that. Not as a long-term solution, and I didn't know how to tell you that my parents were against our future. It wasn't you. They really did like you. It was just that... He trailed off. That I'm white and not a practicing Hindu. Darby finished his thought. Yeah.
He stabbed his uneaten tiramisu.
I was also young. I might have reacted differently if this had happened now.
That's the gift of aging, isn't it? He nodded, but the pain was etched in the deep lines in his forehead and the corners of his warm brown eyes.
After I drove to San Diego, I did more soul-searching. It was hard, because I felt the call of duty to my parents. They had given up so much for me. They were the reason I'd been able to get a college degree. Being the only child, the only son of Indian parents, came with a lot of pressure. Plus, you remember, this was the 1980s. Things have changed, but back then, the idea of me marrying you was so out of the realm of possibility for them.
He put his fork to his lips, but didn't take a bite. Instead, he returned the fork to the plate.
I wish I'd been braver. I wish I had fought for us.
A tear rolled down Darby's cheek. That's so sad. It must have been hard for you.
It was hard, and the only person I wanted to talk to was you.
You could have, though.
No.
Samesh motioned with his hands.
I couldn't. You would have tried to find a solution for an unsolvable problem, and I refused to put you through that. I loved you too much to hurt you like that.
But you did hurt me.
I know.
He gulped.
I get that now, with the gift of distance, but at the time, it seemed like the only thing to do. To make a clean break, to forget about you and let you move on with your life. Which you did.
Yeah, I did. Darby was thoughtful for a moment. What about you? You never married? You never found love? His dark eyes misted with emotion.
I found love. I just lost her.
Darby let out a small gasp.
It's always been you, Darby. I lost you once. Now I've found you, and I will do whatever it takes to convince you that we're meant to be. Love like this isn't a coincidence. I made a huge mistake when we were younger, and I've had to live with that regret every day since. You went on to love deeply and lost him. I think our problem has been about timing. This is our time now.
25. Hillary. Hillary's day had gone a bit better. She had appeased the mayor, at least temporarily, by inviting him to give a speech at the Santa breakfast. Who knew how long that would last? Thus far, the business community had rallied around her, but she didn't trust the mayor. The house was dark when Hillary got home. She had expected Ben to be waiting for her. Maybe he had a late client. She flipped on the lights and turned up the heat. She walked down the hallway lined with family photos. So many memories hanging from the off-white walls. The twins on miniature skis from their first outing on Mount Bachelor before they had barely mastered walking. Summer hikes, taking the plunge off Paulina Falls. Birthdays with homemade cakes that Ben had stayed up all night painstakingly decorating clone troopers and Littlest Pet Shop characters with colored buttercream, piped from a star-tipped nozzle. His hand was numb for days, but the twins' reaction to their cakes had made it all worth it. The last collection of photos in the gallery was from graduation. Graduation. Hillary clutched her chest. Her heart fluttered in strange, uneven beats, making it hard to catch her breath. Why did she still feel paralyzed by the memory? They'd been gone for 4 months. She should have some perspective by now, but just seeing their grinning faces in their red and white caps and gowns made Hillary's knees buckle. She grabbed the wall to steady herself and went into the kitchen. The kitchen was Ben's domain. Hillary viewed cooking and baking as necessary, but took no joy from laboring over the stove for hours, sautéing veggies. On the other hand, Ben would gladly accept an entire Saturday prepping a 4-course meal. She used to tease him that he made the wrong career choice. Don't you find it funny that you're a personal trainer focused on health and fitness and spend your days off baking chocolate cakes and cherry pies? She would say, sipping a glass of Pinot while Ben slathered dark chocolate ganache between layers of sponge. It's my balance point. He would wink across the island. Drink your wine. You know you're going to enjoy the fruits of my labors. That was true. She had partly fallen for him because of his kitchen talents. His talents in the bedroom had been equally impressive. She chalked that up to the fact that he got paid to work out daily. Ben was attractive. There was no denying that, even more so these days. Hillary's hair was dry and brittle, falling out at a precarious rate, making her wonder if she'd have any hair left by the time she turned 50. She didn't sleep at night. Ben's head hit the pillow, and 5 minutes later, a cacophony of snores erupted from his side of the bed, while Hillary stared at the ceiling and listened to sleep hypnosis soundtracks on repeat. She was tired, cranky, and always on edge. Her perimenopausal friends complained about the same things: their fluctuating hormones, hot flashes, headaches, and insomnia. Meanwhile, the subtle pops of gray in Ben's hair and stubble gave him a roguish mountain look. He seemed to be aging in reverse, and oblivious to Hillary's struggles. That was Ben, though. He lived in his own bubble. Their interests and skills complemented each other. Hillary was organized, hence why she had ended up as president of the PTA, and head of the senior party grad night committee. She helped the twins with their biochem and geometry homework, while Ben baked confetti cupcakes for school carnivals and fundraisers. Their marriage had never been traditional in terms of gender roles. That was another thing Hillary appreciated about Ben. He wasn't bothered about being an alpha male. He got enough of that energy at the gym. Why have you been so cold to him? She poured herself a glass of Merlot and opened a can of soup. While the soup was heating, Hillary checked her phone. No messages from Ben. He must be pissed. She took her wine and soup to the living room, turned on the gas fireplace, and scrolled until she found a light-hearted holiday romance. The gym closed in 30 minutes. By the time Ben finished client paperwork and made sure the weight room was back in order, he should be home in an hour, even if the roads were dicey. She could stay up for another hour. She owed him that much, and an apology. Her thoughts shifted away from the hellish day, night, whatever it had been, as she sipped her wine and let the soup warm her. She must have drifted off, because she was startled awake by the sounds of singing on the TV. Her movie had ended, and a new one was starting. Hillary sat up and rubbed her eyes. How long had she been asleep? Her left hand had gone numb. She wiggled her fingers to try and get the feeling back. Then she checked her phone. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Her stomach dropped, like she had caught air flying over a ski jump. Ben should have been home hours ago. Had he gotten into an accident? She had worried so much about the twins driving in winter weather conditions, even though she and Ben had taught them how to navigate snowy streets and icy hillsides from the time they got their driver's permits. Ben was a good driver. He didn't take risks. She scanned her phone. Then she texted him. No response. Hillary got up from the couch and paced back and forth in front of the fireplace. She tried calling him. His phone went straight to voicemail. She texted him again, twice. Each of her messages got stronger in intensity. Ben, where are you? I'm freaking out. This was a situation that called for all caps. Hillary wondered if she should start calling hospitals. Or the police. Should she drive his route from the gym and make sure he hadn't skidded on a patch of black ice and his car was in a ditch somewhere on the roadside? Yeah, that was a good idea. Hillary's breath came in short gasps. Please, God, don't let something have happened to him. She ran down the hallway, not bothering to turn off the TV. She stopped in the foyer to grab her jacket and car keys. They kept a basket near the door for mail, keys, and miscellaneous junk. It had been dark when she had gotten home earlier. She hadn't bothered to look through it, but a new round of terror sent waves of nausea through her body when she noticed a plain envelope on top of the mail pile with her name written in Ben's handwriting. She ripped open the envelope. Inside was a note. Dear Hillary, we need a break. It's obvious that this isn't working. I feel like I've tried and keep hitting a brick wall with you. I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to take some time for myself. Love, Ben. Hillary thought she might vomit. The room began to spin. Her eyes couldn't focus. Had she read that wrong? Ben had left her? He wanted a break? How could this day possibly get worse? 26. Marissa. After their close call at the pub last night, Marissa woke with a new resolve to keep things strictly professional with William. For a moment outside, when they'd been standing next to the falls, their shoulders touching, the heat from their bodies radiating, she had almost imagined falling for him. Thank goodness Parker and her snobby group of friends had shown up. Marissa could have pictured staying for another drink with William if she hadn't. Getting caught up in his charm was easy. But she had to remind herself that he was used to dazzling people with his wit and rugged good looks. It came with the Graff family name. William had grown up in a Bend-style castle. His childhood had involved bougie birthday parties and trips around the globe. Or so Marissa assumed. Meanwhile, she had grown up in a 2-story cottage 3 blocks from her elementary school, where she had walked to the public school a few blocks away. Her family vacations had been road trips to the big city, Portland, for the weekend, and summer getaways to national parks. Her parents had surprised her with tickets to Disneyland for her 13th birthday. They couldn't afford to fly, though. Her mom packed a cooler and suitcases, and they spent 3 days driving to Anaheim, stopping in small towns and Northern California beaches along the way. She and William might live in the same city, but they were worlds apart. Anytime Marissa started thinking about William's flirty smile and his soulful eyes, she needed to remember that. She went through her morning routine at her parents' house, making sure that she didn't take too long in the shower. Sundays were their snowshoeing days, so they had already packed a thermos of hot chocolate and snacks by the time Marissa had finished getting ready and headed downstairs. She made herself a coffee and scanned ads for apartment rentals. A 1-bedroom, 600-square-foot apartment for $2,000 a month. Why did everything have to be so expensive? Bend was second only to Portland in terms of exorbitant housing prices, but good news buzzed on her phone. She checked her email and did a little happy dance. The Graff party had landed her 2 new clients. Yes! It was working. She scanned the messages, unable to contain a smile. One was a holiday brunch, and the other was an office party. Neither was as lucrative as the Graff account, but they would both bring in some more cash. As long as she kept her holiday spending in check, she should have enough for first and last month's rent and a security deposit. It was going to be tight, but this was a step in the right direction. Yet another reason she needed to stop daydreaming about William and keep her mind clear. The $50,000 prize was within her reach. Marissa sketched plans for her new projects. The brunch was going to be fun to create. She envisioned waffle boards with syrups, flavored butter, whipping cream, mini chocolate chips, and fresh fruit. Additionally, she would create savory boards with sausage, soft-boiled eggs, avocados, salsa, and tortillas. The client had requested donut boards that inspired Marissa to order old-school milk bottles. She planned to fill them with milk and serve them with reusable red and white striped straws, accompanied by platters of raspberry jelly, bear claws, and glazed donuts, along with dozens of donut holes featuring holiday sprinkles. For the office party, the only instructions she had been given aside from the budget was to go with a cocktail hour theme. Marissa would do her classic cheese boards and bite-sized finger food boards with mini quiches, bruschetta, and pinwheel wraps. She was contemplating adding Jell-O shots for a touch of whimsy. She could create Hanukkah blueberry and lemon shots, as well as cherry and lime Christmas-themed shots. She sent a quick email to the client, asking their opinion on the idea, and confirming that a boozy board was cool. She had agreed to meet William at the Santa breakfast at 10. It was almost 9. If she left now, she would have time to swing by and take a look at a new apartment that had popped up on her search. It was farther outside the downtown core than she'd hoped for, but it was within her price point, and it was brand new, so it was definitely worth checking out. William Graff monopolized her thoughts on the drive. She couldn't stop seeing his smile, or imagining him leaning in to kiss her. What is wrong with you? Marissa pursed her lips and held a tighter grip on the steering wheel. He's your scavenger hunt partner and the ticket to your independence. Nothing more. She wanted to believe it, but William continued to dominate her brain, no matter what else she tried to concentrate on. She needed to find the next clue at this breakfast and keep moving forward with the hunt. The sooner they solved the puzzle, the sooner she could be done with William once and for all. 27. Olivia. Olivia scolded herself as she fiddled with her ponytail for what felt like the 100th time. She'd worn her hair up and borrowed a pair of her mom's dangling earrings for the Santa breakfast. She wanted to look mature and sophisticated for Malik, who was supposedly coming to help check people in for the event. But so far, he was a no-show. Shocker. She couldn't help being disappointed, even so. Hugo brought her a peppermint tea and a plate of pastries. They said we could have whatever we want. I'm going back for seconds, maybe thirds. He plopped into the chair next to her. What's my duty, Miss National Honor Society Prez? Lay it on me. Your wish is my every command. If you can hand out tickets, I'll check everyone in, Olivia said with a smile, handing him a roll of red raffle tickets. Be sure to tell everyone to write their name and number on the back so that if they win, they can be notified. That's a tough task, boss, but I'll do my best. He ripped a hunk of a cherry turnover in half and offered the other piece to Olivia. He looked grown up and cute, although slightly uncomfortable in his black slacks, button-down white shirt, and green Christmas tie. No thanks. I'll start with tea. She wrapped her hands around the mug. Did Malik text you? Hugo chomped on the sweet pastry for a minute before answering. Olivia suspected it was because he was buying himself time to come up with a reply. No, I texted him last night to be here by 8, but I didn't get the impression he was super into the idea of being up this early on a Saturday. Yeah. She blew on the tea. Tell me the truth. He's not into me, is he? Honestly, I don't know, Liv. He's a weird dude. He doesn't say much to me either. I think he's a loner. When I asked him about being on the team, I was shocked when he showed up. So, I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Olivia appreciated that Hugo was trying to make her feel better. She knew the truth. Malik was out of her league. She changed the subject. So, tell me about your mystery crush. Cass said that you have a plan to ask her out? Hugo choked on the turnover. He coughed and pounded his hand on his chest. Then he jumped up. Sorry, I gotta go grab a drink of water. Be back in a second. Olivia watched him disappear into the ballroom. They had told each other everything for as long as she could remember. Except for this. Hugo had told Cass all about his crush, but he left Olivia out of the loop. Was it her? Was she being too demanding? She knew she tended to over-organize. Was it too much? Project Candy Cane, schoolwork, this? Was she pushing her friends away in the process? As much as she needed to win the cash, she also wanted to have fun. This was their last year together. Who knew where they'd end up after graduation? She, Hugo, and Cass had been inseparable through middle and high school, but she could feel that shifting. Their friendship was starting to fragment, and Passport to the Holidays might be one of the last experiences they shared together. She needed to forget about Malik and focus on her friends. This was their senior year, after all, and she couldn't let her obsession about someone who barely acknowledged her existence ruin the holidays. 28. Darby. The Santa breakfast was a new addition to Passport to the Holidays. Jim would have loved a holiday brunch, Darby thought as she drove to the hotel. The 5-story brick building was decked out in swags of evergreen and silver balls. Samesh had talked her into coming the night before. He seemed to have that effect on her. She found herself agreeing before she had had time to think it through, but all she'd been doing since their romantic Italian dinner was think. Think and panic and think some more. His confession had taken her by complete surprise. She wasn't sure he had made the right choice then, but it did explain why he'd left in such a rush all those years ago. She still believed that he could have reached out. He could have risked hurting her feelings. He could have taken a risk. any risk. But that was in the past. Things had changed. She had changed. She had lived an entire life without him. They were completely different people from who they had been decades ago. Where would they even start? And then there was the question she had wrestled with for most of the night. Was she even ready to consider dating again? Could she? Her mind refused to slow down. It hadn't since she left the restaurant. None of the breathing or centering techniques she used with her students had worked when she'd been wide awake at 2 o'clock in the morning, staring at the ceiling with her heart racing and wondering if she was willing to seriously consider the thought of moving on. It had been impossible to think of a life with someone who wasn't Jim. It hadn't even been on her radar. There was no one, not even the Channel 8 weather guy, who had made her this buzzy and slightly out of control. She wasn't sure she liked it. The spark with Samesh was undeniable. He put her at ease and made her feel comfortable. Talking with him again made her feel like no time had passed. They had been able to pick up where they had left off decades ago. But was it enough? She wasn't ready to date yet. It was too soon. The mere thought of opening her heart, knowing that it was already fractured, sent a wave of nausea rolling through her stomach. She had said some of this to Samesh when they had lingered, sipping coffee and letting their desserts sit untouched. Most of it she kept to herself, hence why her sleep had been restless last night. She had finally given up a little before 5 and gone down to the kitchen to make a cup of chamomile tea and leaf through old photo albums of her college days. Reminiscing brought her no clarity. It was flattering to hear that he wanted to see if there was a chance of rekindling the spark they'd once had. He had been thoughtful and respectful about her grief. He was living with loss, too. It was one of the reasons he was convinced that their situation felt like it had been destined in the stars. She could almost imagine Jim scripting out her next love story from the heavens. Was it fate that had brought her and Samesh together again? It was too much pressure. Too much to consider. Honestly, she wasn't even sure what had compelled her to come to breakfast. Hopefully she wouldn't regret it. Darby pulled into a parking space across the street from the hotel. She smiled, seeing gleeful children dressed in holiday sweaters, skipping into the lobby to meet the big man with the red bag. Darby's steps were more measured, calculated, intentional. This wasn't a time for spontaneity or rash decisions. She pressed her hand to her stomach, trying to quiet the swirl of nerves. Inside, the hotel lobby looked like a scene from a movie. 2 20-foot Christmas trees flanked the entrance. Music played overhead, and the smell of pine and cinnamon enveloped her. Silver and gold ornaments dangled from the dazzling chandeliers, and hotel staff were dressed in festive red and green. "Good morning, Mrs. Reynolds." A familiar voice greeted her. "Olivia, what are you doing here?" Darby asked, turning to see her star student seated at the welcome table. "National Honor Society is helping to check people in for breakfast." Olivia pointed to a tub of candy canes and a stack of tickets. "Then my team has to work on solving the next clue." "How's it going?" Darby hoped that Olivia's team would win. It would be great for her students to win that kind of cash, especially knowing her plans for putting it to good use. "Good. Want a candy cane? Here, take a couple. Although, after we pull off our prank, we're probably never going to want to see one of these again." Olivia held out the tub for Darby, who proceeded to help herself to 2 of the minty treats. "True." Darby unwrapped the striped candy. "I'm running out of hiding places in my classroom." "Right?" Olivia's dimples creased as she grinned. "Cass's mom is worried she has a sugar addiction because she has like 40 boxes stashed in her room." "I have a feeling we might end up inadvertently causing a candy cane shortage." Darby winked and took a lick of the peppermint candy. "Blame me. It was my idea." Olivia set the box on the check-in table. "The hunt is going well. We have the first 2 challenges complete," she continued. "I'm pretty sure the next clue involves having our pictures taken with Santa, but we can't cut the line and push all the little kids out, you know?"
"Probably not in the holiday spirit," Darby agreed, tucking the other candy cane into her purse.
"Do you have a ticket, Mrs. Reynolds?"
Olivia consulted the printed list.
"No, I'm meeting an old friend who invited me." "Let me see if you're on the list."
Olivia flipped through the pages. Darby opened her purse. "I'm happy to purchase a ticket, especially if National Honor Society gets a portion of the funds."
Olivia tapped the sheet with her pen. "Nope, no need. You're a VIP, Mrs. Reynolds." She grinned and pointed to her left. "Breakfast is in the ballroom. It's buffet style, and you are at table 4. She handed Darby a ticket. "Have fun."
"Thanks." Darby took her place in line behind 2 young couples with overly excited children, bouncing up and down in anticipation of seeing Santa. She hated to admit it, but she felt just as eager, confused, and out of her body as the youngsters, albeit for very different reasons.
"There he is! I sees him! I sees him!" a toddler shouted, standing on his toes to get a better look. "Hi, Santa! Hi! It's me! It's me!"
Darby chuckled. The energy in the room was a reminder of how much delight she used to take in the season. Could she capture that again with Samesh? Did she want to? A swell of guilt made her throat seize up. How was she even considering a life without Jim? She gulped hard and found her table. It was marked reserved and near the buffet station. Samesh was on the opposite side of the ballroom at the cookie decorating tables. The event appeared to be running smoothly. There were lines for food, pictures with Santa, cookie decorating, and craft tables, but none were long, and families flowed between the spaces. No one else was seated at her table, so Darby decided to get a cup of coffee and a breakfast pastry. When she came back, she found Hillary downing a mimosa. Darby could tell from the vacant gaze in Hillary's eyes and how she kept running her hands through her hair that something was wrong. "Is everything okay?" She set her coffee and gingerbread scone on the table and sat next to Hillary. "Hey, Darby. I didn't know you were coming. It's good to see you here." Nothing about Hillary's tone reflected the sentiment of her words. "Samesh invited me." Darby motioned to the cookie station. "Right, of course. That makes sense." Darby wondered what made sense, but she was concerned about Hillary. In the minute since she'd sat down, Hillary had finished her mimosa and reached for another as a waiter passed them with a tray. "The event seems to be going well." Hillary gulped her drink. "Sure, yeah, it's good." "I don't mean to pry, but you don't seem like yourself." Darby didn't know Hillary well, but in their previous interactions, Hillary had come across as strong, confident, and capable. The woman sitting beside her looked ready to crumple into a ball on the floor. It was a feeling Darby was very familiar with. "My entire life is in shambles, but otherwise I'm fine. Just fine." Hillary let out a high-pitched laugh and tilted the champagne flute to get the last drops of her drink. "Do you want to talk about it?" Darby broke off a piece of her scone. "I don't want to burden you with my issues. I know how hard this time of year and the event must be for you. This was Jim's baby, after all." "True," Darby nodded. "I've also found that holding space for someone else can be cathartic." Hillary squinted. Her bottom lip quivered. "It's been a lot. It's been a transition year. My twins left for college this fall, and I don't know why, but it's been brutal. Like, gut-wrenchingly brutal." "College is such a bittersweet time for parents," Darby said sincerely. She and Jim had never had children of their own, but every year in June, when she watched a new batch of seniors soft launch into the world, she felt the same sense of eagerness and sadness. "And you're absolutely right that it's a transition. You've likely defined yourself as a mother and spent a lot of time being needed. That shift is a big adjustment.
It doesn't mean that your kids aren't going to continue to need you. They're just going to need you in new and different ways. But what you're experiencing is real grief and loss. It's very normal. Hillary nodded. Did you go through this with your kids? Jim and I never had kids, Darby replied with a touch of wistfulness. I will say, though, as a high school English teacher, that I have felt the sting of loss when my favorite students with whom I had a strong bond graduated. It's not the same as what you're feeling. But the crux of attachment is that if we do our job right as parents and educators, we give them a foundation and send them on their way. Our children don't belong to us. They pass through us. Oh, that's beautiful, and so true. Hillary fanned her face, trying to brush away her tears. Are you sure you teach English? You don't moonlight as a counselor? Darby shook her head, feeling equally pleased to offer Hillary some comfort and like a fraud. She could dole out advice, but was completely thrown by Samesh's declaration last night. I've been stuck on the twins belonging to me. My husband has been doing a better job of embracing the idea that they pass through us, but now I think I've ruined that relationship too. How so? Darby scooted her chair closer. She could tell that Hillary needed a listening ear. I've been pushing him away. I've been taking out my sadness on him. I've ignored him. I've been mean to him for no apparent reason. Darby tilted her head to one side. I don't know about that. The reason is fairly apparent, isn't it? She kept her tone soft and even, void of judgment. Hillary exhaled and hung her head. He left me last night. I'm so sorry. Darby reached her hand out in a show of comfort. It's my fault. I've been consumed with work and too self-absorbed to stuff my sadness inside. It hasn't worked, and now I've ruined everything. I doubt that. Darby patted Hillary's arm. Every marriage, every partnership goes through challenges. In my marriage, I learned that communication is the key. Being vulnerable. Really opening up. It sounds like you've got a solid relationship. Hillary frowned. Why? Because you felt safe enough to be your worst around your husband. Hillary sniffled. But how do I become my best with him? I can't answer that for you. Darby gave her a small smile. I suggest having a conversation, and sharing what you've shared with me is a good starting point. Hillary waved her hands in front of her face again, blinking back tears. Thank you. That's helpful. It feels like a relief to admit how terrible I've been out loud. Anytime. I'm here if you ever need someone to listen. I appreciate it. Hillary blinked hard and composed herself by rolling back her shoulders and exhaling slowly. What about you? I can't believe how romantic Samesh's story is. I'm sure it must be weird, but it's also one of the sweetest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Our whole staff is rooting for you two. Darby frowned. What story? The story of you guys. Hillary gave her an odd look. Samesh told me all about it shortly after he was hired. To be kept apart by his parents when you were young. It's like something out of Romeo and Juliet. He told you about that? Darby was confused. Why would Samesh have told Hillary and other staff members at the Chamber of Commerce about their past? When Samesh contacted the mayor about relocating here, that was part of his pitch. Everyone was in tears reading his cover letter. It talked about how he had kept tabs on you from a distance and wanted to give you time after Jim died. Hillary formed a heart with her fingers. It's straight from the pages of a romance novel. I mean, I guess it fits, since you're an English teacher. He gives up a high-ranking position in his career and moves over 1,000 miles to be with the one who got away. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a movie of your love story. Darby's entire body flooded with heat. Sweat trickled down her neck. What? He'd kept tabs on her? He knew about Jim? Nothing made sense. The room felt like all the air had been sucked out of it. She needed to get out of the ballroom. Now. Samesh was making his way toward them. Excuse me. Darby stood, grabbing her purse and leaving her plate and coffee untouched. I need to go. Hillary glanced in Samesh's direction and then back at Darby. Did I say something wrong? Darby shook her head and stole a glance at Samesh. No. I'm glad we could talk, and I hope you'll be gentle with yourself. She hurried off before Samesh could catch up with her. He had lied. About everything. Their meeting wasn't by chance. It wasn't fate or coincidence that had brought them back together. Samesh had arranged it. He'd planned it. Had he told everyone about their past? He had given up a job and career and sought a position in Bend. Why hadn't he told her that from the beginning? Why had he pretended? Why had he lied? This wasn't fate. It was a complete farce. 29. Marissa. Liv, how's it going? Marissa greeted her cousin with a hug. Are you the official Santa breakfast welcome committee? Yep, and I have so much power. Olivia held up a roll of red tickets. I have more power than you can even imagine. I'm ticket sales, too. Marissa laughed. How's the breakfast going? I don't know. We've been checking guests in. I have 30 minutes left on my shift, and then we will work on the next challenge. It has to be pictures with Santa, right? That's why I'm here. She gave the lobby a once-over. You haven't seen my teammate, Jack Frost, have you? I cannot believe you're partnered up with Mr. Graff. Did you know that half the girls in my class have a crush on him? I mean, obviously he's way too old, but I get it. He's hot. What's he like? He seems like he'd be chill. He's fine. Marissa wasn't about to admit that she was crushing on him, too. It's strictly business with us. Business? Olivia stuck out her tongue. How old are you? Like 40? You cannot be spending that much time with Mr. Graff and not give me the dirt. Like, seriously, what's he like? He's old and boring. Marissa ruffled her cousin's head. Listen, kid, enjoy the lush life while you can. These are the best days. You're on the cusp of adulthood with a bunch of freedom and none of the pressure or responsibility. Olivia's smile vanished. Hey, that's not cool. Do you remember what it was like to apply for colleges and scholarships and take like 1,000 AP tests? Figure out how I'm going to pay for college, that is, if I get into any of the schools I'm applying to. Not to mention keep up with my schoolwork and activities. I wouldn't say this is a dream life. Marissa could tell that she had upset Olivia with her flippant response. You're right. I'm so sorry. I was just teasing. And to be honest, I'm stressed about my situation. I didn't mean to belittle what you're going through. Marissa blew Olivia kisses. Forgive me? Or just let everyone know that your cousin is an asshole. Olivia rolled her eyes. You're not. I get it. I know what you were trying to say, but I'm so frustrated right now by every other person asking me at least once a day if I've made a decision about college and what I'm going to do with my life. It's so annoying. Fair. I promise I will not utter another word about college. Marissa made an X over her heart. What are we promising? A familiar smoky voice sounded behind her. Marissa could tell William was behind her without even turning around. She recognized his voice and his woodsy holiday cologne. Not to be an asshole, Marissa answered, giving Olivia a wink. See what I did there? I'm going to need more information. William came up next to Marissa, letting his shoulder brush against her. She scooted away. Olivia was lamenting about how she constantly gets asked about college and her future. That's the worst. William gave Olivia a conspiratorial grin. Here's an idea. Tell anyone who asks that you're packing one single bag, a bow, and an arrow, and are going off the grid to live off the land for a year. You'll forage for your own food, hunt, build a shelter. No cell service. No social media. No contact with the outside world. That will shut them up. Bow and arrow? Marissa gaped at him.
Where did that come from? Outdoor school. Didn't you do the bow and arrow unit? Marissa shook her head. You missed out. It was my favorite activity. They were Nerf arrows, but I've always thought that it would be a romantic way to propose. Shoot an arrow with a ring tied to it to my future wife. Why was he talking to her about proposals?
Wouldn't you be in danger of hitting your future wife with the arrow?
Olivia teased. Not me, William flexed. I have perfect aim.
Marissa sighed. We should get moving. See you later, Liv. And seriously, try not to sweat school and college applications too much. I promise it will all work out. She marched toward the ballroom without bothering to see if William was following her.
Where's the fire?
William asked, glancing at the welcome table.
I didn't even get a lousy candy cane.
We're here for one purpose, Marissa said, stopping at the entrance. The line for Santa doesn't look too long. You have the photo from last night, right? William patted his puffy vest.
In my pocket.
Marissa cut through the room and slipped into place in the line. She didn't expect him to follow, but he did.
Why did you take off last night?
His voice was low, just for her.
I thought we were vibing.
She arched her brows. Vibing? He smiled, just a little.
Like teammates. Bonding. Maybe more?
Marissa turned to face him completely, narrowing the space between them. Look, William, I feel like I've made it abundantly clear that I intend to win. That's why I'm here. His smile didn't falter, but something flickered in his eyes.
Maybe winning and bonding aren't mutually exclusive.
She didn't answer, mainly because she didn't trust herself to speak.
I just thought it might be more enjoyable if we had fun in the process. It seemed like we were last night, but obviously I misread the situation.
He sighed and shook his head.
It won't happen again.
Good. She nodded curtly and folded her arms across her chest. They waited in silence until it was their turn. Santa boomed out a,
"Oh, oh, oh,"
and waved them over with a white-gloved hand.
Come on up.
Marissa turned to William. The photo.
Yeah, I got it. What a lovely young couple,
Santa said.
Christmas card photo?
Oh, no, we're not a couple, Marissa said quickly. William gave her an odd look and then handed Santa his phone.
We're hoping this selfie will mean something to you. Santa does like a selfie.
Santa snapped once and caught the eye of an elf.
Come closer. My elf will take another snap for you.
Marissa squeezed next to William. Closer, you two, closer. Pretend like you like each other. We can't have matching scowls for our Santa selfie, right? William put his arm around Marissa's shoulder, which made her spine stiffen. She forced a smile. Once the elf had taken their picture, she quickly ducked out of William's grasp. They both waited, expecting Santa to say more. Do you have a clue for us? Marissa asked. Santa touched the tip of his nose with his glove.
Check with my elf, but before you do, let me give you some advice.
Okay. Marissa paid close attention, figuring that whatever advice he would give was probably their clue.
I'm paraphrasing here, but there's a saying that goes, you can tell a lot about a person based on how they handle tangled Christmas lights. That one is attributed to Maya Angelou,
William replied instantly.
That's right. Well done. Very impressive.
Santa motioned to his elf.
Happy holidays.
How did you know Maya Angelou said that? Marissa asked, unable to contain her surprise. Two families in front of them waited for their pictures to be processed.
I love her work. She's one of the reasons I majored in English and decided to get my teaching degree.
William Graff never failed to surprise her. He loved Maya Angelou?
Santa's not quite right on this one, though. He got the basic gist, but the actual quote is, "You can tell a lot about a person by the way they handle three things: a rainy day, lost luggage, and tangled Christmas lights." And while Miss Angelo gets credit for the quote, there's a big debate in the writing community whether she actually said those wise words.
Marissa didn't have to fake a smile. Regardless, it's a great quote.
In case you were wondering, tangled Christmas lights don't faze me.
Does anything faze you?
Only women who judge me based on my family name.
He gave her a challenging stare. Marissa was saved from responding because the elf handed them their picture. She moved closer to him to get a better look. Do you see anything? He held the picture for her. They looked good together. Marissa tried not to focus on William's arm around her shoulder or how his smile lit his eyes. No wonder Santa thought they were a couple. Even in the photo, she could see the spark between them. What she didn't see was anything that resembled a clue. In the background of the photo was fake cotton and felt snow, Santa's ornate gold chair, his red bag with a matching gold string, and a mural of downtown Bend. Do you think the clue is hidden in the mural? Marissa asked. William flipped the photo over to see if anything was on the other side. There wasn't.
I'm starting to feel less smart at the moment. Unless we're missing something obvious. I don't see a bundle of tangled Christmas lights. Do you?
Marissa studied the picture again. Santa was grinning and waving with his right hand. It wasn't as if he was pointing to something, or had a sign with a clue pinned to his deep red coat. It's not like we can search behind him to get a better look at the mural. We'd be in everyone's Santa pics.
Unless the hint about Santa selfies and paparazzi means we're supposed to photobomb people.
William sounded incredulous as he pondered the idea. Photobombing a kid's picture with Santa seems pretty low. I can't imagine the organizers would have us do that. She paused for a minute. Do you think we need a magnifying glass? Could the clue be in tiny print on the mural? If you think about it, the clue on the ice sculpture was subtle.
Do most people have magnifying glasses on hand?
Right. Marissa frowned. Wait, what if you take a photo of the photo and then we can zoom in?
Now that is meta.
William pointed to an empty table nearby.
Let's try it.
Their heads were inches apart as they stared at William's phone. Marissa was glad she'd popped a couple of breath mints into her mouth on the drive over. William smelled so good. Too good. She had trouble concentrating as they went through each mural section, zooming in to get a clear look. Look, there. Marissa pointed to the bottom corner of the mural. The Starlight Parade. Do you see how under the depiction of the parade it says, "Come light up the night? Be ready to get tangled in the holiday adventure." William looked closer.
Good eyes.
That matches what Santa told us. It must have something to do with the parade. William set his phone on the table.
Parker is one of the sponsors for the Starlight Parade. Let's go to her winery and see if she'll give us the inside scoop.
Great. Another meetup with Parker. The last person in Bend Marissa wanted to spend time with. 30. Darby. Darby was shaking so hard she wasn't sure she could steer the car home. She sat in the driver's seat and tried to steady her breathing, staring at happy couples walking hand in hand in the freshly fallen snow. Downtown was a blur of bustling holiday activity. Tingling melodies floated through the air thanks to a group of carolers gathered farther down the sidewalk, serenading anyone passing by. Shops glowed with a cheery warmth, welcoming shoppers inside. Samesh had lied to her. She felt betrayed, dizzy, and dazed. She had opened herself up, albeit slightly, and he had broken her trust, again. Why? Why had he lied? She massaged the base of her neck, feeling it pinch as if someone were squeezing it tightly. He moved to Bend for her? He followed her life for years? She could only guess that if her life were a novel they were dissecting, her students would find Samesh's character arc undeniably romantic. Darby found it creepy. He had given up on them without much of a fight, and now he was trying to win her heart by leaving out significant details from his story, like the fact that he knew about Jim's death, and he had intentionally sought out a position in Bend to find her. Was everything a lie? Anger bubbled up, rising through her chest and making her cheeks flame with heat. She gripped the steering wheel, wanting to kick herself for being so silly, so naive. She wasn't an 18-year-old English student. She was a fully grown woman who had foolishly allowed herself a fragile glimmer of hope since meeting Samesh again. For the first time since Jim died, she had let herself believe that maybe there was a possibility of life after loss. What was she thinking? She clutched her wedding ring. She'd even convinced herself that Jim was part of a master plan to bring them together. Nope. Every bit of their spontaneous meeting had been orchestrated by Samesh. Why couldn't he have been honest from the start? Would it have changed her response? Maybe. But given their history, she might have given him a chance. Now that was over. The worst part was that Darby had confided in him about the long ache of her grief. It was unfathomable that Samesh would risk her heart again. How dare he? Heat boiled in her stomach. It had been a long time since she felt this furious. Dare she say, it almost felt good to be on fire, to feel this burn of rage. She was at a loss as to what to do next. She didn't want to go home. So instead, she turned the key in the ignition, readjusted her sweaty palms on the steering wheel, and headed for her happy place, the library. She would spend the remainder of the ruined morning perusing the new release section and finding a cozy chair in front of the large windows to read and watch the snowfall outside. Samesh had been careless with her heart, but she was strong and resilient. Grief had shown her that. She wasn't 20 any longer. She was a completely realized version of her younger self, and she had no intention of playing Samesh's games. Those days were long since behind her. At least she had figured out the truth now. Thank goodness she'd had a conversation with Hillary. She thought that she'd been offering Hillary a listening ear and maybe some perspective from someone who had lived a few more years, but it turned out that Hillary had done her a major favor. 31. Hillary. Hillary's phone buzzed. Ben? A surge of hope made her head spin. It could have also been from downing 3 mimosas in quick succession. The dizziness remained, but the feeling of hope evaporated when she realized the text was from Bella. Mom, what is happening? The all caps were a dead giveaway that Ben had talked to their daughter. Instead of getting into a lengthy text exchange, Hillary decided the best course of action was to call Bella. She scooted over to the far side of the room, away from Santa and Mrs. Claus, and leaned against the wall. Mom, Bella answered before the phone had even rung. Getting either of the twins to answer a call was a small miracle in itself. What's going on? I'm at the Santa breakfast. Hillary's gaze darted around the festive room. Toddlers hopped up on peppermint pancakes, bounced in line to take pictures, creating their own mini mosh pit. How's studying for finals going? Mom, stop. Don't do that. Do what? Hillary tried to pretend she had no idea what Bella was talking about. Deflect. I learned all about it in psych class. Hillary stifled a chuckle. Thanks a lot, Psych 101. What am I deflecting? You and Dad. He called. He wanted to give Jack and me a heads up about Christmas. Oh, really? Hillary motioned to Samesh, who caught her eye from across the room. He lifted a platter of cookies, clearly wanting a minute of her time or maybe to offer her a cookie. She held up a finger, signaling that she needed a minute. Dad's staying at a hotel. What happened? Bella asked. Honey, it's a long story. I'm in the middle of work, but I don't want you or Jack to worry. Your dad and I are going to figure this out. You concentrate on finals. You don't need any additional stress right now. Study, take your tests, and we'll see you at the airport next weekend, okay? Mom, no, wait! Bella's voice was filled with desperation. Dad sounded wrecked on the phone. I won't be able to concentrate on finals if you two are breaking up. Damn, Ben. Hillary couldn't believe he'd involved the twins in their problems. That wasn't like him. I'm sorry, Bella. You don't need to be in the middle of this. It's not about you. It's between me and Dad. But he left. No, he spent one night at a hotel. We're not breaking up. We have some stuff to work through. She could see the mayor talking to Samesh, and from his puffed-out chest and slanting eyebrows, it didn't take a degree in psychology to realize they weren't chatting happily about cookies. The mayor tossed off Samesh as he tried to appease with the platter of fancy sugar cookie cutouts frosted with beautiful buttercream. Bella sighed. I don't know. He sounded bad, Mom. I've never heard him like that. Hillary fumed internally. Why would Ben put this on Bella in the middle of Dead Week on campus? When they video chatted with the twins last weekend, both kids had been upfront about how nervous and stressed they were for their first college exams. It didn't make sense, and was completely out of character for Ben. Samesh waved again, motioning to the mayor with a quick tip of his head. Great. What now? Was the mayor convinced there was a new cheating conspiracy at play? Listen, I have to get back to work, but I promise I will see Dad as soon as this event is finished. He and I will figure it out, okay? You'll do great on your finals, and I cannot wait to kiss your face as soon as you're home. Yeah. Bella didn't sound convinced. I love you, honey. Text me about finals, and I'll see you in a week. Hillary hung up. She needed a minute to compose herself, but Samesh was growing more frantic, shifting from one foot to the other as the mayor stormed away. So she inhaled deeply and forced her most professional smile. What's up? What did the mayor want? He studied her with concern, holding the cookie tray against his body. Is everything okay with you? Was she that obvious? Fine. She brushed him off and reached for a penguin cookie with a fluffy red frosting hat. Family stuff, but nothing that needs my attention right now. What do you need? Samesh held the platter of cookies out for her to take another. The decorating station is done. The hotel staff wants to know what you wanted to do with the extra cookies. And you're not going to like this part. The mayor wants to inspect the next challenge. He's on his way to the fairgrounds now and will not drop the idea that there's some kind of cheating going on. I tried to assure him we've checked and double-checked, but he wouldn't listen. He said to tell you he'll be using the full weight of his position to continue to investigate. Of course he will. Hillary sighed and rubbed her temples. She could feel a headache coming on. Sorry. Samesh's normally bright face fell into a frown. Is there anything I can do to help? No, this is my problem. I'll deal with him. Hillary dug her fingers deeper into temples. Maybe you can pass the extra cookies around the room? If no one else wants them, we'll donate any extra food to the winter shelter. The kitchen staff can box them up for us. Got it. Samesh nodded and started to say more, but then stopped for a minute, chewing on his bottom lip like he was searching for the right words. Hey, did I see you talking to Darby? Yeah, she is so great. Hillary smiled, genuinely this time. It's no wonder you moved here for her. She's such a gem. I poured out my problems and she just listened without judgment. That's Darby. We talked a bit about you too, Hillary continued. I told her how lucky she is to have a romantic like you who spent so many years pining for her and now coming to find her. It's a love story for the books, you know?
Assuming all goes well between the two of you, maybe we can do a personal interest story for the paper at some point.
Samesh's face went white.
Did I say something wrong?
Hillary asked, surprised by his response. He gave his head a slight shake.
Did you tell her that I moved to Bend for her?
Hillary thought about it for a minute.
Yeah, it came up in conversation. Why? Was I not supposed to say anything?
Samesh dropped the tray. The metal platter spun like a top as the intricately decorated cookies broke into pieces on the floor. He stared at the carpet, his voice barely audible.
She didn't know. I didn't tell her.
Oh no, I didn't know, Hillary gasped, reaching out to console him. I'm so sorry. I never meant to share a secret. Samesh shook his head and bent down to begin picking up chunks of frosted snowmen and angels.
It's not your fault. It's entirely mine.
Hillary wasn't sure she agreed. It felt like everything she touched turned into shattered pieces of cookies at the moment. She was like a magnet for Christmas chaos and didn't know how to fix it. 32. Marissa. Marissa followed William to the winery. Of course he drives a Range Rover. She couldn't get a read on William Graff. He might claim not to embrace a life of privilege, but from his car, expensive clothes, and friend group, there was no escaping his financial status. He had impressed her with how he treated everyone they'd interacted with, and Olivia liked him, which meant he couldn't be all bad. But every time she changed her mind about William, she realized they were worlds apart. Smith Rock Winery was located about 20 minutes from downtown Bend, named after the famous rocky prominence visible from the winery's expansive outdoor deck. Marissa navigated the two-lane highway. Granite clouds hovered on the skyline, threatening more snow, shrouding the view of Smith Rock and the 7 peaks of the Cascades in the distance. The flat plains of the high desert were buried in 2 feet of fluffy white tufts. She had to pay careful attention to keep her car in the 2 icy ruts carved through the packed snow. The irony that William's friend, or was Parker something more, owned Smith Rock wines wasn't lost on her. The vineyard's wines were out of Marissa's price range. She'd visited once for a bridal shower and experienced sticker shock over the tasting fee, which cost more than she'd ever spent on a bottle. Needless to say, she hadn't frequented Smith Rock wines. A Charles Shaw Red from Trader Joe's was more her speed. When she pulled into the parking area in front of the red barn that housed the tasting room, William was waiting for her with one arm propped up against his Range Rover. He looked ridiculously handsome with his gray and maroon striped scarf, down jacket, and black leather gloves. He could have been posing for a holiday ad for the vineyard. The grounds were absolutely stunning, especially in the snow. The restored barn had a sloped roof adorned with a giant wreath. Vintage gold-yellow bulbs were strung across the entrance, creating a patchwork of twinkling lights that reflected off the barn and onto the snow. But it was William who took her breath away. She let out a small breath and willed her heart to stop flopping in a fluttery rhythm as she stepped out of the car. "Are they open yet?" Marissa asked, scrunching her face to try to see the signage on the door as she caught up with William. A vintage wagon with Christmas trees, wine barrels, and sprigs of holly was parked next to the barn. "Are you sure this is a good idea? We won't get in trouble for asking for help, will we?"
I texted Parker. She's here.
William waited for her to go first and then rapped on the barn door.
And no, why would we get in trouble? Plus, who would ever know?
Marissa didn't like involving Parker, but they were here now, so she had no choice. Parker answered right away. "Wills, kiss, kiss." She leaned in and planted a kiss on each of his cheeks. Then she caught Marissa's eye. "Oh, hello. Nice to see you again. Mary, Marcy? Do come in. It's freezing out there.
It's Marissa,
William said with a touch of irritation. Yes, such a darling name. Parker flashed a toothy smile at Marissa, her eyes quickly assessing Marissa's outfit without attempting to disguise her disdain. Marissa hoped this wasn't going to take too long. Come to think of it, if William had texted Parker, why couldn't he have just asked her about the clue instead of making them drive all the way out here? Probably it's an excuse to get to see her. Parker shut the door behind them and showed them into the tasting room. An entire wall of rustic wine barrels was draped with tiny golden lights. The open concept space was cold, and not because of the temperature. There was a sleek aesthetic, from the smooth cement floors to the intentionally weathered bar that almost gave off a vibe like Smith Rock Wines was trying to match its rugged, ancient volcanic environment. But it lacked a soul. Not even the red paper starlights hanging above the bar or the miniature potted evergreen trees in the tasting room did anything to warm up the space. Parker moved behind the bar. What can I pour for you? William declined.
Nothing for me.
How about you? Parker scanned rows of wine racks. Have you ever tasted our reserve Pinot? It's an old world wine made with estate grapes. We are the only vineyard in the region with clones of vetivinifera. She slipped into a heavy French accent. Oh, sorry, I spend so much time in Paris going to the wine shows, and then, of course, we must stay in Bordeaux and the Loire Valley, that it's such a struggle to be back in America when you've been speaking French and drinking French wine for weeks. Wells, you understand.
Could she be more awful? When were you in France? William asked. Parker poured 3 glasses of their reserve. Marissa didn't even want to think about how much a glass of the premier wine must cost.
September. She handed Marissa a glass. Have you spent much time in France?
I've never left the country, Marissa replied truthfully. She wasn't going to let Parker intimidate her.
Well, let me tell you, in the world of wine, we are in a highly unique growing region in Oregon. Our colleagues in France are envious of our dry, arid soil. It's absolute perfection for growing old-world French grapes, better known as vetivinifera.
Marissa wanted to gag. Parker's exaggerated French accent and her affected tone were an attempt to elevate her status even more. It was hardly necessary. The woman owned a vineyard, and apparently spent extensive time in France, so much so that English was challenging when she returned home. Marissa stifled a giggle. Parker gave her a sharp look.
Do you find something funny about our Pinot?
No, not at all. She took a sip of the wine and responded truthfully. This is delicious.
You should taste notes of oak. We double-age all our wines in wooden barrels.
She swept a manicured hand to the wall of barrels.
This glass is about as close as you could come to tasting ancient French wines.
It's good. Marissa took another sip. She wasn't sure what else to say. William had brought them here, supposedly, to see if Parker could provide input on the next clue. She hadn't expected they were going to be doing a private tasting.
Try it, Wells. You haven't been out here at all this season. I would love your tasting notes. This is one of, if not our best, Pinot in years. We had a couple of rough seasons with the wildfire smoke, but last year was a dream for the grapes. A cold winter, wet spring, and dry, hot summer.
William took a small sip and swished the wine in his mouth. Nice. He caught Marissa's eye and must have sensed her irritation, because he set his glass on the distressed wood bar and got to the point. We were hoping you might be able to give us some insight onto our next clue in the scavenger hunt. He took his phone from his jacket and showed Parker the photo of the mural. Marissa couldn't be sure.
but she thought that Parker's face held the briefest flash of disappointment. "What do you think I can tell you?" Parker asked after giving the photo a cursory glance.
"It seems like the next clue involves something with the Starlight Parade. And since you're a sponsor, I wondered if there might be a connection with the vineyard."
Parker laughed. "You think there's a clue buried at the bottom of my wine bottles?"
"No, but that's not a bad idea for business."
William raised his eyebrows.
"Are you doing a float in the parade again?"
"We are." Parker nodded, but didn't elaborate.
"And do you need help with the float?"
Parker chose her words carefully. "I do not need help here with the float."
"But you might need help somewhere else," William offered.
Parker studied him with a knowing smile as she sipped her wine and batted her long, fake, lashes at him. "Perhaps, but only for you, Wills." William looked at Marissa. Marissa wanted to escape. Watching Parker fawn over William made her want to throw up. "But you don't have anything for us here?" Marissa asked through clenched teeth. "I do not." Parker shook her head. "Like I said last night, Wills, why are you playing this silly game?"
"I have my reasons."
William reached into his jacket.
"What do we owe you for the wine?"
"Darling, it's on the house." She flicked her wrist and tipped her head coyly. "Always. You know that."
"I'll be back in a few,"
William said to Marissa.
"Have to hit the bathroom before we go."
Marissa considered following him. The last thing she wanted was to be stuck with Parker alone. "So, you and Wills are hitting it off on your little quest?" Parker rinsed a wine glass in the sink. "I wouldn't say that. We're teammates. We have a common goal." Parker turned off the water and walked up to the counter. She lowered her saccharine voice and plastered on a fake smile. "Can I offer you some advice, woman to woman?" Marissa clenched her jaw so tight she thought she might crack a tooth. Parker didn't wait for her to answer. "Wills is out of your league. You get that, right? He tends to do this. He likes to adopt pet projects. People he can save to make his do-gooder heart feel better. It's the same with his teaching. It won't last." Marissa inhaled through her nose. It took every ounce of self-control not to reach across the counter and slap her. Marissa had never slapped anyone, but there was a first time for everything. A pet project? That's what she was to William? "I'm not sure why you're telling me this," she replied evenly through a smile. "Because I can see you have a crush on him. I understand. He's tall, dark, handsome, and the richest bachelor in Bend. But I would hate for you to have your heart broken." She tried to pat Marissa's hand, but Marissa yanked it away. "We're sort of intended for each other. Our families have known one another since we were young. You might say he and I are destined." "Great. Good for you. There's no need to worry. William and I are teammates. Nothing more." Marissa stood up. She didn't have to take this kind of abuse. William returned from the bathroom at that moment, his gaze drifting from Marissa to Parker.
"Hey, did I miss anything?"
"Nope, nothing at all. Just some girl talk." Parker shot Marissa a conspiratorial smile. "I'll be seeing you at the gala later, yes?"
"I don't know."
William hesitated and glanced at Marissa again.
"It depends on how long it takes us to figure out the next clue. We're on a tight timeline."
"I can't imagine a scavenger hunt for kids and families could take that long." "Be there," Parker demanded. "It's going to be the talk of the town, and William Graff must make an appearance. Everyone expects it."
Tension had built in the tasting room. It was so palpable that Marissa could almost grasp it in her hand. She wanted to disappear. Whatever was going on between William and Parker was none of her business.
Ever since she was young, she had been able to pick up on emotions, to read the room. Her mom had claimed it was Marissa's superpower. It didn't always feel that way to her, like now. She wanted to slink to the floor to avoid being in the middle of the stiff conversation. William returned his phone to his pocket.
Thanks for the input. And the wine, Parker.
Don't bail on the gala, Wills, Parker warned as William headed for the exit. The wine was delish, Marissa agreed, following William. Oh, that reminds me. I'd still like to discuss your catering services, Parker said. We love to support the small business community and give locals a leg up. This could be a very lucrative opportunity for you. You'd be catering to a very posh crowd. These are the best of the best in Bend. Thanks, Marissa replied through clenched teeth as they headed out into the cold. There was no chance she was taking a gig with Parker. She'd rather drag herself back to her old job and beg on her hands and knees.
I'm sorry about her,
William said, walking with her to his car. Sorry about what, Wills? Marissa mimicked Parker's affected tone.
He flinched. Please don't call me that. I hate it. You do?
Marissa was genuinely surprised.
Look, Parker and I have, well...
He trailed off.
Anyway, it's complicated, but she's not as snobby as she comes off sometimes.
Would it have been easier if we had spoken in her native Francais? Marissa butchered an attempt at a French accent. William cracked up.
It is hard if you spent a week in France 3 months ago. The challenge is real.
I don't get it. Marissa felt a touch of relief that at least he wasn't completely oblivious to how obnoxious Parker was. Why do you hang out with her? He changed the subject as a form of reply.
Do you think we should go out to the fairgrounds? The float staging and setup are there. Maybe that's what Parker meant by not needing help here.
Sure. Marissa unlocked her car. I'll follow you.
Sounds good.
William gave her a salute and got into his car. Marissa was more confused than ever. The interaction between him and Parker had gone from flirty to icy, but there was more between. She was sure of it, and she was equally sure that she wasn't going to be his pet project. The sooner they could finish Passport to the Holidays and go their separate ways, the better. 33. Hillary. As soon as the Santa breakfast had wrapped up, Hillary called Ben. He didn't answer. She left a voicemail and texted to let him know they needed to talk immediately. She had gone from being worried about him to being pissed. Why had he involved the twins? It wasn't like Ben. When the kids were little, they had made a pact always to have a united front. They backed each other up, even if they disagreed with how the other had handled an argument over who got to pick the bedtime story or whose cookie was bigger. They agreed early in the toddler years that they would discuss any disagreements later, but not in front of the kids. Their job was to provide a stable foundation for the twins, not try to undermine each other's parenting strategy. Hillary felt like that was one area where she and Ben had excelled. It was entirely out of character for him to turn to Bella and Jack at this moment. Since he wasn't responding to her messages, she decided to go to the gym and see if she could track him down. The gym was only a couple of blocks away, within walking distance. Hillary made sure the leftover food from the breakfast buffet was boxed up for donation, and that all their chamber banners, materials, and supplies were accounted for. She would get them after she'd had a chance to talk to her husband. Outside, Ben's downtown district was already booming with holiday activity. Shoppers loaded with armfuls of colorful totes went from storefront to storefront. Sandwich boards propped on the snowy sidewalk lured people inside with the promise of free hot chocolate, cookies, wine, and more. The Happy Holidays banners her team had designed hung from the lampposts and fluttered in the wind like they were waving a happy hello. Hillary smiled. She was pleased to see that their efforts were paying off. The chamber members had been working with her since early August to ensure that Passport to the Holidays was a fun promotional event and brought locals and tourists downtown. With the expansion of the Old Mill District and new shopping centers on the outskirts of town, some of the original downtown businesses had taken a hit in recent years. The Chamber of Commerce's goal was to promote Bend as a whole, which she wholeheartedly embraced. However, it was also good to see tourists discovering the city's roots and sending them to new hotspots. She waved to familiar faces as she passed storefronts with maps of Passport to the Holidays in their elaborately decorated windows. Later, she needed to check on the progress of the Starlight Parade, and she was probably due to give the mayor another update. But she didn't want to think about that. Once she had a chance to figure out what was going on with Ben, she could focus on work again. But for the moment, she couldn't concentrate on anything other than wanting to shake some sense into her husband. The athletic club was half sports and fitness and half social club. Many members used the gym's pool, weight room, racquetball courts, and fitness classes, but another portion of the membership used the facilities for luncheons and cocktail hours. Like everything else in town, the club had been decked out in the holiday spirit with evergreen boughs sweeping across the member reception desk and 3 large trees in the lobby. The chlorine scent greeted her as Hillary checked in at the front desk. "Welcome in, Mrs. Baldwin." A young receptionist greeted her with a smile. "Did you bring your membership card, or should I check you in?" "I was wondering if Ben's around. Is he with a client?" Hillary peered over the reception desk, trying to get a peek of the gym. "Let me check the schedule." The receptionist pulled up the training schedule on her computer screen. She swiveled it for Hillary to see. "It doesn't look like Ben has any clients today, unless someone got added in late. Do you want me to see if he swiped in?" "That would be great." Hillary waited. She laced her fingers together and shifted her feet. Why was she nervous? "Nope. He hasn't clocked in or swiped his employee card, so I don't think he's here, unless he's stealthy." "Okay. Thanks for checking," Hillary said with a forced cheerfulness. "Do you want me to message you if he does come in?" "No, that's fine. I was in the area, so I thought I would stop by." "Sounds good. Happy holidays." "You too." Hillary felt anything other than happy. She stopped in the foyer and rechecked her phone. Nothing. Ben was ghosting her, as Bella would say. She tried tracking his location, but he was either out of range of service or had turned his phone off. Now what? Where would Ben go? Bella had mentioned that he was staying in a hotel. Bend might be a relatively small town, but because it was a vacation destination, there were hundreds of resorts, hotels, bed and breakfasts, and private rentals. It would take hours to call each one and see if anyone had checked in under Ben Baldwin. She was going to have to be cleverer than that. She considered checking in with some of his friends, but that felt wrong. If she was pissed at him about involving the kids, she didn't want to loop everyone they knew into their problems. That wasn't her style. Until a few hours ago, she would have said it wasn't Ben's either. The good news was that Ben was a creature of habit. He wasn't likely to stray far from his comfort zone. Hillary guessed that he had probably opted for a hotel close to downtown. Or would he have gone for a temporary rental? Ben loved to cook. It was his stress relief. She also couldn't picture him eating takeout in a lonely hotel. There was a boutique hotel near Drake Park where each room was outfitted with a small kitchenette. That has to be it. Hillary left the club and kept her chin up as she weaved through the throng of shoppers downtown. She didn't want to risk bumping into a chamber member and looking grim. After all, this was the happiest time of the year, and she was the face of Bend. Her thoughts were mired in self-doubt as she headed toward the hotel. This was her fault. It wasn't fair that Ben had used the twins as leverage, but she was ultimately responsible. Like always, she was responsible for everything. Why had she shut Ben out? Why couldn't she give him a chance? He hadn't asked for much. It was the baseline for any marriage to ask your partner to show up, but she couldn't give him that, and she didn't have the answers as to why. How messed up is that? At the boutique hotel, she struck out again. No one named Ben had checked in the last week. Could he be using an alias? Hillary shook her head. That was ridiculous. This was Ben. Her Ben. The Ben who wore goofy hats to parties, baked homemade cinnamon rolls on the weekend, and had a daily dad joke at the ready. An alias? Get it together, Hillary. At a loss for what to do next, she opted to return to the downtown hotel, get her chamber supplies, and head to the office. She needed to double-check today's contestant logs, and had promised the mayor that she would keep a strict eye on any unusual team activity. He had been breathing down her neck for updates. Every text message that buzzed on her phone had been from the mayor, not her husband. Hopefully, Ben would listen to his messages and return her call. Another thought invaded as she retraced her steps. What if something had happened to him? What if he had decided to escape into nature to clear his head? That would be a Ben move. Maybe he'd gone snowshoeing or cross-country skiing and had had an accident. How long ago had he talked to Bella? The swirling feeling in her stomach returned. She would give it an hour. If she didn't hear from him by then, she would call Bella and have her try. If he didn't answer their daughter's calls, she would know he was in trouble. Hillary barely noticed anyone as she squeezed through the lobby. The ballroom was being set up for the next event. It never ceased to amaze Hillary how quickly a staff could change out the massive rooms. Since taking the position at the chamber, she had been to her fair share of corporate breakfasts, and was stunned when she would return to the same ballroom mere hours later for a luncheon or cocktail party with a completely different arrangement. Her things were waiting where she'd left them. She waved to a staffer to let them know she was retrieving her stuff. She balanced the boxes and started for the lobby when someone bumped into her, causing her to nearly drop the boxes. She clutched them tightly and regained her composure. But her composure quickly vanished when she looked up to see her husband staring at her with disbelief. He looked tired and sad. His typically messy blonde hair was disheveled, like he'd tossed and turned all night. Scruffy stubble lined his cheeks, and bags sagged under his eyes. Ben? What are you doing here? 34. Darby. Darby stayed at the library longer than she had intended. She found a new novel that she hoped to read on the lucky day table, and had lost track of time. Not that she needed to be anywhere. Reading centered her. Getting lost in a book had been as helpful in the early days after Jim died as therapy. It wasn't like grief was fixable. When she needed to calm her internal anxiety, she turned to books. She found comfort in characters who had learned to live with losses bigger than what she'd gone through, or who clung to hope amid war and oppression. If her students left her classroom with nothing more than that, she would consider it a success. But today, losing herself in the story hadn't been easy. Darby's thoughts kept returning to Samesh. He had returned to Bend. For her. After all these years. And he then lied about it. Darby was too old for games. Samesh had broken her heart before. She wouldn't let him in again. She packed her things and went to the self-checkout kiosk to take home her newest read. The buzz of anger had subsided a bit, but the sting remained. In the daylight, her house didn't stand out quite as much, but it radiated a pervasive sadness, like when her neighbor's house had been wrapped in a dark plastic bubble during a termite infestation last summer. Darby noticed a truck parked in her driveway. She didn't recognize the vehicle, nor did she know why two men had a ladder propped on the side of her house. She hadn't hired gutter cleaners or a painter. The truck was marked with the city's logo. She hadn't received a notice about any work in the area. She parked her car and got out, standing tall and using her best teacher voice. Excuse me, what are you doing? One of the men was securing the ladder's base to the ground. The other was unloading a large tub. They both startled at Darby's voice. She repeated the question. Would one of you like to explain what you're doing on my property? The man holding the ladder pointed to the tub at his counterpart's feet.
We're putting up your Christmas lights.
What? Darby approached them with caution. She wasn't worried about her personal safety. They were outside in broad daylight. Her neighborhood was safe. She could run next door or scream if she felt even a hint of concern. Not to mention punch the panic button on her keychain or get in the car and make an escape.
Your Christmas lights. We're putting them up for you, ma'am.
One of the guys pointed to giant plastic tubs filled with strings of LED lights. Darby hated the word ma'am for starters. I didn't hire anyone to put up Christmas lights. You must have the wrong house. The men exchanged a confused look. Then they consulted their clipboard.
This is 220 Antler Drive, right?
Yes, but there must be a mistake. Darby's gaze ping-ponged from one neighbor's house to another. Had they collectively decided that her house was an eyesore and pooled funds to hire someone to decorate it? I didn't order a Christmas light installation. The men studied their work order again.
This came directly from our boss. It's marked as a rush order. We're supposed to have the installation complete within 2 hours. Full house, eaves, and windows. Red, green, and white lights. We're nearly done, but we haven't finished the porch yet. That's the last thing on our list.
For a brief moment, Darby wondered if this was some gesture from beyond the grave. Had Jim arranged this before he died? That would have been like him, to make sure their house was colorful and festive after he was gone. But why now? 2 years later? That didn't make sense. Darby realized the men had already strung retro lights along the roof line and down the side of the house. Look, I'm sorry that you've gone to so much work, but I didn't place the order. The address must have been written down wrong. She glanced at her neighbors' houses on either side. Each of them was already decked out in lights. It must be them. But why wouldn't they tell her?
It says 220 Antler Drive.
One of the crew came over to show Darby the order. She reviewed the paperwork. The name on the bottom line made her gasp. Suddenly it made sense. Samesh Davy placed the order yesterday. Samesh had sent his crew over to decorate her house. How did he even know where she lived?
Is something wrong, ma'am?
No. Darby handed him the paperwork. You can stop, though. I appreciate your efforts.
It's okay. We need to finish the porch section and then plug in the lights. It should only take another 10 or 15 minutes.
Darby was torn. Part of her wanted to tell them to take it all down. Then again, she felt terrible asking them to destroy 2 hours' worth of work.
We'll get you all set and be out of your hair ASAP,
his colleague said. Okay, fine. Thank you. Darby stuffed her book under her arm and headed inside. If she hadn't learned what she had about Samesh at breakfast, would she see this as a sweet gesture? She wasn't sure, because at the moment, it felt like her old friend was stepping way out of bounds. 35. Marissa. When Marissa pulled into the fairground parking lot, she felt good about their decision. There had to be at least a couple hundred cars already gathered. Good, so we're not alone. Then, in the same breath, she realized that meant some of their competitors might already have a head start. Damn, time to kick it in high gear. She jumped out of her car and read the signs directing people inside for float prep. This has to be it, she said to William, who had parked beside her.
Agreed.
He read one of the candy cane striped signs.
Looks like we should head that way.
He pointed to the large outbuilding to their left. I wonder if we'll get to help decorate a float. I've always wanted to do that since I was little.
Me too.
Really? Marissa scrunched her nose.
What? Let me guess. You think that's beneath a graph?
Maybe. She grinned, in spite of herself. Float decorating is for the little people, isn't it? William rolled his eyes.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with you, Snow Princess.
Hey, speaking of Snow Princess, you're sure you haven't gotten any notifications for individual challenges?
No. This is like the third time you've asked me. Do you think I'm holding out on you?
She shook her head. It's just weird that neither of us has gotten a side task yet.
We're only on our third clue.
True, Marissa agreed. It feels like we've been at this for weeks, not days.
Glad you're finding the time with me so tolerable.
He made a face and held the door open for her with a flourish, as if she were royalty. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Marissa winked and strolled inside. William brought out her flirty side. Despite her many promises to herself, she kept getting sucked into playful banter with him. She needed to knock it off. Volunteers were fast at work inside the sizable warehouse-like space, transforming tractors and trucks into holiday floats. Christmas music played overhead. Floats were in various stages of completion. Some looked ready to roll down Riverside Boulevard, while others needed a lot more work. There was a float that resembled a ski jump, complete with a ramp and a lift chair. A flatbed truck had been outfitted with a massive red sled. One float had snowflakes the size of Marissa's car, and another had a gingerbread house made entirely from edible material. Ben's outdoor culture was evident in a whitewater rafting float, a rock climbing float, and 2 more mountain-themed designs. Marissa had always enjoyed bundling up in layers and blankets with a thermos of hot chocolate and watching the floats light up the winter night. But she had never realized how much work went into making them come to life. This is amazing, she said aloud, without intending to share her internal thoughts with William.
Very impressive,
he agreed with an earnest smile. Where are you assigned? A volunteer greeted them at the check-in table.
Huh?
Your assignment. What's your station? The volunteer motioned in multiple directions. Flowers? Construction? Inflatables? Is lights a category? Marissa asked. Oh, you're scavenger hunters. The volunteer pointed toward the snowflake float. Back that way. Good luck. Marissa didn't wait for further instructions. She weaved through a maze of scaffolding where volunteers were gluing red rose petals and pine cones to floats. The construction area reminded her of woodshop class in high school. There were heavy chainsaws at work cutting log slices, and drills securing 2x4s together. The light station was the size of Marissa's bedroom. Pallets of lights had been stacked 10 feet tall. Temporary shelving had been constructed to house more lights. They were labeled by color, size, and design.
I had no idea so many specialty holiday lights were in circulation,
William said, reading labels for tiny reindeer lights and red and yellow grape clusters. One of the vineyards must be using those, Marissa replied.
Right, but what's our clue?
William stood in the center of the makeshift storage area as if expecting a clue to drift down from the rafters. No idea. Marissa was stumped again. The lights were clearly well organized and stocked for specific floats. There were even labels with float assignments. This is supposed to be a challenge, an activity. Do you think we're supposed to deliver boxes of lights to the assigned float or something?
Maybe,
William shrugged. They stood silently for a few minutes while observing the staging area. William wandered over to the rafting float. Marissa went in the opposite direction to check out the ski jump. 5 volunteers concentrated on different sections of the float. One was securing yards of thin cotton sheeting to resemble snow over a hill constructed from plywood. Another glued beaded glass sequins to the top to make it look like the snow was sparkling with ice crystals. A third was positioning a ski dummy in the chairlift. Excuse me? Marissa said to the volunteer working on the snow sheeting. Are you in need of Christmas lights by chance?
Lights? No, not yet. Why?
She nodded to the light storage area. I'm trying to figure out the next clue in the scavenger hunt, and I thought maybe it had something to do with lights.
You're on the right track, but in the wrong spot.
The volunteer used a nail gun to tack the cotton to the plywood frame.
Over that way. You can't miss it.
Marissa followed their direction to the other side of the light section. She let out a small, "Oh no." There had to be at least 1,000,000 strands of gnarly, twisted lights to unravel. Giant balls of wound-up lights awaited them. They were going to be here for hours. The volunteer grinned.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Marissa's heart sank. She went to find William, who was still chatting with the team working on the whitewater float. I found our next task. He broke off his conversation and fell into step with her.
Great work. Lead the way, grazing table.
I don't think you'll say great when you see what we have to do. He raised a brow with amusement.
I take it that means we don't need to deliver lights?
Nope. Marissa shook her head and thrust her index finger dramatically at the tangled monstrosities in front of them. 6-foot-tall balls of wadded-up Christmas lights. I think we're supposed to tackle these. He gave a mock gasp.
Untangling lights? So festive, and nothing says holiday spirit like shared suffering.
She shot him a look, trying not to smile. Suffering is my middle name. He smiled.
Well, I guess we have our work cut out for us.
William tugged off his jacket and rolled one of the balls toward them.
Like the clue said earlier, we're going to learn a lot about each other through the process of untangling these.
His eyes twinkled with a touch of mischief.
I'm up for it. What about you?
Marissa couldn't stop the surge of heat rushing up her cheeks. She wondered if William would notice. Hopefully, he would just think it was hot in here. Yeah, they were going to get to know a lot about each other, because untangling this holiday mess was going to take all day. 36. Hillary. Hillary gaped at Ben.
What are you doing here?
I'm staying here. He folded his arms across his chest in a protective stance. Why hadn't she checked the hotel first? Ben had been at the same hotel the entire time she'd been frantic to find him. It made sense. It was downtown, it was close to the gym, and they had stayed there on numerous special occasions, their anniversary, date nights, and holidays. It was just like Ben to choose a place with sentimental value.
You're following me, Hillary?
He kept his feet planted firmly on the floor, shooting her a challenging look. No, I was working here. We had the Santa breakfast this morning, remember? The mayor has been threatening to shut the event down for days, and I've been trying to find ways to make him feel like he's a big part of Passport to the Holidays to keep him off my back.
I saw the signs for the Santa breakfast and saw all the kids running around.
Ben's voice was flat and monotone. Ben, what is going on with you? Hillary didn't like the piercing tone of her voice. I cannot believe you involved the kids in our problems.
You didn't give me a choice.
What? That's not true. Hillary clenched her jaw. Every muscle in her body twitched. I can't believe you're doing this now. This is the most important time in my career. You know that. I'll admit that I've been gone a lot. I apologize for that. But things have been busy, and then everything blew up with the mayor. I was planning to come home and talk about it, but you took off. Ben hung his head.
Don't put this on me. You left our marriage months ago. Maybe not physically, but emotionally.
His words stung. Hillary batted her eyes to try to hold back hot, salty tears. What is that supposed to mean?
Do you want to do this here?
Ben motioned to the lobby. Do what? Talk to my husband? Ben exhaled and pressed his lips together.
Hillary, you know I love you. I've loved you since the first day I met you, and I've never stopped, but you've shut me out. You've shut down. I've tried everything I can think of. I've given you space. I've cheered you on. I've pulled back. I've cooked and left you sweet notes and tried to distract you. But this is so much more than a bunch of flowers can heal. I realized that last night.
Ben, listen, I'm sorry I gave those flowers to Darby. Honestly, I am. I'm so sorry. It was just in the moment I was stressed.
No, it's more than that. I see how you treat me. I see how you look at me with pity.
He brushed a strand of hair from his face, meeting her eyes.
I haven't stopped loving you. I never will. But you stopped loving me, and it's more than I can bear.
I didn't, Hillary started to say. Ben held up a finger.
You did.
With that, he exhaled and walked away. Hillary stood, watching him go. She didn't run after him. Why? Was he right? Was that the problem? Could it be that her sadness hadn't been about the twins leaving and her role and identity as a mother shifting? Could it be that she wasn't in love with Ben? 37. Marissa. Marissa checked her watch. She and William had been unsuccessfully attempting to untangle the gigantic balls of Christmas lights for nearly 2 hours. She wasn't entirely sure what she had learned about him. He was patient, she'd give him that. And funny. He read Maya Angelou, loved food, and teaching was his passion. Yet he and Parker were friends, or maybe something more. Parker's warning had been clear. Stay away from William. Understood. But then, after leaving the winery, William returned to his usual self. It was so confusing. They had collapsed on the floor in a fit of laughter when they had thought they were close to freeing a twisted strand, only to realize that it was attached to yet another strand that the endless loop had swallowed up. William had taken it in stride.
Are we the worst at this?
Yeah, we are the absolute worst. Marissa cracked a wide smile, looking at the piles of Christmas lights. At least we have a head start. Her stomach growled so loudly that it sounded like a jet revving its engines.
Should we take a lunch break?
William cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders.
I happen to know some killer food trucks are in the adjacent building. Maybe some sustenance will give us the final push to sort this mess out.
Marissa's stomach was in immediate agreement with his plan. What if another team comes and uses our bundle of lights?
No problem.
William picked up their tangled pile. Watching him lift it made Marissa realize they had made more progress than she thought. A solid ball remained, but at least half of the strands had been separated. What are you going to do? Take it with us?
No, I'm going to get someone to watch it for us.
He proceeded to drag the lights over to the ski jump float. A quick conversation ensued. Marissa noticed she wasn't the only one slightly dazzled by his charm. The 2 young women he approached appeared eager to acquiesce to his every wish. She felt a brief pang of envy, watching as he shot them his signature grin before returning to her. Knock it off. He thinks you're a project.
We've got eyes on the lights. Let's go eat.
William offered her his arm. She wanted to resist, but her arm reached out for his like it was operating independently.
What sounds good?
William's touch sent shivers up her spine.
The Peruvian cart is amazing. Have you had their bomba tacos?
Marissa shook her head, mainly because she didn't trust herself to speak. Being this close to William made everything else fuzzy. He was in focus, while the floats and volunteers and activity around them had gone blurry.
If you're not into tacos, the Smoke and Heat truck has a bomb pulled pork sandwich. I have a standing arrangement with my students. If they bring me one for lunch, they get 10 bonus points on any future assignments.
For real? Marissa could feel his leg brush against her. She sucked in a breath and forced herself to think about food, not images of William yanking her closer to his body.
No. William wrinkled his brow. I wouldn't take bribes. I've wanted to talk to the food truck owner about popping by school on the last day before winter break and treating my students to lunch.
Could you do that?
Yeah, why not?
Because lunch for all his classes would probably cost as much as a month's rent, Marissa thought.
So, what sounds good?
He asked again. It has to be the pulled pork, she replied, wondering again what it must be like not to worry about money every waking minute. There was a short line at the barbecue cart. The dining area of the fairgrounds housed semi-permanent food cart pods and picnic tables.
Do you want to find us a seat, and I'll order?
William suggested. Okay. Marissa reached into her bag, hoping she had enough cash to cover it.
No, don't worry about it. It's on me.
You don't need to pay, she protested. This was becoming a habit, and it was one she didn't like. She didn't need his charity.
It's cool.
William held up a hand to stop her.
My guy will give me a deal, and I want to talk to him about coming to school anyway.
Marissa protested, but he cut her off.
Just let me do this, okay?
Okay. She was out of her league here. She wanted to believe that William was a nice guy. She almost wondered if he felt a hint of something between them too, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Parker was right. She was nothing more than one of his feel-good projects. It came with being a graph. He was used to his family making broad, sweeping gestures for the community. She had no interest in being a charity case. She found a table, pulled out her phone, and spotted a missed text from Olivia. You at the float barn? We're on our way. Maybe see you there? How's it going with Mr. Graff? Yes. Marissa didn't want to get overtaken by her young cousin, but she was also torn. She was rooting for Olivia, too. Can't get a read on this dude. Olivia texted back right away. I like it. Like what? He's making you sweat. William returned with a tray of food before she could come up with a witty retort.
If you don't fall madly in love with this sandwich, then I'm afraid we can't be friends.
Teammates, Marissa corrected him.
Ouch.
He winced.
And here I thought we were getting along.
We are. As teammates. Marissa took the plate from him. In addition to the pulled pork sandwich, he had gotten her a side of beans, coleslaw, potato salad, a bottle of water, and a chocolate chip cookie. Thank you for lunch. She didn't want to sound ungrateful, but the flirting had to stop. It wasn't going anywhere, and it was only serving to distract her.
My pleasure.
He looked at her expectantly while she took a bite.
You're going to love it. I know it.
He wasn't wrong. The pork was tangy and bright with a touch of heat that lingered on her palate and balanced perfectly with the cool, crisp coleslaw.
Damn, this is amazing. No wonder you're hyping the truck,
Marissa said through a mouthful.
I didn't realize I was so hungry.
William smirked.
Untangling lights will do that to you. It's exhausting, physically and emotionally.
She smiled. I'm surprised more teens haven't shown up. He shrugged, watching her eat with a glint in his eyes.
The last time I checked the app, we were still in the top 3. Not bad for a team of 2, fueled only by food truck snacks and the pure passion to win.
Is that your way of saying we make a good team? She scowled, taking another bite.
Just saying, we're not a bad duo, grazing table.
I wonder if the teams in front of us have already completed the challenge. Marissa's pulse jumped. She focused intently on her half-eaten sandwich, picturing, hoping he wouldn't notice her cheeks warming. She pictured creating a new board for Yes cheese with brioche buns, pulled pork, and dipping sauces. Maybe a trio of pickle spears, brined veggies, and salty chips. William did have good taste. Whenever she had a new eating experience, she tried to envision how to reimagine it in miniature form for Yes cheese. For the moment, the business consisted of arranging food. Still, her ultimate goal was to do more actual cooking and baking. However, that required commercial kitchen space and a different food license. one step at a time.
I wondered that too.
William scooped baked beans onto a spoon.
The organizers weren't exaggerating when they said they were going all out for the 10th anniversary. They are making us work for that $50K.
That's fine. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll gladly put in more blood, sweat, and tears if we end up with the sled full of cash. William took a drink, eyeing her thoughtfully.
Tell me more about Yes Cheese.
What do you want to know? She felt an unexpected flutter in her chest.
Who's your dream client? What's your long-term vision? I want to know everything,
he said seriously, propping his elbows on the table and leaning in. Marissa found herself telling William about her ideas for a commercial kitchen, and how she had even dreamed about the possibility of a summer food cart, where she could offer picnic-style boards at outdoor concerts and music fests. For that, I would need to hire staff, so that's way out in the future.
Why?
Money, for one. I'm trying to build my base right now.
How many clients a week do you need to cover your overhead?
His gaze drifted upward, like he was doing calculations in his head. It depends on the gig. Marissa had eaten half her sandwich and polished off her sides.
Ballpark.
If we're talking bigger events, like your parents' party, ideally one a week, along with 3 or 4 small catering jobs, would probably do it. William scowled.
Is that just to break even and cover costs, though? You want to make an income, too, yeah?
Yeah, but I live very frugally. I could make it work with those numbers. He tilted his head, clearly surprised by her drive.
Impressive.
I'm sure my salary goal is the equivalent of your ski budget.
Hey, that's not fair.
He flinched.
I'm simply trying to get to know you better and learn what you want to do. You don't have to be a jerk about it.
Marissa felt bad. She looked away, pretending to scan the fairgrounds. Sorry. I get uptight about money.
That's obvious.
This is kind of my last shot. I gave myself until the end of the year to move out of my parents' house, and the clock is ticking. She'd gone too far. I don't know. Maybe following your passion isn't all it's cracked up to be. William shifted his body weight and bit his bottom lip, as if he wanted to say more but wouldn't.
I don't know about that. Like I said before, money is just money. My family happens to have some, but money and passion are 2 completely different things. I thought you knew that too.
They finished their lunch in silence. Marissa wished she had kept her mouth shut, or dared to ask him more about teaching and his family. William Graff was slowly working his way in, but she couldn't let him. She had to guard her heart. Otherwise, she might get caught up in his spell like everyone else, and she couldn't risk losing her heart. And the cash. 38. Olivia. Hugo figured out the float barn clue first. I've got it. Let's roll. He punched an address into his phone. Olivia, Cass, Hugo, and, shocker of all shockers, Malik, had met for coffee and to go over the latest clue. Malik, as usual, hadn't said more than a couple of words, but the fact that he showed up at all had to mean something. At least Olivia could dream. We need to go to the float barn, Hugo explained. We can take my car. Hugo's car, affectionately named the Blackberry, was a tiny purple EV, not at all practical for Ben's snow season. Cass scurried around to the front. Shotgun!
You're gonna make me sit in the back?
Malik grumbled.
I have the longest legs.
Sucks for you. You should have called it faster. Cass jumped into the passenger seat before Malik could beat her to it. Olivia ducked into the back seat. There was no way not to touch Malik in the tight quarters. Their knees bumped, sending shockwaves up Olivia's spine. Her cheeks flamed, and her mouth felt gummy. Sorry, it's cozy back here, she mumbled. Malik let his leg fall against hers.
Cozy? Who says that?
Hugo caught her eye in the rearview mirror. Olivia couldn't believe this was happening. She was sitting so close to Malik that she could practically be in his lap. It was too bad the fairgrounds were only a short drive away. But then again, she couldn't think of anything to say to him. Maybe she could have pretended to fall asleep on his shoulder. Car rides did make her sleepy. So, have you read much Byron?
Byron?
Malik dragged his hand through his intentionally styled messy hair.
Who's Byron?
That's funny, she giggled. Who's Byron?
No, really. Who's Byron?
Malik repeated. How's it going in the back seat? Hugo asked, turning the music up. Can you hear this okay? Fine, Olivia replied over the blaring holiday ska. Was he teasing about Byron? She'd stalked his social enough to know that the book he posed with in multiple pictures was Byron. Malik caught Hugo's eye in the mirror, too. A strange look that Olivia couldn't quite decipher passed between them.
You like ska?
He turned in Olivia's direction, sounding interested for the first time. She sucked in a breath as his dark eyes lingered on her. Yeah, you?
Hate it.
He glared at Hugo in the mirror, winked, and broke out in a laugh.
Nah, that's how Hugo and I met.
Really? Hugo had never mentioned it. Olivia had assumed they met in class.
Yep, we were at the same show, right up in front in the mosh pit.
Malik rolled up the sleeve of his graphic sweatshirt to show Olivia a tattoo of his favorite band in black ink on his forearm. The truth was that Olivia wasn't a ska fan, other than by default from spending so much time with Hugo. Okay, we need a plan, Cass said, turning around to include them in the conversation. A wave of disappointment washed over Olivia. This was the most she and Malik had spoken. She was just starting to be able to form a complete sentence.
I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to hang around,
Malik said, shifting his feet so that his leg no longer touched Olivia's. But we're all riding together. Cass scrunched her forehead. You should have driven separately.
It's fine. I'll get a ride on my own,
Malik said confidently.
I'll get an Uber.
Olivia frowned. She wished she could read his mind. She had no idea what he was thinking, and why he kept showing up only to half-ass each challenge. Had he agreed to join their team for the money? Because if so, he would be in for a big shock. His roller coaster-like behavior was also making Olivia question her interest. Yes, he was gorgeous, and made her feel like a 12-year-old girl whenever he was around. But she didn't have time for Malik's games. Maybe it was time to forget about her crush and concentrate on winning Passport to the Holidays. 39. Hillary. Hillary didn't chase after Ben. She watched him leave the hotel, wondering for the first time if their marriage was about to end. She took her things back to her office, ignoring messages from the mayor and her staff. She poured herself a cup of stale coffee and locked her office door. The saddest holiday mix of Joni Mitchell covers played on the overhead speakers. Hillary didn't bother to change the station. The music matched her mood. How had they gotten to this point so quickly? Or was it quickly? She'd neglected Ben and their relationship long before the twins left for college. At some level, she'd been aware. Aware enough to change it, and yet she opted not to. She thought about her conversation with Darby earlier. Darby's perspective resonated. Is this normal? Could perimenopause and her changing hormones be bringing on this bizarre range of emotions? Or am I just a mess? Hillary had been pre-grieving since the twins' first year of high school, anticipating how much it would hurt to have her children out in the world without her. But once it actually happened, it was like she had been run over by a bus. They were living lives that she wasn't part of. They didn't need her now. Not in the same way. Ben needed her. Her husband needed her, and the only thing she'd done was push him away. Why? That was what she was struggling with. She gulped lukewarm coffee and replayed the image of Ben's pained face after bumping into her at the hotel. He'd been nothing but clear about his needs. He communicated his wants. He tried to reconnect while she continued forward, focusing all her energy on work and remaining apathetic about her marriage at best. How had it come to this? Her desk phone rang, shaking her from her swirling thoughts.
Hillary? It's Samesh. Are we still on for our meeting?
She glanced at the digital clock. It had been a gift from Ben on her first day. The bold words, "Boss Babe," flashed across the screen, an inside joke about her sure rise to the top. She didn't feel like a boss babe now. She felt like a complete and utter failure. Seeing the time confirmed that. She was supposed to meet Samesh half an hour ago. Shit. I'm so sorry, Samesh. The morning got away from me. Are you at the fairgrounds?
Yeah, you'd better get down here. The mayor is on his way, and we have another problem I could use your help with.
I'm leaving now. Hillary didn't bother to ask Samesh to elaborate. She shut her laptop and grabbed her things as she finished the conversation. We can do a quick walkthrough, and then I'll get you out of there. I'm sorry if I'm making you late for anything.
No.
Samesh sounded dejected.
I don't have anything pressing. It's fine.
Okay, on my way. Hillary hung up and ran outside. Compartmentalizing her life wasn't working. Not only was her marriage failing, but if she kept this up, she would be out of a job, too. She tried not to pay attention to her speedometer as she drove through the fairgrounds. She didn't speed, exactly. 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit was acceptable, right? The fairgrounds were the hub for parade staging and float preparations. Hillary had fond memories of taking the twins to the Starlight Parade. No one complained about the cold while watching the colorful floats light up the night. Reindeer dancers would toss candy canes to the crowd. She loved watching kids bundled in puffy coats and stocking hats scattering to grab handfuls of the sweet treats. This year, the parade promised to be bigger and better than ever for the 10th anniversary celebration. Hillary had added 6 new floats, 2 high school marching bands from Portland, and a professional dance troupe of retired grannies to the lineup. It had seemed like a good idea when they had begun the planning process in August. Now, she was wondering why the hell one of her staff members hadn't reined her in. She greeted familiar faces as she navigated through the woodshop for Samesh. She found him at the scavenger hunt challenge tied to the fairgrounds. The never-ending balls of tangled Christmas lights had been one of her team's ideas. It was diabolically brilliant, in her opinion. Force teams to spend hours trying to untie giant wads of string lights. If they were successful, they would find their next clue in red envelopes in the center of each ball. It hadn't taken long for her staff to create gnarly balls of lights, but unwinding them would hopefully be another story. Plus, the concept of Passport to the Holidays was to test wits and wills. The challenge wasn't physically tasking, but it would undoubtedly be tedious and probably cause some teams plenty of frustration. Winning $50,000 wouldn't come easy for whoever finished first. That had been one of the sticking points for chamber members. They were willing to donate more cash for the grand prize, but only in exchange for making the hunt more challenging. Manageable, fun, and challenging. Those had been Hillary's orders when constructing the tasks and clues for contestants this year, which made it even more maddening that the mayor thought there was cheating going on. Hillary and her team, in partnership with Samesh and the Parks and Recreation Department staff, had spent hours upon hours carefully crafting every task. "I'm so sorry," Hillary said to Samesh, loosening her scarf. "It's been a day. Not that it's your fault." Samesh shook his head. "Don't worry. It's been a day for me, too." "Is everything okay? Are you ready for the walkthrough? Where's the mayor?" "Thankfully, he hasn't shown up yet. You beat him here, which is good because there's another issue." He nodded behind him, where a young, attractive couple stood holding one of the balls of lights. Hillary recognized the young man. He was a Graf. His family's face had been on every bus and billboard in Bend for as long as Hillary could remember. There were 4 children in the family. She wasn't sure if he was Jeff or William, but his strong jawline and facial features were impossible to miss. She didn't recognize the young woman with him. "I'm Hillary, with the Chamber of Commerce." She addressed the couple, hoping that whatever was going on with them was minor.
"Semesh said there's an issue with your team?"
The young woman spoke first, animating her point with her hands as she pointed to the massive pile of vintage Christmas lights. "There's no clue."
"I'm sorry?"
Hillary looked to Semesh for more information. Semesh cleared his throat and offered the couple an apologetic smile.
"They completed the challenge. In record time, by the way. You remember each ball of lights was supposed to have the clue twist-tied in the center, but apparently we missed one."
"That's impossible." Hillary moved closer to get a look at the lights. They had been meticulously looped in a perfect circle. "No, we've checked everywhere," the young woman insisted.
"Marissa is right,"
the man added.
"We checked the floor, beneath the other balls of lights, the shelves, our pockets, literally everywhere. Our bundle didn't have a clue. I'm sure of that. In the time we've been looking, 2 more teams have arrived, finished the challenge, and left with a clue."
Hillary had been there when her team assembled the light bundles. They had set out rows of clues and had too much fun making complete messes of the hundreds of boxes of holiday lights she had purchased for the event. The lights would eventually end up on floats for the parade, but not until every team in the competition had finished the arduous task. "Did you look too?" she asked Semesh. He nodded.
"We've been at it for 30 minutes. This is Marissa and William, by the way, one of our top teams and contenders for taking home the grand prize."
"We just lost 2 slots," Marissa responded, looking to Hillary for help. She was probably in her late 20s, with curly hair and doe-like eyes that threatened tears. "We had a huge head start on the 2 teams who found the challenge after us, but their light balls had clues inside. It's not fair." "Can you give us 1 second?" Hillary said to the young team. She motioned for Semesh to move away so they could speak privately. "What do we do?" she whispered over the volunteers hammering away on floats and jingle bells playing on the overhead speakers.
"That's one of the reasons I called you,"
Semesh said with an exaggerated shrug.
"I have no idea. We didn't plan for this."
Hillary massaged her temples. "The mayor is already convinced we're running a scam, that there's some inside job going on. If we give them a clue, that could add fodder for him. But then again, this challenge was designed to be a grind. Is it fair to make them do it over if it's our fault we forgot to put a clue in one of the lights?"
"I don't know."
Semesh stole a glance at the couple.
"They said they've been working on untangling the lights for 2 hours. I checked in with the surrounding floats, and everyone backed up that statement. They were the only team here for an hour and a half."
Damn. Was the universe conspiring against her? Was this a sign that she should quit? Or had Ben been secretly trying to sabotage her efforts? She wasn't prone to conspiracy theories, but this was getting ridiculous. Could one thing go right? Just one? Was that asking too much?
"They are still in the front of the pack,"
Semesh offered.
"They have plenty of time to do the task again and still be in the top 10.
Hillary suddenly envisioned lawsuits from the Graff family. There was no easy answer. She could either take them on their word, give them the clue, send them on their way, and risk the mayor's wrath. Or she could force them to complete the challenge again, potentially jeopardizing their current top standing in the hunt and future litigation from one of the most prominent families in town. I don't know what to do. She paced back and forth, the tightness in her chest returning. Semesh modeled slow breathing for her.
"It's not the end of the world."
"I'm sure I seem like a train wreck to you. I would think that about myself. But when we raised the prize money to $50,000, the city's legal team drilled in the importance of following the rules to the letter. Someone could sue." She lowered her voice, subtly gesturing to William. "Do you know who that is?" Semesh shook his head.
"Who?"
"William Graff. Have you heard the Graff name? You've probably seen it on the side of buildings and bus stops around town. The Graff family is hugely influential. They own and manage commercial property throughout the high desert. What are the odds that a Graff would end up with a missing clue?"
You think he would sue? Samesh's eyes widened with concern. I don't know, Hillary answered honestly. I think I should call our legal team before we decide how to proceed. Okay. I'll tell them to hang tight for another few minutes while we sort this out. Samesh was already moving toward them. Hillary searched her contacts for the city lawyer. She had a feeling he wouldn't be thrilled about taking her call on Saturday afternoon, but she was in over her head and had to control the situation before the mayor arrived. What can I do for you, Hillary? The chamber lawyer answered on the second ring. She gave him a brief rundown of the situation as she walked toward the horse stalls. The aroma of fresh hay mingled with the mountain air. I had heard there was trouble, the lawyer responded when she finished. You did? Her stomach dropped. Had William Graff already reached out to his family? Then again, why did he need the money? The Graffs were known for their generosity. What motive could he have to compete against community members for money he didn't need? Could there be another reason he had entered the scavenger hunt? Was he secretly working for the mayor? Theories bombarded her as she struggled to focus on the lawyer's words. The mayor called me earlier to alert me to the possibility of cheating. I hope you're paying careful attention to every detail, Hillary. Yes, of course I am. I already assured the mayor that my staff and I scoured every single team profile and found no evidence of cheating. I would keep your eye on that. The mayor isn't happy the event is proceeding as planned, with allegations of cheating looming. I might advise you to listen to him. Was he threatening her? Hillary didn't like his tone, or the assumption that she was taking this lightly. Her paranoia was getting worse by the minute. Was this a stress reaction? She was making up wild theories that her husband or William Graff was intentionally trying to sabotage her. What I need to focus on right now is what we should do about the team with the missing clue. She stole a glance at the light station. Did this mean there could be other bundles missing clues? That team will have to repeat the challenge. The rules are clear, and you're not in a position to take any risks. I'll send over the language you can use if you get any pushback. Do I offer them anything in exchange? Hillary felt terrible for the young couple. Marissa was right. It was bad luck. Such as? Maybe have them skip one of the individual challenges? Hillary suggested. No, that could be seen as giving a team preferential treatment and an advantage. Not a good idea. The only option then is to have them completely redo the task? Yes. His decisive response made it clear that the conversation was done. Hillary thanked him for his input and broke the news to William and Marissa. Thanks for your patience. I needed to check in with the powers that be. Unfortunately, I don't have great news. The race rules stipulate that no advantages can be given, regardless of the circumstances. I'm afraid you'll have to do the challenge again. William plastered on a broad smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Marissa didn't share his enthusiasm. She pursed her lips together and threw her hands up in distress. But it's not our fault that your team didn't put a clue in our ball of lights. It's so unfair. We've been here for hours. Hillary tried to think of the most non-committal way to respond, but William beat her. Hey, at least we've got a strategy down this time, and we know what we're looking for. He glanced hopefully at Marissa. She made a face and hung her head in utter disappointment. More time with my favorite partner isn't such a bad thing. He put an arm around her shoulder. Marissa tensed. I'm not sure I have it in me. William rubbed her arm the way Ben used to with the twins to pump them up before a race or swim meet. Marissa pushed him away. Hillary picked up on the tension between them. She wasn't sure if it was because of the clue mix-up or if a love match was brewing. William hadn't taken his eyes off Marissa the entire time they talked. He was obviously trying to rally for her. But she couldn't tell if Marissa reciprocated his feelings. Her body language was closed off, her arms wrapped tightly across her chest, and a permanent scowl on her lips. Good luck, you two. Again, my apologies. I wish there was something more we could do, but I'm sure you'll have the clue in no time. Hillary pulled Samesh away and left them to begin untangling another ball of lights.
The lights felt symbolic of Hillary's life at the moment. Everything was unraveling. Unlike William and Marissa, she had no strategy for straightening things out. 40. Olivia. Malik bolted as soon as he saw the gnarly bundles of Christmas lights. "Peace out, dudes." He flashed them a peace sign and strolled away without another word. "Sorry, Liv. I guess it's just us," Hugo said, holding the wad of tangled lights with one arm and watching Malik cut through the crowded workstation.
"It's fine. We'll get it done with the three of us,"
Olivia said, forcing a smile and tugging on a strand of lights. Malik was a mystery. She couldn't figure out his angle, or why he kept showing up only to bounce a few minutes later. But she wasn't going to let him get under her skin. They had a task to complete, and a new clue to find. They spent the next hour wrangling giant balls of Christmas lights like they were in a game of Twister. It was hard to tell if they were making much progress, because every strand that they loosened, whether by force or gentle coaxing over a shoulder or under a leg, revealed dozens more mangled up against each other, waiting to be set free.
"This is taking forever,"
Cass wailed, shaking her fingers like she was trying to bring back feeling.
"My hands keep going numb and I've broken 2 nails. How dare they? The organizers are just cruel at this point. I thought this was supposed to be holiday fun, but it's more like holiday torture."
"No, come on, guys. We've got this," Hugo chimed in, dropping the strand he was holding. "We can't give up yet. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Or maybe I should say bundle." He caught Olivia's eyes, looking at her hopefully. "You're not thinking of bailing too, are you?"
"Me? Never."
She shook her head.
"Whew, I was worried Mr. Model got to you."
"Mr. Model?"
"You know, Malik."
He sounded surprised that she wasn't catching on.
"You know that's his goal, right?"
Olivia used both hands to pry a long section of lights into a straight line, pressing them onto the floor carefully so as not to break any bulbs.
"What are you talking about?"
"Malik. He wants to be a model. That's what all the pictures on his social are for. He's trying to land an agent."
Hugo was matter-of-fact, relaying this huge piece of news.
"I thought you knew that. Malik is his stage name. None of it is real."
"Wait, what?" Olivia ignored the lights, which were curling back into themselves.
"What are you talking about?"
Hugo caught Cass's eye. They exchanged a look that must have been a signal for her to give them some space.
"Hey, I'm gonna grab us some snacks. Be back in a second."
Cass took off without another word. Olivia furrowed her brow and stared at Hugo, who had suddenly become even more interested in the ball of lights at his feet.
"Seriously, Hugo, what do you mean Malik is his stage name?"
"Sorry, I thought you knew. But then I overheard you asking him about Byron in the back seat."
"What does Byron have to do with any of this? The guy doesn't read, Liv. He wants to be a model. Those photos on his social are from a photo shoot he did with a talent agency.
He's leaving for LA as soon as we graduate. He already has some gigs lined up. His name isn't even Malik. It's Mike. But the talent agent thought Malik had more of a mystique to it."
Olivia pressed her hand to her stomach, feeling lightheaded as her voice ticked up a notch too high.
"His name is Mike?"
She didn't mean to sound so shrill and pitchy, but she couldn't believe it. Everything about Malik's persona was false. He didn't even read. How had she been so wrong about him, and why had no one told her?
"Yeah,"
Hugo nodded, his mouth falling slightly open.
"I'm so sorry. I seriously thought you knew. It's not like it's a big secret. All our teachers called him Mike at the beginning of the school year, but he told them he prefers Malik."
"I guess I wasn't paying attention," she said softly, not wanting to add that she'd been so caught up in his stylish and good looks, drooling over him and doodling hearts in her notebook on the first day of classes, that she probably hadn't even heard any of their teachers calling his real name.
"I'm such an idiot. I'm a complete fool."
"No, don't say that." Hugo rushed to her defense. "It's not you. I should have mentioned it sooner." She appreciated his pep talk,
but she couldn't believe she'd had tunnel vision when it came to her crush. How had she been so wrong?
41. Darby. Darby had to admit that the Christmas lights on her house were a nice touch. But as she got ready for Monday's classes, she put thoughts of Samesh aside and prepared for the last week of school before winter break. The energy in a high school building the week before vacation was unparalleled. Hallways buzzed, the tension was palpable, and getting students to concentrate on lesson plans or engage in discussions was nearly impossible. That's why Darby used the last week of classes to weave fun back into reading. Their week of reading for pleasure would culminate with a book bash on Friday. She was assigning each student a role this morning. They would be required to come in costume and bring food served in the book's pages to share with the class. If the book they had chosen didn't feature food, they could get something from the time period the book was set in. Last year, one of Darby's students read How to Eat Fried Worms. The class had voted his dish the best: deep-fried gummy worms. This was the part of reading that brought her students joy. She had found that her students' creativity shined in the exercise. From cupcakes themed like How the Grinch Stole Christmas to peach pie from James and the Giant Peach, her students embraced bringing their childhood reads, or a book that completely captivated them and sent them on a path of becoming lifelong readers. That was her sole goal as a teacher. If her students never mastered appropriate comma usage, she knew they could Google the answer, which, in her book, was the Oxford comma. However, igniting a love of reading had the potential to shift the course of these young lives. She would consider her job complete if she could arm them with a stack of books that would see them through future successes and heartbreak. Her greatest delight was bumping into former students who would share that they had taken her advice to heart and never left home without their library card or ebook. That was the reward of teaching. That's what kept her going, at least for now. Lately, Darby had been considering retiring more and more. The district had offered her an extended leave of absence after Jim's death. She had declined. Looking back, it probably wasn't the best decision she'd ever made. But in those first days, she had to do something, anything. Teaching gave her a purpose. She wouldn't have had a reason to get out of bed if she hadn't kept teaching. That wasn't as true now. The problem was, what would she do next? She could travel, but traveling alone didn't have the same allure as traveling with Jim by her side. She had always wanted to write a book about some of the women who paved the way in American literature, but had never received the same kind of attention or accolades as their male counterparts. If she retired, she could finally start giving the book real thought. Darby sighed and gathered her things after parking in her designated space. Olivia and her group of friends were waiting at the entrance with more boxes of candy canes. School didn't start for another hour. "Good morning. You all are up early," Darby noted with a smile. "Let me guess. More candy canes?" They were slotted to pull off the prank tomorrow night, and it couldn't come fast enough. Darby's classroom could moonlight as a candy cane factory. "Yes. Good morning, Mrs. Reynolds. Can you let us in?" Olivia asked. Her cheeks were pink from the cold. They matched the stack of pastel candy precariously balanced in her arms. "Sure, as long as you'll solemnly swear that you're up to no good." Darby winked. Olivia and her friends chuckled. "We're gearing up for Project Candy Cane and a little something else that we can't tell you about. But I promise it's something good." "Oh, a mystery." Darby raised her eyebrows and used her keycard to open the doors. She trusted Olivia. This particular group of students was active, engaged, and high-achieving. Darby wasn't worried that they would vandalize the bathrooms or graffiti lockers. Olivia's friends peeled off to the gym after they deposited the final batch of candy in Darby's classroom. Darby tidied the desks and set out worksheets for their first assignment. Olivia hung back, fiddling with the zipper on her puffy, rainbow-striped vest. "Did you need something?"
she asked, sensing Olivia wanted to talk. Olivia gnawed on her pinky. You know our discussion about Shakespeare last month? Sure, of course. Darby wasn't expecting a Shakespeare question, especially this early. I guess it's just hitting home. Olivia blew out a long sigh. Really? How? Darby could tell her student was upset. She turned on the soft lighting in the cozy reading nook and waited for her to say more. Over the years, she'd learned it was better to say less and hold space for her students to share when they were ready. It's a boy, she said, sticking out her tongue and scowling. It usually is. Darby agreed with a knowing smile. Yeah, well, I keep replaying your introduction of what you called the unwitting philosophers in his work, and how you raised the point that he often used the character of the fool as a commentator on society and its bigger issues. But I just feel like a regular fool for falling for a guy who is nothing like he seemed originally. That's also straight out of Shakespeare, isn't it? Sadly, it is. Darby rearranged the snack section, refilling glass jars with crackers and cookies. So, I guess I proved your point that Shakespeare is timeless. Olivia made another face. That and maybe perfect images on social media aren't all they're cracked up to be. Maybe it's more about showing up, you know? Being authentic, being real and flawed and vulnerable. Darby gulped, feeling a rush of emotion sweep over her. Out of the mouths of babes. Anyway, I should get going. Another project awaits. See you later, Mrs. Reynolds, and thanks for the intro to Shakespeare. It doesn't take away the sting of being completely wrong about a guy, but I guess it does give me a little perspective. Olivia hurried off with a wave. Darby finished prepping for the day, feeling Olivia's words repeat in her head. Being real, flawed, and vulnerable was exactly what Samesh had done. She heated water for her tea in her electric kettle. When she first suggested the idea of offering morning drinks to her students to her principal, there was pushback about safety concerns, but Darby insisted. Her first class started at 7:20 in the morning, a ridiculously early hour for developing brains. She had repeatedly spoken at school board meetings, advocating to push the high school day back to 8:30 or 9. It was a bus issue. She understood that, but people who'd never been in a classroom failed to realize that teens needed sleep. Study after study supported by the CDC and doctors had shown that early start times for high school translated to poor academic performance, and even attributed to other health risks like drinking, smoking, and drug usage. The first 20 minutes of Darby's class were used for her students to warm up, literally and figuratively. They could help themselves to a cup of tea, cider, hot chocolate, and a healthy snack, since many of them skipped eating breakfast, instead sleeping in for an extra half hour. Darby played music and used the first part of their class time for students to free write in their journals. She found that a slower, more mindful and purposeful start to the day led to better discussions and focus for the rest of the period. Other teachers had followed her lead. Now, if they could convince the school board to rearrange the bus schedules, but that was a battle for another day. The tea kettle whistled as Darby continued to push thoughts of Samesh aside. Was Olivia right? Was she being too harsh? He had shown up after all, and there was no denying his attempt at grand, sweeping romantic gestures. Darby passed out journals. She never graded the students' personal writing. She merely scanned them to make sure they were actually using the time to reflect. Journaling was a private, spiritual, and essential practice for maintaining mental health. Maybe you should journal. Darby always hoped that some of what she was trying to impart to these young minds would stick. Beginning a journaling habit at this stage of development could establish coping strategies and ways to calm the mind for years to come. Maybe you should take your own advice. She was saved by a commotion in the hallway and checked the clock. There were still 15 minutes before class. Students would begin trickling in soon, but she was surprised to hear so much noise this early. She peered out her door to see marching band members lining up near the cafeteria.
Was there an assembly this morning? She hadn't received a notification unless it had come in over the weekend. She checked her email. There was nothing about any special events for the day. Darby returned to prep, trying to make sense of her muddled feelings about Samesh, as drums thudded in the distance. Maybe the band was practicing for the Starlight Parade. Typically, they rehearsed in the gym or outside, but it was cold, dark, and snowy, so the director might have asked permission to practice inside before the first bell. Darby enjoyed the upbeat sounds of the drums and percussion instruments as she finished setting up the classroom. The band continued while the students arrived. She let them settle in. The principal came over the loudspeaker after the final bell had rung.
We have an exceptional guest in the building this morning to make an extraordinary announcement. I invite all classes to go to your assigned stations now.
Assigned stations? Darby was confused. She hadn't gotten a notice about any of this. She pulled up her email again, but before she could scan her trash and junk folders, the sound of the band became so loud that she realized they were playing right at her classroom door. Olivia came into the room, carrying a huge bouquet of flowers, followed by a camera crew and a reporter. What was going on? Darby froze. The band picked up the beat. Was this Samesh's doing? Another grand gesture? Darby shrank in her chair. Her students beamed and clapped along to the music. Are they in on it? When the band finished their rendition of Santa Claus is Comin' to Town, Olivia raced toward her desk and thrust the flowers at Darby. Congratulations, Mrs. Reynolds! Darby was aware of the camera in her face and the smiling reporter looming nearby with a microphone aimed at her. Congratulations? For what? Darby braced herself, not sure how to respond, as she fully expected Samesh to sweep in behind the band. Had he used his contacts in the city to give her some kind of award? He wasn't going to do something radical, like propose, was he? But he didn't appear from the shadows. Instead, Olivia retrieved a certificate from behind her back. We wrote a letter about you, Mrs. Reynolds. All of us. She paused and looked at the class. You have done so much for us, and we wanted to return the favor and let the world know what an amazing teacher you are. What? Darby's hand went to her heart. Can I read you the letter? Olivia unfolded a creamy sheet of paper. Darby fought back tears and leaned against her desk chair. Please. Navigating high school is terrifying at best, Olivia began, her hands shaking slightly as she read the letter. We're supposed to have a plan. We're supposed to know what's next and be excited about venturing into adulthood. College, careers, the military. Pick your path and launch into a brand new world. But how? That's what most of my friends and I agonize over every day. What if we make the wrong choice? What if we pick the wrong path? What if we have no idea what we want to do next? Olivia paused to compose herself. Darby reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a fresh box of tissues. That's where our teacher, Mrs. Reynolds, comes in. Olivia continued, her voice growing stronger and more solid. We've tackled big issues in Mrs. Reynolds' English class. Wars, famine, injustice, indifference, systemic racism, family trauma, and so much more. You might think that this is daunting and overwhelming, but it puts our issues in perspective. The stories she's introduced us to show us that struggle is universal, inescapable, and important for growth. Mrs. Reynolds makes a space for us to feel uncomfortable and sit with what sobers us, as she wisely likes to say. Darby smiled with pride as she wiped tears away with a tissue. Olivia's words hit at a different level. They felt personal, as if her own words were being reflected back on her. Darby had been sitting with what sobered her for the last couple of years. Was it time to let some of that go and focus on transforming her grief into growth? Her English class has taught me so much more than how to use an Oxford comma or cite a source. In Mrs. Reynolds' class, I've learned I'm part of something bigger,
Wherever my life path takes me, I'm taking her lessons and the stories we've read with me as a reminder that there will be times when I experience hardship and struggle, that change is unavoidable, and that somehow, some way, my challenges will forever help shape and become a part of me. Olivia folded the letter and approached Darby's desk. Darby was a blubbering mess. There weren't enough tissues for her happy tears. She stood to hug Olivia. "You have touched my heart. What a lovely gift." Olivia hugged her tight until she broke away. She exclaimed, "You won, Mrs. Reynolds. You've been chosen Teacher of the Year for the entire state of Oregon. You get an award, and the school gets $10,000 in your name." Darby's principal stepped forward, holding an oversized check, the kind seen in TV commercials. "What? This can't be real." Darby tried to take it all in. Her eyes, scanning the crowded classroom, searching, hoping. Was she wishing Samesh were here? "You are Teacher of the Year for the entire state of Oregon, Mrs. Reynolds," Olivia repeated. The whole class erupted in applause and cheers. Darby placed her hand over her heart and blinked, overcome with a warmth that spread from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. What a sweet gesture by her students. She gathered her thoughts as the reporter asked her for a comment. Darby was truly touched. But Olivia's heartfelt tribute left a more profound mark and shifted something in Darby. She just wasn't sure if she was ready to act on it yet. 42. Marissa. Marissa was still bitter that she and William had been required to redo the Christmas lights challenge. The worst part was that once they had unwound another oversized ball of tangled lights, the clue revealed that the next challenge wasn't until the night of the Starlight Parade. That gave the other teams plenty of time to catch up. She spent the next 2 days apartment searching and prepping for her weekend clients. On the night of the parade, she tugged on a pair of tights, fleece leggings, a cozy cream cable-knit sweater, and her faux fur-lined snow boots. The clue had been intentionally vague. Teams were supposed to watch the parade in its entirety. According to the clue, the next task would reveal itself somewhere on the route. Hopefully that was true, because Marissa was out of ideas. William had offered to get there early and save a seat for her. He had texted her a selfie with him in front of the Bank of Bend, waiting for her in a camp chair. The Bank of Bend was the ideal spot to watch the parade. It was adjacent to the grandstands, where bands and dance teams would stop to perform for VIP guests and local television cameras. The clue had clearly stipulated that contestants were not allowed to purchase VIP tickets, leading Marissa and William to assume that whatever they were supposed to be on the lookout for during the parade must be taking place near the grandstands. She hadn't seen him since their marathon Christmas lights challenge. Not seeing him for a few days didn't mean that she hadn't been thinking about him. In fact, quite the opposite. William Graff had been on her mind every waking moment, no matter how hard she tried to push any thoughts of him away. Yesterday, she'd been sketching out final designs for brunch platters and realized that she had written his name a dozen times on the margins of her sketchbook. She had slammed it shut. No one had ever taken up this much headspace before. On the drive downtown, she made a promise to herself to keep her muddled feelings in check and stay focused on finding the next clue. Yeah, how many times have you said that? The parade route was lined with spectators bundled up in winter attire, their breath visible in the cold. Excited chatter filled the air as children and adults eagerly awaited the procession. Marissa could hear the faint sound of jingle bells in the distance as she searched the crowd for William. The minute William caught her eye and stood to wave, her stomach did that familiar flop, and she could feel herself getting sucked in. He wore a navy and orange striped puffy coat that brought out the deep, dark tones in his eyes.
"Long time no see, Snow Princess."
He leaned in to hug her. Marissa extended her hand.
"Ah, got it. We're back to formalities."
William gave her an exaggerated handshake.
How's things in the cheese biz?
She unfolded her chair and removed a blanket to tuck over her legs. Cheesy.
Clever.
William sat down and scooted his chair closer.
Just to be clear, I'm not trying to make a move. I'm making space, okay?
Marissa wrapped her blanket tighter over her legs. Okay. She wasn't sure why he was telling her this, but then she followed his gaze across the street to a roped-off area with red and green ribbon. As in literally making space. Parker and her entourage were headed straight for them. Great.
You all remember my teammate, Marissa?
William made introductions again as Parker and her friends squeezed into their space. Parker cooed at William and shot Marissa a dismissive glance. Of course. We're old friends now. She and Parker were anything but friends. Marissa shrank into her chair as Parker gave her a condescending smile and immediately shifted her attention to William. Marissa couldn't help but notice that Parker set up her chair so close to William that she was practically sitting on his lap. Marissa pulled out her phone, pretending to be busy responding to messages while William and his friends swapped stories about parties and ski trips to Aspen. It was fine that Parker had shown up. Actually, if she thought about it, it was better. Parker was a glaring reminder that she didn't have a chance with William. And why would she want one? This was good. She could laser her focus on the floats and bands, find the clue, and solve it. That's why she was here tonight. That was her only job. William leaned over and whispered, "How are you doing? You seem quiet." "Nope. Just waiting for the parade to start so we can find the clue." At that moment, the parade began with a resounding fanfare, heralding the arrival of the first marching band. The crowd cheered as the vibrant uniforms, hats adorned with snowy plumes, and shiny instruments came into sight. "You're always on a mission." He reached down to his feet and held up a thermos. "Peppermint hot chocolate? I brought along some peppermint schnapps if you wanted spiked." "I'm fine." Marissa clapped along with the lively melody. "You're shivering, even under your blanket." William unzipped a backpack and offered her a set of hand warmers. These were battery-powered hand warmers, not the cheap plastic, one-use and toss-them-away kind. Marissa had seen a similar set in a high-end home goods magazine, which she had subscribed to for inspiration for Yes Cheese. The rechargeable hand warmers were way out of her price range, just like everything else. "Here, use these." Parker interrupted them. "Oh, how are you liking that model? I bought a set of the newest in that line, and they have such a nicer feel on the hands." "I don't know," William shrugged. "I've never paid attention to how they feel on my hands other than keeping them warm." Marissa chuckled. Parker shot her a nasty look before giving William a coy smile and pressing her gloved hand on his arm. "Wills, you are too funny." He caught Marissa's eye and made a face. What was the deal with them? Maybe they used to date and had recently broken up? It was obvious that Parker was into him, but she couldn't get a read on William's feelings. Half the time, he seemed as annoyed with Parker as Marissa. But then again, he had invited her tonight, and she had been the first person he suggested going to see when they were trying to solve the fourth clue. "Stop it," Marissa chided herself. Fortunately, the parade was in full swing, giving her a perfect excuse to ignore both of them. If she had been here with William under different circumstances, the crisp, starry night sky and dazzling light show of holiday floats might have been romantic. But William wasn't interested in her, and she was here for a single purpose. Colorful floats transformed into holiday masterpieces, followed by the marching band. Elaborate scenes depicted winter wonderlands, and childhood stories come to life on the moving floats. Twice, she caught Parker staring at her, and each time, Parker would lean closer to William and shoot Marissa a triumphant grin, as if to signal she knew she was winning a contest that Marissa didn't want any part of. She watched each parade entry, hoping the clue would stand out. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, which meant by the time 5 floats and 3 bands had passed, she was starting to get a headache from squinting so hard.
Anything?
William asked when there was a lag between horseback riders decked out in holiday jingle bells and a troop of dancing elves.
Nothing. What about you?
Next, snowmen, elves, and gingerbread people strolled along the route, extending warm greetings with every wave and handing out candy to eager children who smushed together on the snowy curbs. He shook his head and refilled his hot chocolate.
Are you sure you don't want some?
No, I'm fine. Marissa's eyes didn't move from the street. She had also studied the bank and the buildings adjacent to it, in case a clue was hiding in plain sight. It wasn't.
We must be halfway through,
William noted.
You don't think we're supposed to grab candy canes like the kids?
Marissa shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. I guess it's worth a shot. She started to get up.
No, you stay there. You're all warm and cute and cozy under your blankets.
Cute? Marissa's cheeks flamed.
Stay. I'll get us some.
He went to the edge of the sidewalk and waited with the gaggle of kids, hoping to scoop up any candy tossed from floats. Marissa watched as William made sure the kids scooped handfuls of candy canes and brightly wrapped sweets before he grabbed a few for them. Oh my God, Wills, you are getting candy with the kids now? So adorable. Parker batted her fake lashes at him. What did you bring me?
Actually, these are for Marissa, he said sheepishly. We're still looking for a clue.
Parker's smile vanished. She tried to recover by tossing her hair and laughing. You and your little scavenger hunt. We're going to get to the bottom of why Wills is really doing this, aren't we? She asked her friends. William offered Marissa the candy.
Should we open them and see if there's more than sugary peppermint inside?
It's worth a shot. Although, truthfully, even with the blanket and William's expensive high-tech hand warmers, a chill had settled over her. She was having a hard time keeping her teeth from chattering. She tried to tear the wrapper from the first piece of candy.
Your hands are shaking.
William's voice was thick with concern. I'm just a bit chilly, Marissa responded through clenched teeth.
Your lips are blue.
William moved away from Parker, put his arm around Marissa for warmth, and tucked his blanket over her legs. She wanted to protest, but his body heat felt good, and she was probably on the edge of being hypothermic. She didn't want to have to leave the parade route. Thanks, she managed to say through shivers. Parker stared daggers at her. Marissa figured Parker probably thought she was faking it. She wasn't. Usually she could handle the cold, but not tonight. Maybe it was from sitting for too long. William kept a firm grasp on one shoulder and rubbed her other arm with his free hand.
Better? Should we get you inside?
No, I'm warming up. We have to find the clue.
Not at the detriment of your health and well-being.
I promise. I'm okay. Marissa insisted, but William didn't loosen his grip on her.
I'm keeping an eye on you. If you start to shiver more, we're getting you inside. Got it?
Marissa nodded. Her body surged with warmth from his touch. She wanted to melt into his arms and feel the caress of his skin against hers, but instead, she willed herself to remain vigilant. Don't keep your eye on me. Keep your eye on the parade. The faster we can find the clue, the faster we can be done and warm up.
Wait, what's that?
William pointed to a float where a woman in a deep green velvet ball gown and a man in a tux danced on a rotating stage. The side of the float had a sign reading, "Your invitation to the ball awaits. Don't be late and be sure to bring a date." Do you think that's it? Marissa sat up to reread the sign as the float slowly proceeded down the parade route. It seems too obvious.
It must be. The snowball dance, this Saturday. It must be our final clue.
He lifted his arm off Marissa's shoulder.
Plus, look, there are candy canes on either side. That's it. That's our final mission.
The app is buzzing. Marissa reached for her phone. An update had come through with her first individual task. As Snowball Princess, she had to make holiday crowns for her and her dance partner. Check it out. She showed William the app.
I got one too.
He read his clue.
Jack Frost, meet Frosty. In this challenge, you'll build a snowman. But not just any snowman. Bonus points for originality and design.
Their individual challenges included specific instructions for taking photos of their crowns and snowmen, as well as directions for picking up supplies at the Chamber of Commerce offices. No additional materials of any kind could be used in constructing snow art or paper crowns. The rules were clear. No bonus points would be awarded to any team that used even a single item not included in the kits provided by the Chamber.
That seems fair,
Marissa said after they had reviewed their tasks.
It makes for a level playing field. Otherwise, you could have teams spending extra money on materials.
Right, like me.
He put his arm around her again.
My first thought was to bring you back to my parents' house and get into the family vault for our crowns.
I feel like your face tells me you're kidding, but then again, maybe you do have a collection of gold tiaras stored under lock and key. Marissa grinned.
Yep, that's me. I've been downplaying it for your sake, but usually you won't find me without a crown on my head.
He bowed his head. Marissa laughed. Being so close to him had returned heat to her body for more reasons than one. She wished that he were easier to hate. Why did he have to be so witty and self-deprecating?
Should we head to the chamber now?
Marissa asked.
And miss the end of the parade? No way!
William put his phone away but kept his arm around Marissa's shoulder.
I'm waiting to see the big guy. We have perfect seats, the best view, and I don't know about you, but I'm pretty comfortable here.
He held her gaze for a moment too long, his dark brown eyes searching hers with something that resembled a longing she felt deep in her bones. Another rush of heat surged through her body. She didn't want to move either. It felt easy to be next to William like this. Too easy. She knew she was dancing on the edge of dangerous territory. She should pull away, but she couldn't make herself try to escape his solid arms. She felt like she belonged in his arms. She felt at home in his embrace. What was she doing? She was falling for him. Hard. 43. Darby. Darby waved from the float. She couldn't believe how much things had changed since agreeing to help kick off Passport to the Holidays. Just a few days ago, she had been scared to take to the stage and open the event. And now, she seemed to be right in the thick of it. She spotted families and students in the crowd and made sure to give them a personalized wave. Watching children's faces light up with delight brought an even bigger smile to her face. A genuine smile. Delicate snowflakes descended from the sky. The glow of street lamps and the festive decorations on each corner made Darby feel like she was on a movie set. She had managed to avoid Samesh since being named Teacher of the Year. He had texted, called, emailed, and sent a box of chocolate-covered strawberries to her classroom. There had been no avoiding the news. Darby's face had been on the front page of every Bend newspaper and local television station. The attention was overwhelming, but the response from the community had been heartwarming. Notes from former students and parents poured into the school. She received messages from one of her very first students, who had gone on to become the poet laureate of the state of Vermont, where he now lived with his family. Winning Teacher of the Year reminded her of the many connections she had made over the years. She rarely knew where students ended up. It was a gift to reconnect and see where their lives had taken them. It also made her feel like the universe was nudging her closer to retirement. How could she top this year? Not that she needed to, but if she did decide to end her teaching career, this would be the time to do it. Jim would be running along next to the float if he were still alive. she thought, giving her best wave to a group of little kids gathering candy. And William Graff? Was that William Graff in the mix? She squinted to get a better look. Sure enough, William was mixed up with kids scooping handfuls of candy from the street.
Hey, Darby, don't ask.
William gave her a sheepish grin as her float guided onward. Darby savored the moment, taking in the sounds of marching bands, cheering crowds, and dazzling holiday lights. She felt a new lightness for the first time since Jim's death. He had loved this. She could too. By the time her float returned to the staging area at the end of the parade route, Darby was glad she had agreed to come. But that feeling didn't last long when she spotted Samesh, sending a wave of anxious shivers down her spine. Her float was one of the last to arrive in the float barn. He was directing foot traffic, sending dancers in one direction and juggling clowns in the other. Darby exited her float, hoping she could sneak by unnoticed. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk to him. She did, but she wasn't sure where to start. She tried blending in with the clowns in bright orange and yellow costumes with lit-up glowing hats and noses, but Samesh caught her eye.
Darby! Darby!
He ignored the pooper scooper and ran over to her.
I'm so glad to see you here. As you know, I've been trying to apologize for 2 days.
He pulled out his phone and scrolled through a string of unanswered apology texts.
I'm so sorry. Can we please talk?
She caught a strong whiff of popcorn. She struggled to find the right words.
Look, I made a mistake of everything.
He shook his head and stuffed his phone back into his parka.
I know I should have told you the truth from the beginning, but I was worried you would think I was a stalker.
I might have, she answered truthfully. Samesh hung his head.
I know. It's not what it seems, though. If you would give me a chance to explain, I think you'll understand.
Darby started to speak, but he held up a finger.
Wait, let me get this out. I know this is my last chance with you, and I've got to take my shot.
Darby folded her arms across her chest, not because of the cold, but for protection. Could she do this? Could she admit how she was feeling?
Go ahead,
she nodded.
Like I told you at dinner, my parents disapproved of me marrying a white woman. My mom tried to set me up countless times. I would be a very rich man if I had $1 for every uncomfortable, awkward dinner I sat through.
He let out a sad laugh.
I digress, though. At some point, my mom especially, realized how unhappy I was. She eventually apologized. When she was dying, we had a heart-to-heart, and she made me promise, swear, that I would come to find you. She knew that you were the love of my life, and she had kept us apart.
He paused and cleared his throat.
My father and I never had a chance at a moment of understanding and reconciliation like that, but that conversation with my mother changed everything. I didn't realize how, even as a grown adult, I was still seeking their approval at some level. It took that moment for me to fully release myself from that. I'm not proud that it took me so long.
They moved to the side to let horseback riders pass around them.
On the day she died, I swore to my mother that I would come and find you. I promised her I would give love a shot. I knew then about Jim. It's not like I was following your every move for decades. Every once in a while, I would hear updates from mutual friends. That's how I heard about Jim. I wanted to send you a note. I considered coming to the funeral, but it felt wrong. I knew you were grieving, and I wanted to honor that. I didn't want you to think I was seizing the opportunity after your husband died. I would never do that. That was before my mom died, by the way.
Darby held her breath as she waited for him to say more. He sounded sincere. His eyes were filled with emotion, a pleading, a wanting, a needing that she realized she felt just as deeply.
This position came up 6 months after Mom died. Samesh's voice caught. A friend sent me the posting. I applied immediately. I came up to interview and almost reached out then, too, but the timing still felt wrong. I wish I could explain it. I can't. I just had the sense that you weren't ready. I guess I was hoping that if I got the job, which I did, things would happen naturally. That we would bump into one another when the timing was right and see where things went from there. I wasn't stalking you. I was giving you space. I'm sure it doesn't seem like that from the outside. I don't know how it could. I would be upset and perhaps a little unsure if I were you. But honestly, the move here was ultimately for me. I wanted to give myself time to reacclimate to Bend, get settled, and see if the job would be a long-term fit before I reached out. And then fate intervened. I couldn't believe it when I saw you at the park on the night of the kickoff party. I took it as a sign that you were ready. That I was ready. I should have been honest up front. It happened so fast. I had pictured and imagined how meeting up with you again would go. And then suddenly, you were standing there. And I guess I got caught up in the moment and the pure joy of seeing you again. All the feelings that I've had for you are still here. I thought maybe I was making it up to be more in my head than it really was. I thought when I saw you again, maybe there wouldn't be a spark. But there was. Darby, you are more beautiful and wonderful than the first day I met you in a snowstorm, hanging onto an umbrella for dear life. I'm sorry that I've ruined our second chance. If you feel even the tiniest bit the same, I'm standing here in a snowy park on a festive holiday night, asking you to consider giving us a third chance.
Darby sucked in the cold air, blood rushing to her head. She felt like she might pass out. He stood in front of her with confidence, maintaining eye contact without pleading. Samesh, it's just a lot to take in.
I understand.
He motioned to his colleague to give him a minute.
I'm glad I got a chance to tell you how I feel and what transpired. Thank you for listening.
There was so much more she wanted to say, but she needed time to think. So she simply nodded and stepped out of the way of Santa's majestic reindeer-drawn sleigh.
I should let you go and get back to work,
Samesh said.
But how about this? I'll be at the snowball dance on Saturday night. If you're willing to give our friendship a go, come find me at the dance. And if not, I promise I won't be in touch again. I'll let you live your life and let you go for good.
He leaned in and planted a soft kiss on her cheek.
Regardless of what you choose, Darby, you are absolutely wonderful. Never forget that.
He pulled away and left to help his colleagues. Darby watched him for a minute before leaving. She felt like she was in a movie. Never in her life had someone ever professed their love so romantically. It was like a fairy tale ending. Meeting at the snowball dance and rekindling a first love. But was she ready? Could she love again? Or was she swept up in the narrative he was crafting? Romantic gestures, flowers, chocolates, and dances were great entertainment. Still, love had meant lazy nights curled up on the couch in Jim's arms, figuring out how to compromise in arguments over whose turn it was to do the laundry or take out the trash. Love was caring for your partner at their worst. It wasn't always dazzling and showy like the flashing lights on the floats. It was often subtle and subdued. It was making soup on a Sunday night when your spouse had a nasty cold, or carrying their backpack when their legs got heavy on the trail. Samesh had held her on a pedestal ever since college. He had never gone on to find someone else. That concerned Darby. As much as she felt drawn to him, what if their visions of love didn't line up? She was certain that she would quickly fall off the pedestal he had placed her on when he learned that love took work. Hard work. 44. Hillary. Ben finally texted her back. He agreed to meet at their favorite tapas restaurant for dinner, drinks, and talk.
Hillary had wanted to have dinner at home, but maybe meeting on neutral territory was a good starting point. She went home to shower and change before dinner. It had been a long day of meetings and preparations for the snowball dance. The press coverage for the Starlight Parade had been phenomenal. Bigger media outlets from Portland sent reporters to cover the story. She hoped garnering such great press and community goodwill would get her back in the mayor's good graces. Instead, he sent staff members to her office for a full report on team updates from the hunt. Hillary had no idea why he was obsessed with the idea that large-scale cheating was happening, but it was evident that he wouldn't drop the issue. Her only option was to continue to try and appease him. She had tasked her staff with compiling twice-daily reports to share with the mayor. It seemed like a waste of time and resources to her, but if that were what it would take to appease him, she would do it through the very last event, the snowball dance. The dance was in 2 days, so as long as she could keep the mayor from convincing the other business members of the Chamber of Commerce to shut Passport to the Holidays down from now until then, she could close out the year on a good note and enjoy the rest of the holiday season with Ben and the twins. That was, if she and Ben could patch things up. Hillary was fine faking it to preserve their family holiday traditions. However, she knew they were past the point of no return. Ben had called Bella. They couldn't simply put on smiles and matching Christmas pajamas and pretend everything was great. The thought made her cheeks flame again. Why? Why had he called Bella? She tried to recenter herself as she towel-dried her hair and put on her favorite fleece ski dress. Why did she feel nervous? Like this was a date? She studied her appearance after blow-drying her hair and using her flat iron to give it a soft curl. She didn't feel her age. Looking in the mirror, she saw a bright face staring back at her. Sure, there were wrinkles on her forehead and around her eyes, but she didn't look middle-aged, did she? Time had moved so quickly. Why hadn't she enjoyed it more? She blinked back tears and grabbed a soft cashmere scarf and her car keys. She didn't want to be late. She had to show Ben that she was committed to fixing this. Him walking out on her had shifted her paradigm. The twins were gone. Her days of motherhood were over. She couldn't lose Ben, too. She arrived at the restaurant and paused at the front door, taking in the low amber light inside. Her fingers curled around the handle, but she couldn't bring herself to open the door. Her pulse fluttered underneath her skin. She drew in a deep breath, trying to steady herself. It's just dinner. A conversation. A start. Her stomach twisted with an anticipation she hadn't felt in a long time as she finally pushed the door open. He was already waiting for her, at a table near the bar with one hand wrapped around a glass of water and the other drumming lightly on the table. She recognized the nervous habit. Was it better or worse that he was on edge, too? Hey, Ben. Hillary's heart lurched when he stood up to greet her with a pained smile. You look nice.
You too.
Ben held her gaze for a minute and then sat down. He wore a pair of well-fitting jeans and an oatmeal crewneck alpine sweater with patterned navy pine trees, skiers, and snowflakes that the twins had gotten him for Christmas years ago. His eyes looked as worn as the ribbed cuffs on his sweater.
I ordered you a glass of wine. I hope you don't mind.
No, that's great. This was like a first date. Hillary's pulse thudded in her neck. She clenched her hands under the table. How's life in the hotel?
Fine.
Ben swirled his wine glass and looked at her like she was a stranger.
No, that's not true. It sucks.
Hillary sighed and took a drink, hoping the wine would help her relax. She shouldn't feel nervous to talk to her husband of 20 years. This was ridiculous.
So, you wanted to talk.
Ben leaned against his chair. Ben, come on. We have to talk. Hillary placed her hand over her heart. I know we have a lot of work to do on us.
Agreed. So talk.
He threw his hands out in front of him, offering her the floor. "Why did you leave?" The words spilled out before she even had time to form a thought.
"Did you want me to stay?"
He raised a single eyebrow, squinting at her.
"I'm surprised you noticed I was gone. You haven't seemed to care at all lately."
"I know, and I apologize for that. I've been consumed with work. You know how important Passport to the Holidays is for me."
"Hillary, come on. It's more than that. If we're gonna talk, let's really talk."
She took another sip of wine. "It's been hard, Ben. I miss them so much." She broke down. Tears poured down her cheeks. She wiped her nose with her napkin.
"I miss them too,"
he said, so softly she wasn't sure if she was making it up. "Do you?" Her voice cracked. "You seem fine. You're always so upbeat. You go to the gym. You have your clients. Meanwhile, I'm barely holding it together."
"I'm not holding it together."
Ben shook his head and scoffed.
"It's a huge change for me, too. The house is too quiet. It's weird. It's lonely. But I thought we'd have each other to get through it together. Instead, it's like you've left me, too. I might have physically left, but you left me emotionally the day we dropped them off at college. Probably even before that, if I think back."
His words stung, but he wasn't wrong. Hillary clasped her wine glass and tried to silence her tears. They wouldn't stop. They poured down her cheeks like a leaky faucet she couldn't shut off. "I didn't think it was going to be this hard." Her hands quivered, and her entire body felt like jello. She brushed hot, salty tears away with her fingers. Ben handed her a napkin.
"I didn't either."
"I'm sorry for pulling away. I really am. I haven't known what else to do. I guess seeing you be so fine has made me feel like a total failure. I miss them so much, Ben. So much more than I ever thought was possible. It's like I'm walking around with my chest cut open, and a part of my heart has fallen out. I can't seem to put myself back together." Hillary had reached the ugly cry phase. Her nose ran like a sieve. Her shoulders quaked as she tried not to make a scene in the middle of the restaurant. She dabbed her eyes with the corner of the napkin. "Why did you call Bella, though?" Ben started to respond right as Hillary's phone buzzed. She dabbed her eyes with the already soggy napkin. Shit. The mayor. She looked from her phone to Ben.
"You should take it. You know you're going to anyway."
Ben stood up, gently kissed the top of her head, and walked away. Hillary breathed in through her nose so as not to sound like she'd been crying. "Hello?"
"You need to get down here right away. We have definitive proof that a team has been cheating and must be immediately disqualified from Passport to the Holidays."
45. Marissa. Marissa was pleased with the way her paper crowns had turned out. She couldn't wait to show them to William at the snowball dance. They had been texting regularly for a couple of days, and every time her phone dinged, her heart would skip a beat. His texting style was just like his personality. Funny, irreverent, and even philosophical. They had covered surprisingly deep topics in their text exchanges, like the need for more of a focus on mental health as part of classroom curriculums, and ways to tackle food waste. William continued to surprise her. He had sent her step-by-step photos of his snowman construction project. He had taken a literary approach, crafting the snowman from old pages ripped from books that he cut and glued together to create a 3D model. For the finishing touches, he had added a buffalo plaid scarf made from tissue paper, buttons, and an acorn hat. When he sent a picture of the finished product, Marissa was more than impressed with his artistic ability. Was there anything William Graff couldn't do? She had stressed out over what to wear to the snowball dance. She had finally opted for a white and gold paper crown embellished with glitter and sequins. After much debate and trying on at least a dozen outfits, she landed on a green velvet dress. It hit her just below her knees and was cut narrow at the waist with a dainty silk ribbon. She had bought the dress for a friend's Christmas wedding a few years ago and hadn't worn it since. It fit the occasion and was free and already hanging in her closet, which fit her budget. On the evening of the dance, she felt like a princess in her party dress and crown. William had offered to pick her up, but she told him that she would meet him at the hotel. Marissa tried to squash the butterflies in her stomach when she walked into the ballroom. It had been transformed into a winter wonderland, complete with a canopy of icicle lights on the ceiling, silver and gold ornaments intermixed with greenery as centerpieces, and the illusion of snowfall created by a digital projector. William was waiting for her at the entrance, holding a gorgeous winter floral corsage. Marissa thought her chest might explode. She couldn't suck in air fast enough at seeing him in a tailored black suit and tie. Her knees felt like they might buckle. His eyes lasered in on her as she approached him, and then he seemed to remember the corsage and held it out for her. "I know it's super old school, but it seemed right for a ball." "It's beautiful." Marissa held her arm out and let him place the corsage on her wrist. The white roses intermixed with succulents matched her dress perfectly. "It's like you planned it. How did you know what I was wearing?" "Good guess." William offered her his hand. "Shall we?" A lump swelled in Marissa's throat as he led her to the dance floor. She couldn't believe they were here and that the scavenger hunt was coming to an end. Tonight was the last night to garner more points for their team's score. William had submitted pictures of his snowman through the app, but their crowns would be judged in person. They had been told to expect judges to rotate through the dance floor and not to be surprised if some of them asked to hold their crowns or take photos to review. Tomorrow afternoon, the winner of Passport to the Holidays would be crowned. Marissa wondered whether the winners would literally be crowned by their own creations. She also realized that she probably would never see William Graff again after tomorrow. After spending so much time with him in the last week, it would be weird to suddenly not see him. She had come to look forward to his texts and easy banter. She ignored the thought as they danced to the melodic sound of the orchestra. William was a good dancer, no surprise. Being in his embrace made her feel completely at home. It was amazing to think how much her opinion of him had shifted. She never would have imagined herself saying that after their first encounter. Marissa got swept up in the romance of the moment. The twinkling lights, the smell of evergreen and pine, and happy couples twirling around the dance floor. William's strong arms spun her around the room. The hint of his musky aftershave and the heat from his breath on her cheek. It was like a fairy tale. It was a tale that was soon ending, so she might as well enjoy it while she could. "You smell good, grazing table," William said, caressing the small of her back as they floated across the ballroom. "You don't smell too bad either, for a Graff." Marissa tilted her head slightly to meet his eyes. "Marissa." He dragged his teeth over his lips and pulled her to his chest. "Yeah?" Her voice sounded fuzzy, like it was coming from somewhere far away. "I can't get you out of my head." He cupped her face in his hands. She gulped, allowing her body to melt into his. An electric silence descended upon them. Marissa could feel the unspoken desire and nervous anticipation as their faces moved closer, their breaths mingling. Marissa gasped as their lips finally met. The ballroom faded away around her. At first, the kiss was soft, hesitant, and filled with longing. She was aware of William's fingers tangled in her hair. She couldn't tell if they were still dancing. Time seemed to blur and stretch, like they were suspended in this moment. With every passing second, the kiss grew more passionate. The intensity surging between them must have been radiating heat throughout the room. Finally, after Marissa wasn't sure she could stand anymore, William broke away, his gaze reflecting the same mixture of awe and vulnerability that Marissa felt. "That was nice," he grinned. Marissa laughed and let her head fall into his chest. "I think I could use a drink. What about you?" "Yeah, a drink would be good," Marissa said, unable to catch her breath. William linked his fingers through her hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. Is this real life? Is this actually happening? Did I just kiss William Graff? And not just a kiss, but the most passionate, burning kiss Marissa had ever experienced. She tried to make contact with the floor, but was finding it difficult to center herself in the moment. If William's flushed cheeks and labored breathing were any indication, Marissa suspected he might feel the same way. "Wine?" William asked. His words sounded crisp and measured, like he was trying to hold back his emotion, too. "Wine would be lovely," Marissa said, squeezing his hand tighter, in part to confirm this was actually happening. "Hey, what about Parker, though? She made it sound like you two are practically engaged." "What? Huh?" William recoiled and shook his head. But a judge approached the bar as the bartender poured their wine. She recognized him immediately. It was Samesh, the Parks and Recreation director who had helped them during their Christmas lights untangling debacle. But he didn't look happy to see them.
"I'm glad I found you both. I need to speak with you right away," Samesh said in a hurried tone.
Marissa assumed he wanted to get a close look at their crowns. The challenge specified that extra points would be awarded for creativity. She reluctantly let go of William's hand, took off her crown, and handed it to Samesh. "Are you inspecting our last task?" She couldn't contain the glow she felt internally. She wondered if it showed on the outside.
"Note the copious use of sequins and glitter," William added, removing his crown too. "I think ours should get sparkle points, if nothing else."
Marissa smiled. Samesh's face remained serious. Was something wrong? Had she misread the clue? Was glitter banned? But there had been a baggie of glitter included in her crown kit.
"I'm afraid there's been a development," Samesh replied. He motioned to the food and drink tables. "Let's go have a seat. Hillary asked me to find you." "What's going on?" William asked as they walked to a nearby table.
Marissa set her wine glass down, wondering why there was a need for such formality.
There's no easy way to say this."
Samesh let out a long sigh.
"You've both been disqualified."
"What?" Marissa blurted out. She realized she must have spoken too loudly when heads turned in their direction. "Why?" Samesh motioned to Hillary, who was walking toward them.
"Hillary will explain everything, but we received word that you have cheated."
"Cheated? How? What?" She stared at William, who shrugged in disbelief. Samesh kept his voice calm.
"I don't have all the details. Hillary should be able to give you more information."
They had to have been in the running to win Passport to the Holidays. They had crushed every task. They worked well together as a team. Marissa would even go so far as to say they had formed a bond, especially with that kiss. Now, they were disqualified. It couldn't be true. Her dream had turned into a nightmare. It was completely unfair, and she would not end the night without a fight. 46. Hillary. Hillary could tell from the crazed look in Marissa's eyes that this conversation was not going to go well. She had done her homework. She was making the right decision, but that didn't mean it would be easy. When the mayor's call had interrupted her attempt at reconciliation over dinner with Ben, she had gone straight to his office. A tip from an anonymous contestant had come in, claiming that William and Marissa had insider information. Hillary had dismissed it at first. It sounded like the mayor was still on a quest to shut down Passport to the Holidays. But as it turned out, this time, he had evidence to back up his claim. According to the tipster, William and Marissa had received guidance from the owner of Smith Rock Wine, a premier sponsor of Passport to the Holidays. Hillary had reviewed the rules and regulations with the city's lawyer, which specifically stated that no one associated with sponsorship could influence the race in any way, shape, or form. She didn't have a choice. William and Marissa were disqualified. Immediately. "Hi." Hillary smiled as she approached the young couple, but her face faded quickly because Marissa cut her off, nearly tipping over her wine glass in the process. "Why are we disqualified? What did we do? We followed the rules to the letter." Her voice was shaky and shrill. "Unfortunately, we have evidence to the contrary." Hillary couldn't believe she was booting a team. Never in the planning process had she imagined this outcome, especially a graph. "What evidence?" Marissa crumpled her paper crown in her hand. "Did you visit Smith Rock Winery?" Hillary asked, keeping her tone even. "Yeah." Marissa glanced at William for help. "Why would that matter? We weren't allowed to visit a winery?" "You weren't allowed to get help, hints, any sort of advantage or leg up from sponsors of the scavenger hunt," Hillary countered. "What? We didn't," Marissa protested. Hillary frowned. "We were informed that Parker directed you to the next clue." "Parker?" Marissa gasped. Then she punched William in the shoulder. "No, I told you we shouldn't go." "So you admit it?" Hillary asked. It wouldn't change the outcome, but it would be easier if they accepted their disqualification gracefully. No, it wasn't like that." Marissa's face was blotched with color. "I take complete responsibility for the situation," William said, clearing his throat, his tone turning serious. "Marissa didn't have anything to do with it. She's right. Marissa was adamant that we not visit the winery. Parker is a family friend. We stopped by to see if there happened to be a clue there." Hillary frowned. "I'm afraid that doesn't change anything. Your team is officially out of the race." Marissa buried her face in her hands. William tried to console her, but she pushed him away. "Honestly, you can take me out of the race," William pleaded with Hillary. "Marissa shouldn't have to suffer from my mistake. Can you put her on a different team or something?" Hillary was impressed. Clearly, chivalry wasn't dead with William. "I'm sorry, but it's too late for that. We're judging crowns and sashes tonight and tallying up the winner tomorrow." "She needs this, though," William insisted. "She's worked so hard. She followed all the rules. She's going to use the money to expand Yes Cheese." Yes Cheese? Hillary felt this conversation was going off the rails. "Her cheese board catering business," William explained. "Sorry, there's nothing I can do." Hillary gave them an apologetic smile. She felt terrible for them. They genuinely seemed like a lovely couple from the way they couldn't seem to tear their eyes away from each other, and how William stood next to Marissa like her personal guardian. But it was out of her hands now. Her only goal was to finish the dance, tally the results, and name the winner. Then she could figure out what to do about her personal life. Marissa tossed her crown on the ground and fled the ballroom. William started to follow her but stopped. "Are you sure there's nothing I can do? I feel terrible. I'm the one who suggested we go to Parker's. She's an old friend." "Is she?" Hillary raised her brow. The initial anonymous tipster had come forward after being pressed by the mayor. "Do you know something I don't know?" William asked, glancing at Marissa with despair. "What are you hinting at?" "Our tip came from Parker." Hillary felt like he had a right to know, and she didn't know Parker anything. In fact, Hillary had visited the winery to speak with Parker in person. She wanted to make sure that she had all the facts before she eliminated a team from the hunt. Parker had said the right things, claiming she felt her duty to come forward in the name of honesty and competition, especially during the holiday season. Nothing about Parker had seemed genuine to Hillary. Hillary sensed that Parker had come forward for one person, herself. She had seen William and Marissa together, and despite the pitiful state of her love life, she knew jealousy when she saw it, and William and Marissa were clearly falling for each other. She suspected Parker also knew it, and had used the information to sabotage them. She couldn't help but agreeing it was pretty unfair. Parker was not the kind of friend she wanted in her life. "Parker turned us in?" William stared at her in disbelief. "Why?" Hillary shrugged. "No idea. You'll have to ask her yourself." She wouldn't want to be Parker. William looked like he was ready to fight and out for blood. "Thanks for letting me know. You're sure there's nothing else I can do to keep Marissa in the game?" Hillary shook her head. "How close were we?" "Close," Hillary answered truthfully, her gaze drifting to the floor where Marissa had tossed her paper crown. "Depending on how many points you would have been awarded tonight, you had a good chance of taking home the cash." "Damn." William let out a whistle under his breath. "Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything." "No. It's better knowing. Thank you." William sighed. "You don't happen to have any upcoming catering gigs that need cheese boards, do you?" Hillary thought for a moment. An idea started to take shape. "The Chamber's events are already booked through the end of the year, but I might have a personal catering project." "She's so good," William gushed. "Let me show you her work. She's amazing." He proceeded to pull up Marissa's social media profiles. Hillary didn't need any extra convincing. She needed to do something big to prove to Ben that she would fully invest in their marriage. For a man who loved food, maybe cheese was the best way to show him. 47. Darby. Darby stood in the corner of the ballroom. This was silly. Why had she come? She had made up her mind not to come, and then something pushed her forward. She couldn't come up with a reason not to show. Samesh's heartfelt explanation had lingered with her. She couldn't stop thinking about it. What did she have to lose? She had already lost one love. Before reconnecting with Samesh, she would have said she was okay being alone. She would have, and did, tell people who asked she was content to remain single. Why risk it again when her first relationship had been so good and solid and easy? She would have claimed she had nothing left to give someone new. Those were the stories she told herself late at night when the house was filled with nothing other than pervasive silence and the occasional sound of snow falling from the roof. Every year, she taught a lesson on trusting narrators in literature, showing her students examples of untrustworthy narrators, which always produced lively discussions about the storyteller who lives in each of our heads. She had been her own unreliable narrator about her grief. It wasn't simply that she had cocooned herself in after Jim's death. Sure, she needed that at first, but grief had become her crutch, her way of denying herself happiness. For what? As a penance for Jim getting sick? Or was it that she was afraid? If she loved again, she would have to accept she might lose again. It had been easier to lie than to accept that hard truth. But Samesh had changed that. She had seen the pain, the regret, the longing in his eyes like he was holding up a mirror for her. It was time for her to make a choice. She could either continue to remain buried under her blanket of grief, or she could wrap her grief around her shoulders and wear it like a cape. The vision made her laugh. Jim would have told her that her blanket of grief was her cape, her superpower. She had loved long and hard, and she could love again. Samesh caught her eye from across the ballroom. He was dressed for the occasion in a tailored three-piece light gray suit, made of subtly texturized fabric. A forest green tie added a pop of color. His dark hair was slicked with a touch of polish to highlight the sharp angles of his jaw and his well-trimmed beard. They locked onto each other. He moved toward her with an effortlessness and yearning that made her feel slightly dizzy. Darby's heart fluttered like it hadn't in years. She could feel the perspiration of desire beating on the back of her neck. Everything moved in slow motion. The dancers circling the floor, the violinist's bows, the snowflakes cascading from the ceiling. Darby placed her hand over her heart as Samesh cut through the crowd.
You came. I didn't think you would come.
His voice was breathless. I didn't think I was going to come either, she whispered.
What made you change your mind?
He searched her face. She smiled. A student.
A student?
Mm-hmm. A dreamy quality washed over her like she was floating on air.
Your student deserves an A.
Samesh held his hand out for her.
I think I'm going to write your student a note of thanks. I had given up on us. I thought I had ruined things for good.
Darby put her hand in his. You didn't. I'm glad that things turned out this way. You made me reflect and think about my future, which I haven't done since Jim died. Samesh squeezed her hand in a show of solidarity.
I would never ask you to forget about Jim. I hope you know that.
Darby nodded. I couldn't even if I tried, but I'd like to give us a chance, too. I'm ready to think about what might be next for me.
And it includes me?
His eyes brightened as he tipped his head to the side eagerly. We'll see, she teased.
Could it include a dance now?
He linked his fingers through hers. Yes, that sounds like a perfect start. Darby walked with him onto the dance floor. She melted into Samesh's arms as he kissed the top of her head. Tears escaped her eyes, but this time they weren't simply tears of sadness. These were tears of hope. 48. Olivia. Olivia scanned the ballroom, feeling like she was in a scene from a Jane Austen movie. Only she was playing the role of a spinster no one wanted to dance with. Hugo and Cass were supposed to meet her, but there was no sign of either of them. Malik, aka Mike, had ghosted them after the float barn challenge. She'd only seen him a couple of times at school. He'd skipped biochem twice, and she bumped into him once on her way to the cafeteria, where he managed a brief "hey" before running off like she had the plague. But there he was, on the other side of the room, dancing with a girl Olivia didn't recognize. Dancing wasn't the right word. Grinding was more like it. Olivia averted her eyes. She couldn't believe she'd been so caught up in his fake persona. His entire social media was a glorified resume for his future modeling career. He didn't read. He didn't sketch. She was an idiot for thinking he personified cool. Fortunately, Cass swept over to her with a glass of punch. Liv, you look amazing! I love the tulle and the sparkles. Do a twirl so I can see the whole fit. Olivia tipped the edge of her pale pink skirt and spun around to show off her dress. Thanks. I made it myself. Super cute. Cass handed her the punch. Did you see Malik? Olivia held the paper glass carefully so as not to spill the bright red punch down the front of her dress. Ugh, yeah. How could you miss him? I mean, come on, get a room. Cass stuck out her tongue and pretended to gag. He was never your guy, Olivia. You get that, right? Oh, yeah, totally. I'm over him for good. I'm just mad at myself for taking so long to see it. She paused and frowned. The only thing I can't figure out is why did he agree to join our team? Cass stared at her like she was speaking a foreign language.
You're probably the smartest person in our entire school, and yet when it comes to love, you're hopeless. I don't get it, Olivia replied honestly, feeling like she was outside of a joke. SS? Your secret Santa? Cass rolled her eyes and shook her head slowly in disbelief. You really don't get it, do you? No? Think it through. Who invited Malik to join our team? Cass exaggerated her movement with her hands, as if hoping that might help Olivia catch on. Hugo? Olivia replied timidly, not connecting the dots. Yep. Cass snapped her finger and thumb together. You're getting warmer. You're getting flaming hot. Hugo is my secret Santa? Olivia wrinkled her nose. But why would he invite Malik to join our team? My God, Liv. Because he knows you better than you know yourself. Malik is not your type, but you've been semi-obsessed with him for nearly 3 months. Hugo figured the best way to show you was to get Malik to spend time with you. What? Olivia nearly dumped her entire glass of punch on the floor. It worked, didn't it? Cass arched her brows in Malik's direction. Are you finally over Mr. Grinder? Olivia's eyes drifted in that direction. If possible, Malik and the girl he was dancing with were plastered even tighter together. This wasn't a rave. Mr. Graff and Mrs. Reynolds were at the dance. Yeah, like 1000% yes. Then maybe you should go say hi to SS. Cass nudged Olivia in the opposite direction. Olivia clutched her glass as she caught Hugo's eye. His usually boyish face suddenly seemed much more mature. Why hadn't she noticed how chiseled his jawline and arms had become? He looked good in his well-fitting black suit and funky paper crown. She took a step forward. It's Hugo? The fancy chocolates? The bookmarks? Her favorite book? Of course it's him. Hugo pulled a package that looked suspiciously like a book from behind his back. It was wrapped in brown butcher paper and tied with a red and green ribbon. He came closer and held it out for Olivia. The inscription on the paper was hard to miss. To Olivia, from SS. It was you? Olivia whispered. Hugo nodded, a look of longing mixed with adoration flooding his eyes. But I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me how you felt? And why was her heart pounding against her chest like she'd just had to run a timed mile in gym class? Open the book. Hugo handed her the package. Olivia gave him her punch to hold, carefully untied the ribbon, and peeled the tape from one edge. Just rip it, Hugo said impatiently. Hold on. She wrinkled her nose. I like the experience of unwrapping. When have you ever known me to tear open a package? Hugo scowled. Olivia lifted the tape from each corner and finally revealed a book she'd seen on display in the library. The friend zone? She asked out loud. It's a metaphor for us. We've been in the friend zone too long. His voice cracked slightly. SS, your secret Santa, is hoping we can change that. He is? Olivia wondered if her voice sounded far away and dreamy to him, too. Hugo. Her best friend. The person who knew everything about her, the good and bad. Hugo. Her hands felt clammy. He moved toward the punch table and set her drink down. Then he extended his hand. Olivia, you're the best thing in my life. I don't know why I've waited so long to admit this. I guess because I was scared, but senior year is ending, and I'm not going to waste my shot. You are the coolest, hottest, goofiest, smartest, most by-the-book planning, get-shit-done girl I've ever known. Olivia gulped, trying to process whether this was really happening. The signs had all been there. Why hadn't she paid more attention to them? To Hugo? Hugo, you're the best person I know, too. But what if this doesn't work? I would hate to lose you as a friend, Olivia admitted, holding the book like a security blanket. I think it's worth the risk. Hugo's eyes made it hard for her to swallow. He held out his hand again, urging her to take it. Olivia released her grasp on his gift, set it next to her untouched punch, and placed her hand in his. An immediate surge of warmth rushed up her arm. Her hand felt right linked with his, perfectly normal, like it was always meant to be there. He led her to the dance floor, let go of her hand, and pulled her close to him as they began moving to the music. My holiday wish has come true. What about you? Olivia wanted him to kiss her, now, in the middle of the dance floor. She didn't care if Mr. Graff, Mrs. Reynolds, Marissa, or anyone else saw them. Hugo, her Hugo, had a protective arm wrapped tightly around her waist and smelled like minty gum. She needed his lips on hers. He was right. They'd been in the friend zone too long. It was time for something new. Hugo, I think you should kiss me. She craned her neck to meet his eyes. His voice was thick and deep, unlike the kid she'd spent summers exploring the lava caves with. Are you sure? Positive. Olivia pulled his head toward her. Kiss me already.
49. Marissa. Marissa sobbed all the way home. She had honestly thought that they had a chance of winning the cash. This was it. The end of a dream. Yes, cheese was toast. She was going to have to break down and beg for her old job back. Without the influx of money from winning Passport to the Holidays, the harsh reality was that growing Yes Cheese into anything other than a hobby was dead. Marissa wasn't even angry at William. Why bother? He wasn't worth the energy. She still didn't understand what his end game had been. He must have decided to go to Parker's on purpose. He had to have known that they would be disqualified. Had she offended him so badly at his parents' gala that he and Parker had conspired to make her look like an idiot? Scratch that. She was angry. She was furious. And mainly with herself. She should have trusted her instincts. How could she have let him in? She had honestly thought that maybe there was something between them. How could she have been so wrong? A text came in as she pulled into her parents' driveway. She stopped the car and opened the message. It was from Hillary, the scavenger hunt director. For a moment, Marissa felt a surge of hope that there had been a mistake and they hadn't been kicked out of the hunt. When she read the text, she realized that wasn't true. Hillary was interested in hiring her, however. That was something. She wanted a full dinner for two, complete with appetizers and dessert boards, and she needed it tomorrow night. Her text said she would pay extra for any rush fees and asked if Marissa could also create a romantic holiday tablescape to accompany the dinner. Marissa hurried inside to do some math to send Hillary a quote. It wouldn't be cheap, and she did tack on an extra $50 for the last-minute booking. She paced her parents' kitchen while she waited for Hillary to respond. Was the rush fee too much? Any cash right now was a good thing. Maybe she'd been too greedy. Maybe she should send another text saying she would waive the rush fee. While her anxiety swirled out of control, Hillary responded with a thumbs up and her home address. Marissa went straight to work, sketching out a romantic holiday meal. She ignored a lengthy, rambling, yet undeniably sweet apology message from William. Charm or no charm, she was done with the guy for good. As she threw herself into her work, putting together a menu for individual Yorkshire puddings and a chocolate fondue board, she couldn't believe that just earlier in the day, she might have imagined dipping strawberries into creamy dark chocolate with William sitting across a candlelit table. Her lips recalled the feeling of his. Soft, warm, searching. God, stop it. She never wanted to see his face again. As in, ever. This was good. She had something to focus on and a new client. Hillary was well connected in Bend and throughout Central Oregon. If Marissa could impress her with a personalized, catered dinner, Hillary might recommend her for future events with the Chamber of Commerce. Her dream of winning Passport to the Holidays was dead. But maybe, just maybe, there was the slightest chance that Yes Cheese still had a fighting shot to get off the ground. 50. Hillary. Hillary couldn't contain her nerves. She kept walking from the living room to the kitchen and back again in a loop. Marissa was due to arrive any minute. She was bringing the holiday feast and decorations. Hillary had given her creative license, but had asked her to make Ben's favorites. Ben loved tradition, and there was nothing like Christmas for tradition. She requested Marissa blend her modern boards with classics like Yorkshire pudding and spiced gingerbread with fresh whipped cream and cranberry sauce. The menu didn't fall into Marissa's traditional cheese boards, but she had seemed eager to accommodate Hillary's requests, and Hillary was glad to give her the business. She felt terrible to have to disqualify Marissa. When she had told William about Parker turning them in, she could tell he had been genuinely shocked. She had the sense he would do everything in his power to make sure that Marissa booked many more events around town. That was such a Ben move. Ben. She sighed and began pacing again. Would he show? Especially after she had taken the mayor's call the other night. She had taken a page from his book and dialed up the romance. Ben was the one in their relationship who had planned date nights and brought her flowers. It was her turn to reciprocate. Instead of texting him, she had designed a formal invitation to dinner and dropped it off at the gym. The invitation requested he arrive in formal attire. Hillary had bought a new dress for the occasion and had her hair and nails done. It made her realize how much she had taken their relationship for granted. Prepping and primping for their dinner had made the spark that she was worried had gone out fully ignite. It felt like this was their first date. The doorbell rang, causing Hillary to startle. She laughed at her nerves and went to answer the door. Marissa was right on time. She was dressed in corduroy overalls, snow boots, and a Yes Cheese apron. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her arms laden with boxes and bags of delectable treats. "Good evening. Dinner has arrived." She held up 2 giant bags that smelled so good. Hillary wanted to tear them open and dive right in. "Can I help you unload?" Hillary offered, smoothing down her silky, low-cut emerald green dress, trying to quench the quiver of nerves in her stomach. "Nope, I'll do it all. Just direct me where to set up." Hillary breathed in the scent of garlic and fresh-from-the-oven bread. "Wow, that smells amazing." "I hope you love it. This theme was so much fun." Marissa beamed with pride. Hillary showed Marissa into the dining room. She put on an old-school holiday playlist, with selections from Rosemary Clooney and Frank Sinatra, while Marissa arranged her incredible food display. The dining table quickly transformed. Romantic flickers of candlelight cast long shadows on festive bundles of cinnamon sticks wrapped with red ribbon, and bowls overflowing with cheery clementines, their bright citrus scent mingling with the warm spice. Hillary carefully set out their Christmas china, creamy white plates rimmed in gold with sprigs of holly. A gentle, inviting glow spread over the room and through Hillary's body. Was it going to be enough to impress Ben? To show him how much she cared? When Marissa finished, Hillary sucked in a breath. "It's spectacular. This completely exceeds my expectations. You are truly talented. William wasn't exaggerating." "William?" Marissa stuck out her chin. "What does he have to do with anything?" "Oh, didn't I mention that?" Hillary's honesty and directness had gotten her in trouble, but this time she intended to harness that energy for good. If she had a second shot at love tonight, she wanted to pass it on. William showed me your work, told me how talented you are, and basically said I would be an idiot not to hire you.
He did?
Marissa fumbled with a box of supplies, nearly dropping it on the floor. Hillary nodded while writing a check for the balance. He's your biggest fan. You should come to the closing ceremony tomorrow. He'll be there. You won't want to miss it. Marissa gave her a confused look.
What do you mean?
I've been sworn to secrecy, but seriously, come. Hillary handed her the check. Let's plan a time to get together after the holidays. I'd love to discuss hiring you for our monthly chamber breakfast and other events. She could tell by the way Marissa's eyes glowed and her wide smile that the news William had recommended her was a surprise. Promise me you'll show up tomorrow, she said when she walked her to the door. Marissa was clearly confused, but she agreed. Her matchmaking duties were complete. Now she needed to convince her husband that she was truly ready to invest in their future. Ben's invitation had requested that he arrive at 7. When 7 came and went, Hillary's nerves went into overdrive. She couldn't sit down. She paced from the living room to the dining room and kitchen and back again, in an anxiety-infused loop. What if he was done? What if she had pushed him away for good? He had made every attempt to show her how much he cared, and she had ignored him. She had given away his flowers and put him last. She understood why he wasn't coming, but it didn't make it any easier. The clock ticked forward. A half hour later, she wondered if she should eat without him. It was a shame to let Marissa's hard work go untouched. But then, a soft rap sounded on the front door. Hillary practically skipped to the door. She pulled it open to see Ben standing on the porch wearing a navy blue suit and holding a bouquet of Christmas roses. Sorry I'm late. There was an accident on the highway. He handed her the roses with shaking hands, his voice growing husky. You look amazing. New dress? Was he nervous, too? Yeah, you look fairly dapper yourself. Hillary scanned his body from head to toe. Are you okay? Were you involved in the accident? Ben shook his head. I'm fine. I witnessed it, so I had to stick around until the police arrived. Come in, you must be freezing. Hillary moved to the side, feeling oddly formal. It was weird to have Ben enter the home they had shared for 20 years like a stranger. She put the flowers in water and set them on the kitchen island. Are you hungry? Ben glanced around the kitchen. Did you cook? His voice sounded wary. She laughed. Well, not exactly. You know my culinary skills leave a lot to be desired, but I do have a surprise. She motioned for him to follow her with what she hoped was a seductive two-fingered wave, intentionally swinging her hips and giving him a long smile. Come into the dining room with me. The dining room? Ben raised one brow suspiciously. When's the last time we ate in the dining room? He was right. They had rarely used their formal dining room when the twins were at home, short of Thanksgiving, or when they had each of their extended families for visits. To what do I owe the honor? Ben asked, pulling out her chair for her, letting his lips briefly graze the nape of her neck as he pushed her in and sat next to her. I hope you'll take this dinner as an apology, a first step toward a new start. She swallowed hard and met his gaze. I know I've been terrible. I know I should have talked to you and opened up, but instead, I just became consumed with this job in hopes that it would make me forget about how sad I've been. Instead, I pushed you away. You were right. I realize that now. And I'm so sorry, Ben. I really am. Ben didn't answer right away. He sat solid, unwavering with candlelight glinting in his eyes as he studied her. All of her. Her nervous hands, the quiver in her voice, and the hopeful curve in her mouth, trying to stay steady. The room fell quiet except for the soft sound of the holiday music and the faint crackle of her breath. Finally, he reached for her hand, his voice softer than she expected.
Hillary, this looks like a set from a movie. Are those Yorkshire puddings?
Hillary nodded, her breath freezing in her chest. All of your favorites. He smiled slowly, his fingers massaging the top of her hand.
You didn't have to do all of this to say you're sorry, but I'm glad you did.
Her fingers curled into his. I did, though. We need a fresh start, yeah? His thumb brushed against her knuckles.
Yeah, a new start. But this time, we don't do it alone.
She shook her head, unable to speak.
How did you do this? For real?
Ben released her hand and gave her a playful scowl.
You can barely boil water.
Hillary let her jaw hang open while she poured them glasses of wine, happy to be flirting with him again.
Hey, I make a mean boxed mac and cheese. Yeah, right. You remember the first time you made it and didn't realize you had to drain the noodles after boiling them, so we had mac and cheese soup?
You said it was the best mac and cheese soup you'd ever had.
I lied.
Ben winked. Sit. Help yourself to appetizers. Hillary ran her hand over the veggie, fruit, and cheese platter in the shape of a Christmas tree.
I need to know your secrets. Have you been holding back on me and learning to cook?
Not even close. I've got a source. A cheese source.
Your source is impressive.
Ben held up his glass in a toast. I have been holding back on you, Ben. Hillary shifted the conversation back to them. There was more she needed to say. I've been reflecting a lot these past few days. I miss you. I miss you so much. I wish I had been more open. I think I spiraled downward, and I guess you just seem to be handling it so much better. You've been upbeat and going about your days like nothing has changed, making me feel even worse about myself.
I didn't mean to make you feel worse, Hillary.
He strummed his fingers on the table. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm taking ownership of my role in this. I pulled back. I wouldn't let you in. He ran his finger on the edge of his wine glass.
I miss them too, Hills. Every single day, I miss them.
A tear ran down her cheek. Ben glanced slowly toward the window, his gaze landing outside where the twins used to build snow castles. Then he turned back to her, his eyes full of something unspoken.
I've been trying to connect and stay positive for you. This is our new reality. It's you and me. Our time as parents with kids in the house is gone, and that phase of our lives is never coming back.
His words made Hillary cry even harder. Yeah, that's the hardest part for me. It went by so fast. Why does no one tell you how fast it's going to go? Ben scooted his chair closer to her.
I don't know, but it's a blur. I feel like just yesterday we were chasing after them everywhere, having to baby-proof the house, and then, poof, they're out in the world, making their own lives just like we did.
It's what we want for them, right? But it's brutal. He wrapped his arm around her, squeezing her shoulder tight, caressing her softly. Hillary didn't try to hold back her emotions. Ben met her in the moment. For the first time since the twins had left for college, they shared their collective sorrow over the changing relationship with the babies they had raised within these walls. It was cathartic to cry and reminisce, and even begin to imagine a different future, one with adult children. It didn't fully mend the ache in Hillary's heart, but she could feel it shifting, which was a very, very good start. Ben, I love you so much, she said, brushing away a tear, feeling her body pull toward him with a new, tender longing that she hadn't allowed herself to feel for a while. I love you too, he whispered, his voice warm against her ear. He cupped her face gently as he tilted her chin and kissed her, slowly, softly, and with such deep familiarity that Hillary wanted to melt into a puddle and stay there forever. The magic, the spark was still there, maybe even stronger. Hillary couldn't believe she'd been worried that their flame had gone out. As their kiss deepened,
She suddenly realized that this wasn't the end of anything. It was the beginning. 51. Marissa. After her conversation with Hillary the night before, Marissa knew that she had to show up for the closing ceremony. She had no idea what to expect, but she had a good vibe about Hillary and didn't feel like Hillary would have told her to come if there wasn't a good reason. Knowing that she had the potential of ongoing, consistent work with the Chamber of Commerce made the sting of not being in contention for the $50,000 a little easier. She returned to Drake Park. Ice crystals sparkled in the snow. Sunlight flickered on the treetops. Teams gathered at the amphitheater as they had for the kickoff party. This time, the nervous hum of energy permeated everything as the crowd awaited the announcement of who had won the sled full of cash. She looked around anxiously. There was no sign of William. A handful of skilled ice skaters glided across the temporary rink. Marissa watched, transfixed, as they executed intricate spins and jumps. But no William Graff. Marissa tried to brush aside her disappointment. Hillary and Samesh took the stage, thanking everyone for their participation. There were awards for second and third place, and ribbons for individual challenges, like Best Paper Crown and Snowman.
And now for the moment you're all waiting for, Hillary said into the microphone. This year's winner of Passport to the Holidays is... She turned to the high school band. Drum roll, please.
Everyone held their breath as they awaited the results.
The student team from Bend High School, team captain Olivia Henry.
Marissa jumped up and down, shouting along with the crowd in genuine delight. Olivia won! Her young cousin's team had beaten out the adult teams. She felt true delight. Olivia deserved to win, and Marissa knew that she would use the money for something good. Is that why Hillary had wanted her to come? It had nothing to do with William Graff. Again, disappointment swirled through her body. Hearing that William had been the one to recommend her business had given Marissa hope that maybe she hadn't misread him. But then, why wasn't he here? She waited for the crowd to thin out before congratulating Olivia. Her cousin was beaming with pride. Liv, amazing! Marissa wrapped her in a giant hug. Can you believe it? We won! Olivia clapped. I'm still in shock. I never thought we would win. I thought from the scores on the app that we were in third place, but I guess the last challenge put us over the top. Awesome. I'm so happy for you. Marissa meant it. Now you can pay for college. Olivia gave her an odd stare. I'm not using this money for college. You're not? That surprised Marissa. Her cousin was so practical and wise. She couldn't imagine Olivia blowing the money on a shopping spree or something frivolous. What are you going to do with it? We're using it to launch more programs for foster kids. Olivia's attention drifted toward the band. Mr. Graff is going to oversee the project. He's been our champion this entire time and has an idea for you. You should go talk to him. Marissa couldn't hide her confusion. William was already heading her way. His long strides cut through the crowd. He wore a pair of black slacks and a vintage Icelandic penguin print Christmas sweater that made him look like some kind of a Nordic god. He brushed a strand of hair from his eyes as he glided toward her. Hey, grazing table. His voice was thick and throaty, slightly rough when he reached her. Hi, she managed to mutter, her heart rate spiking at the way he looked at her. Pretty cool that your cousin won. Yeah, she said slowly, trying to control the pounding in her chest. She said you're working with her? William nodded, stepping closer. The space between them felt charged, like it was on fire. It's the reason I wanted to win. There's so much that needs to be done at the school. I had a real chance to make it better. My parents and several of the businesses agreed to match whatever I won.
I've been putting my powers of persuasion to the test after we got disqualified, and I'm happy to report that I've convinced them to keep their promise to match donations, although, admittedly, it wasn't a tough sell." She stared at him, stunned.
What?
Marissa couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's why William had participated in the hunt. Not to compete, not to flirt, to give back. And somehow that made the air feel even thicker, hotter. "Now that the high school team has won, I know they'll honor that. We should have enough money to fund programming for the next 5, maybe 10 years. He pushed up the sleeves on his sweater. "That's so great," she said, her voice sounding strange and far away, like it belonged to someone else. "That's incredible. Really." William grinned. A familiar hint of mischief flickered behind his sincerity. "But I thought the Graffs were pretentious assholes." She laughed, caught off guard, and looked up at him. "Well, I was leaning that way, but I may have made a mistake about that." "Really?" A slow, sexy smile tugged at his lips. She shrugged, hoping to appear nonchalant as all the blood in her body rushed to her head. "Maybe." "What about Parker, though?" "She was petty. Jealous, I guess." He shrugged. "I seriously had no idea she would turn us in. That was my mistake." "I may have made a few bad judgments, too." "I have a way you can make it up to me." His voice dropped just enough to make her heart beat even faster. "2 ways, actually." "How?" She could barely get the word out. He stepped even closer, his face inches away from her. "First, we're hoping you would be willing to teach a food services workshop. It would be a great life skill for these kids. We already have permission from the culinary arts teacher to use the kitchen after hours. It would be great for Yes Cheese, too. Community goodwill, branding." "Yes, no question. I would love that." "Good. You might not say the same thing about my second request." His smile turned roguish. "Okay. What is it?" Marissa heard the caution in her voice, but only because she was desperately hoping that she wasn't reading this wrong. William didn't hesitate. "I think you owe me a real date." Her eyes widened with hope. "A date?" "A legit date." His tone was even and steady. "No scavenger hunts, no competition, no distractions. Just us." "Yeah?" She felt his gaze burning into hers, and her body pulled toward him, like it was responding before her mind could catch up. He leaned closer, his lips brushing gently against her forehead. "You are the most incredible woman I've met, Grazing Table. And I know you like to think of me as a villain," he said with a crooked grin. "But let's face it, we go together like olive oil and vinegar." "Cheese and salami," Marissa bantered back without missing a beat. He laughed. "Cheese and salami it is." Marissa couldn't stand the tension any longer. It was crackling now, undeniable. She stood on her tiptoes, her heart racing wildly. "Get over here, Graff." She jabbed her finger above them. "We're standing under the mistletoe, and if you're not going to give me a Christmas kiss, then I'm going to have to kiss you." She didn't wait for his response. She leaned in and kissed him, finally sure of everything she'd been holding back. She'd won. Maybe not the prize or the money, but she'd found something far better under the mistletoe and twinkling lights. William Graff. In the end, maybe love had been the real prize all along. We hope you have enjoyed this Storm Publishing production of Clued In to Love, written by Ellie Alexander and read by Anne McDonough. Produced by 2020 Recordings. Copyright Ellie Alexander, 2025. Production copyright Storm Publishing, 2025. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted.